with them. I've just met with them and prayed with them. There are 4 of the families here you'll hear from. And I've told them that whatever financial and other needs they have that the state doesn't give, National Action Network will cover. We're not raising money. This will come out of our treasury because they need to not have to worry about the expense of burying their loved one with dignity. That should not be a burden. And we cannot call ourselves activists or ministers and watch people have to try to put things together that they didn't plan for and that they didn't know was coming. And we'll be here after y'all are gone, as we've been with other victims, because this is an assault on all of us. They did not shoot these victims because of who they were. They shot them because of what they were. They were guilty of being black, which meant that that gun was shot at all of us. And that's why all of us needs to be here. This evening at 7 o'clock, we're having a service here, and we're going to keep going. We're going to be at some of the funerals and whatever the families need us to do. And I'm calling on President Biden. I've already talked. I did get a call back from the White House to have a summit on how we deal with hate crimes and to deal with these families. I'm glad the president came, but now we've got to do more than come. We've got to stop this, and we've got to stand with these families. They will never recover from what happened. There will always be an empty seat at their table. Their holidays will be hollow, and the whole country must stand and let them know that enough is enough and that we stand with them. I will always remember talking to the TOPS workers a few minutes ago who are still traumatized and will be for a long time. They were there at work when this man just started from the parking lot, I understand, just started mowing people down inadvertently. We cannot let hate win.
Amen.
And I think that we ought to note that Buffalo rose to the occasion. There's been no violence. There's been no riots. Buffalo stood up with love to answer hate. Amen. Buffalo stood up with dignity to answer an atrocity.
Amen.
People that are in the streets stood up and said, no, we're better than this.
Yes.
And this is what and why we had to come and stand with them. There was a time when haters would kill blacks and they were called the Ku Klux Klan. And even the Klan would cover their face with hoods. Now they live streaming, saying and showing who they are and killing us. It's worse now than it was with the Klan. The Klan would at least hide who they were. This young man wanted to do this with live stream, which shows that we've got to the place in this country where people feel like they can become celebrities for executing hate crimes. We've got to stop that, and we've got to stop those platforms that allow that to be used. We need legislation, and we need policy that's going to stop that. But for the next few days, we're going to grieve with these families, and then we're going to fight with these families for justice for them. Before hearing from the 4 families representatives that are here, I want to bring on a man that has committed himself and his whole practice to this. I call him the Attorney General for Black America because he's been there when no one else was there. They say, well, y'all take known cases. No, we take cases and make them known. People criticize me and say Al Sharpton comes when it's going to be a lot of attention. That's why their families want people like me to come, to bring attention.
Amen.
I don't come to keep a secret. I come to keep on y'all until justice comes. I'm the blow-up man, and I come to keep blowing this up until justice comes, because this must stop, and we're the ones to stop it. And this family didn't volunteer to be in this position, but they're going to rise to the occasion with the strength of God and the support of the people. I bring you the Attorney General of Black America, Attorney Ben Crump.
Thank you to Reverend Al Sharpton, our national civil rights leader, and I'm so grateful to him that he and National Action Network are always here for our communities with resources. That's important, not with just rhetoric, but with resources to help these families with homegoing funeral services, to help these families get family members who can't afford to fly in for an unexpected tragedy that nobody planned for. I mean, none of these families last week this time thought they were going to be broken-hearted victims of a young, depraved white supremacist. And so I can never say thank you enough to Reverend Al and National Action Network, because he doesn't get enough credit for what they do to help these families in times of need like nobody I've ever seen. So thank you so much, Reverend Al Sharpton. I am honored, along with Attorney Terry Connors, one of Buffalo's great lawyers, one of America's great lawyers, to help represent these families and trying to get some measure of justice, some measure of accountability. And along with Attorney Ken Abano and Attorney Fu Zimmerman, great lawyers who have taken a commitment to fight for these families, to hold everybody who we think Reverend Al had anything to do with being an accomplice to this young white supremacist. You see, it's not enough for us just to hold accountable this sick young man. I don't call him a boy or a child. He was a man at 18, because they always say young black teenagers, they treat us like adults, so we need to treat him like adult. Don't give him any sympathy because he was a teenager. He knew exactly what he was doing. In fact, he wrote about it, said that he intended to kill as many black people as he could. That's what he set out to do. But it's important that we don't only stop with holding him accountable for doing this hateful act, but we seek to hold accountable those who, Reverend Al, are curating the hate. I mean, those who are on these websites, on cable news, talking about great race replacement theories that are indoctrinating Garnell and radicalizing these young, insecure people to go out and commit senseless acts of violence. That's who we got to hold accountable, the gun manufacturers, the gun distributors. Attorney Connors, what did they think this 18-year-old young man was going to do with an AR-15 that could shoot 70 rounds in 20 seconds? What did they think he was going to do with it? They have to be held accountable. The politicians have to have the courage to put people over politics. Other than that, I'm sad to say, Reverend Al, we might see another one of these senseless acts of violence where they are killing people because the color of their skin. And so we're here today to stand with these families. I'm thankful that Reverend Al has agreed to help preach some of the eulogies and assist the local pastors to bring further attention, because it's real easy for America, seem like, to forget about black people who were killed wrongfully. I mean, it happens all the time. It's like, if we let a week go by, they won't even know their names, but we gonna know their names, and we gonna continue to say their names. We have with us the family of Geraldine Talley. We have with us the family of Andre McNeil. We have with us the son of Deacon Hayward Patterson, only 12 years old. We have with us the family of this Angel Ruth Whitfield. And all these people were doing good stuff, Reverend Al. I mean, Andre McNeil was getting a birthday cake for his 3-year-old son. I mean, words can't even express Ruth Whitfield coming home for taking care of her husband who she's been married to for 68 years. What a testament of love. Love will not lose to hate. I don't care what he tried to do. Ruth Whitfield's legacy is going to endure. And certainly, Mark Talley, your mama did not deserve to be killed like this in that grocery store. And Reverend, that's her picture with her fiance. Yeah. The first time he is going to speak, the first time Ms. Patterson is going to speak, the first time Andre McNeil family is going to speak. And so we're thankful to the Whitfield family for standing with them, because this is not easy. And I'm thankful to my mentor and National Action Network standing with these families. It's not easy, but nobody can tell you who they were but their loved ones. As Mark Talley said, my mother gave me life, and that monster took my mother's life. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. Before they come, Attorney Connors is going to give a brief announcement about some developments. Buffalo's own Attorney Terry Connors.
Thank you, Ben. Reverend. You know, many of you are aware of the outpouring of support, the outpouring of love in our community. That's pretty standard. You know about that because it occurs on a regular basis whenever there's a tragedy. We bond together in Buffalo. We're resilient. We do what we have to do.
Amen.
But I'm here to tell you something else. Last night, I was on the phone with the chief legal officer and the vice president of the Brady Center. And the Brady Center out of Washington, D.C. is so upset about what happened in our community that they're going to join forces with us. They're going to do it on a pro bono basis, and they're going to make our strong team even stronger. So we're going to use that strength. We're going to capitalize on that strength. We're going to use it to accomplish the goals for each and every one of you. We're going to fight for you. We're going to fight for all of your families. And we're going to make sure that we honor the legacy of these people who died so tragically, who never had to die like that, who never expected to die like that. And that's what we're going to accomplish, and that's what we commit to today.
Let me, as we bring the families, acknowledge the New York State President of the Baptist of the state of New York, Reverend Carl Washington, came up from Harlem. Reverend Kirsten John Ford came up, one of our young leading activists nationwide. Reverend Brown, where's Reverend Brown? He's the head of the Baptist ministers here in Buffalo, who's hosting us in the prayer rally tonight, and all of the ministers of the gospel that is standing here and that will stand there. I want to acknowledge them because they'll be here long after. If something else happened tonight, y'all will be gone to that story. There is no other story for us than the lives of our people shot down. That could have been my mama. That could have been my daughter. That could have been my cousin. They were in the store shopping, and they were given death. That cannot be tolerated. Let us bring the family.
Thank you, Reverend Al. And he's right. This was an act of domestic terrorism, and that's how we should define it. Domestic terrorism. It is no less than any other national mass shooting, whether Parkland or Columbine. This is just as bad, and we have to act like that, Reverend Al, because if we don't, then America doesn't respond like it's an act of terrorism. When there's a terrorist attack on America, we respond to the highest level. Well, that's what we want them to do for these victims, these black victims in Buffalo, New York, at Top Supermarket. Amen?
Amen.
And so we're going to have Mr. Mark Talley, who's going to tell you about his mother, and he's joined by his wife, Miss Talley. And this is the first time speaking on this matter, so it's very emotional. Take your time, Mark.
Take your time, brother. The last time I spoke with my mother, was on Mother's Day. I sent her a text message saying Happy Mother's Day. She replied back, thank you. And that was the last time. That was it. I never would have thought that'd be the last time I would speak to her or hear her voice. I never would have thought my mother would be shot dead, have a bullet go through the right temple on her head because a white supremacist scouted, put a manifesto online, twitched about it, wrote on 4chan about it.
My Lord.
Came to Buffalo apparently a few days prior, funked a community of low socioeconomic status to plan this hate attack. I constantly think about what could have been done. And it seems like it's like Groundhog Day. Like how many times have we seen a young white supremacist, they post on a far right wing social media site what they plan on doing, what type of people they hate, who they want to target. They go out, buy a semi-automatic rifle. I mean, myself, I can't even go to a local gun store, even just shoot around without a concealed carry permit. But somehow an 18-year-old is easily able to just buy an illegally modified semi-automatic rifle.
My Lord.
And like I said, it's just Groundhog Day. Like we've seen this over and over and over again. Honestly speaking, I wouldn't be surprised if another event happens like this down the line. I never thought that this would happen in Buffalo. Like, it's hard for me to imagine the city in which I grew up in, the neighborhood which I grew up in, the tops on Jefferson, which I went to plenty times growing up. That'll be a place of the next terrorist attack, the first terrorist attack, I believe, here in the United States. And it seems like people of color are becoming, they used to say we're second-class citizens. I believe we're third-class citizens now. Because depending on what type of animal somebody has, you know, that dog is considered family. And it seems like over the past century, like it's known people of low socioeconomic status, people of color, this really aren't our home. You had it in the 1920s in Tulsa, when you saw African Americans start doing good for themselves. You had a bunch of white people, bunch of Klansmen, bunch of racists just destroy it. You had it throughout the 60s or 70s when veterans, black veterans, were coming home after serving their country, fighting in Vietnam. They couldn't even get a job here. You had it in the 80s with the crack epidemic.
That's right.
When you had African Americans getting addicted to this, they didn't try to help them out. They didn't try to get them some substance abuse counseling. They were either killed or they were sent to prison. Compared to what's going on now with the opioid crisis. The first thing they try to do is to get you in some type of addiction center, some rehab, some counseling. Last time I heard, I haven't even heard any opioid people getting RICO charges. But you have rappers getting RICO charges.
That's right.
So like I said, we're not even considered second-class citizens no more. Depending on what type of dog a family may have, that dog is considered more family than the regular black person you see walking down. So hopefully this is the last event. Honestly, I don't think it is. And I don't think it will be for a long time. But once again, the fact that an 18-year-old man can easily purchase a semi-automatic rifle, and yet people claim the gun laws are too strict, or we're trying to tread on their right to buy guns, is just sad and depressing. And my mom showed to be a victim of this because somebody woke up, decided they didn't like black people, and shot a hollow point bullet just right here with her fiance watching, hiding in the cooler as best as he could, and he ended up getting scratches all over his chest and arms. My mother's fiance had to watch her die with a hollow point bullet going through her right temple.
Thank you, Mark, for bearing your heart on behalf of your mother, Geraldine Talley. And we continue to pray for you and your siblings and your family. Next, we're going to have Miss Veronica White and her son, Anthony Elliott, and her granddaughter come and talk to you about Andre McNeil, her nephew, who, as we said, was trying to get a birthday cake for his 3-year-old son. You can do it. Just tell him who your nephew was.
I got it.
You're all right.
Okay. Okay.
Take your time.
Okay. Andre was my nephew. He just came here to give his son a birthday party. Went to the store and got shot in the back of the head. We found out he was dead on Facebook, and that's not right.
It is not right.
That was not right.
My God. My God.
And he left behind 5 kids. And his youngest is 3-year-old, and he keeps thinking his father is asleep. His father is gone. He won't even know his father. And I won't see my nephew no more. And he got a sister and a brother left here. And they won't see their brother anymore. And this is so senseless. I cannot believe somebody would give some child a gun and let him think that it's okay and come in somebody's hometown and just shoot it up. It just shoot people down like dogs. That doesn't make any sense to me. It shouldn't have happened.
God bless you. We witness you.
Bless you.
Y'all can imagine how hard and difficult this is, and this is going to be just as difficult. We're going to have Miss Tarzan Patterson and her 12-year-old son, Jake Patterson, the son of Deacon Hayward Patterson, come and try to tell you who his daddy was. Miss Patterson, Miss Jake, and Bishop is also coming to stand with the...
My name is Tears of Patterson. This is my son, Jake Patterson. He is 12 years old. And they took his father. He will grow up fatherless. He has to live even after this. And I have to pray that God give me strength to raise him the best of my ability. He is the youngest son. Deacon Patterson did have 2 older daughters, but this is his youngest son. This is his only son who would carry on his name. And every day I have to pray and do a check-in with him to make sure he's not mentally all over the place. His heart is broken. He half sleeps. He half eats. And as a mother, what am I supposed to do to help him get through this? I need a village to help me raise and be here for my son, because he has no father. The God we serve is his father, but a natural father he does not have. And it was taken from him early. And I just wanted you to know, Deacon Patterson, he was my husband. Although we divorced, we were married for 15 years. And he'd been in his life. He was a good father. He took care of him. He didn't lack for anything. Anything he asked for, he got it. Now to have him grow up without him is hurtful. So we ask for your prayers. Continue to pray for us that God gives us strength to go through this, and keep my son in your prayers.
You all right? You all right? All right.
Miss Patterson, you won't be alone. We are the village. 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 Jacob gonna have strong male figures here for him. Bishop, we with you. Amen.
A very emotional update there from Buffalo, New York. Reverend Al Sharpton and attorney Ben Crump standing side by side next to the relatives of the victims in the Buffalo mass shooting. We also heard again from the relatives of those victims. Again, a very emotional time there in the community of Buffalo after 10 innocent lives were taken after a suspect went into a grocery store and just started shooting. We'll have more for you, more news, more top stories here on Live Now from Fox after this short 2-minute break.
Crying. I can talk all day about my mother. I know everybody's got somewhere to go. I can talk all day about my mother. I'm so thankful that we got a chance to meet these other families and hear their stories. Because they're our brothers and our sisters. We are a community. We're family. We need your help.
We are the village. We are the village. I have a dream that one day in America, all of people will see. Black people, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics will be able to join hands and live in peace. White hatred, real in America. Too long have I listened to red and blue lies
This is America.
We have the last Miss Whitfield, who's going to try her best to say something, and then we're going to get to your questions.
Let justice ring.
Okay, Angela, can you try?
I apologize, I'm hoarse. I do want to say.
All right, as you can see they are having some audio and some video issues there as well. Looks like they stabilized it. Let's see right now.
That nobody should ever receive. And when I got to town, I felt so lost. I felt so empty and hopeless. Since I've been here, it's been such an outpouring of love for us. People have been so beautiful. I thank you for it. And we're not going to let this hate rule the day.
Amen.
I thank all of these people here for what they are trying to do.
A very, very difficult moment for these families, obviously, after losing their loved ones not even a week ago. Pray for them every day with their family and friends during this very, very difficult time. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back, we are going to have some other top stories here of the day, including we're going out to the Space Coast, where we have a NASA launch coming up next. It's the Starliner, and we'll have all the details out of Florida. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you top stories, headlines from all over the country. We really appreciate you joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us as we bring you all of these top stories. Well, on the next one, we're going to go out to the Space Coast right now in Florida. That's where we find Fox 35's Ray Villa. The countdown is on for a big mission for Boeing Starliner. Right.
That's right. We are 2 hours away, roughly, from it taking off. 6:54 is the time. This is the great American space race, and Boeing is just trying to catch up to SpaceX. The goal is to get to the International Space Station with tonight's test and then to send actual passengers, astronauts, in the future. Let's show you where it is right now, just past my shoulder over here. 6:54 is the launch time, and if all goes according to plan, the Starliner will arrive to the International Space Station tomorrow night. It will stay aboard the ISS, dock there for 4 to 5 days, then it'll land back in New Mexico in a desert area. It will be guided by the folks down here on Earth, Mission Control in Houston. If today's mission works out, the goal is to send astronauts on board Starliner by the end of the year. I spoke to a journalist, a space journalist here who follows this closely, who tells me just how critical tonight's mission really is. Take a listen.
This mission must succeed. It cannot fail. It's do or die. It has to get to the International Space Station. If they don't get to the space station, that will call into question whether NASA would proceed. I'm not saying NASA would not proceed, but they will have to think about it again because they do have the SpaceX system.
And of course, the goal for NASA is to have the SpaceX system and to have Boeing as well, to be able to send passengers, to be able to send astronauts to the International Space Station. The last time Boeing tried this was back in December of 2019 to get to the ISS. It wasn't able to. The Starliner had issues, software issues, along with valve issues, a leaky valve situation that prevented it from getting to the space station, from docking there. Instead, it orbited the Earth 33 times. So everyone has their fingers crossed Boeing will be able to make it happen tonight. Again, 6:54 is when we expect it to launch from the Space Coast. Mike?
Yeah, all eyes are really going to be on this mission, as you heard there in that soundbite. That was a great one where, you know, there's a lot riding on this mission for them to get that potential contract.
That's right, for them to get to potential contract and to get astronauts back up there, because they are basically relying, NASA is relying on Boeing and SpaceX to be able to get astronauts to work on the International Space Station. The Starliner was built for 7 people. The goal is to have 4 to 5 astronauts on it. The 5th seat, we're told, will be sold. So it's not only helping the International Space Station, but also helping the idea of space tourism really take off.
Yeah, that'll be something to see there in quite some time. It's hard to believe, though, that we are going to have possible 2 private companies there and all going up into space. There's something to see, no doubt about it. Ray, thanks so much for the updates. We really appreciate it.
No problem.
And of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, we will have coverage of that launch. We will have where NASA is going to be putting on a pre-show about 6 o'clock Eastern. We'll take some of that coverage and then get you ready for the launch that will be happening just before 7 o'clock Eastern. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, let's take another quick 2-minute break.
Сожалеем.
Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we want to play out just this portion of the Russian Federation from earlier speaking at the UN Security Council. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Or Syria. Estimates of the number of people potentially at risk of hunger today are of 193 million people. On the 10th of May, on behalf of the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance, the Secretary General of UNCTAD, Rebecca Greenspan, said that there weren't problems with the physical deficit of food, but the issue was the system of its distribution. Experts on the grain market added that a factor here is also the rapid price increases, and that's not a new thing. According to data from stock markets, the year-on-year growth in the price of grain in 2021 alone, for wheat this is, came to 25%. And by February of this year, prices were 60% higher than the average line for the last 5 years. Among the reasons for this situation, leading experts first and foremost indicated the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of disruption to the supply chains, as well as threats or more expensive freight and insurance. There was also the issue of the anti-crisis financial investment in the economies. Thus, the United States, the EU and Japan spent more than $8 trillion. And that drove up demand and led to a rise in inflation. Against this background, we also have the trade wars that had come into being and the long-standing conflict in the regulation of the agricultural markets. As a result, food stocks or the stored stocks of food were at the lowest levels for the last 5 to 10 years, which drove up food prices and also related costs. Western countries, however, also arrogated to themselves all of the trade flows, which worsened a situation that was already difficult for developing countries dependent on imports. There's an important factor here, and that is the very rapid transition to green energy that's being forced on the whole world instead of a thought-out gradual energy transition, and also the open politicization of energy cooperation in a number of countries. The outcome then is the unreasonable rejection of energy projects and the increase in the price of energy products. The price for oil on stock markets in 2020 to 2022 increased by more than 22%. And that means gas oil for agricultural machines, it means petrol for transporting agricultural products, and it also covers electricity for the food industry. There was also a record increase in the price of gas. In December 2021, the spot price of gas crossed the psychological barrier of $2,000 for 1,000 cubic meters. And this is despite the fact that Russia had increased its supply. The direct consequence of this was the unprecedented increase in prices for mineral fertilizers as early as 2021 in December. The prices for urea and nitrates increased by 3.5-fold, and for other forms of fertilizer by 2.5 to 3-fold. There was also an increase in the price of fertilizer, and that means an increase in the price of grain. A significant part of the problem was the speculation on Western futures markets on food products, which also led to an increase in the prices of commodities, including wheat, maize, and pulses. In addition, we also shouldn't forget about the difficult weather situation in the recent years, for example, in the United States, Canada, Australia, and France. In a nutshell then, however you might want to look at things, none of these factors were Russia's fault. But these factors did lay the foundation for the current situation in agricultural markets. Nonetheless, we won't hear about these issues in the statements from our Western colleagues almost at all. And of course, they won't mention the unilateral illegal economic sanctions that have affected a range of countries. Everything that they've harped on about today suggests that they think that the special military operation in Ukraine by Russia is threatening the whole world with hunger. But everything that happened before that and that I've mentioned, according to the logic of our Western colleagues, simply amounts to nothing and doesn't play any role. It is clear that this kind of barefaced lying and fabricating might have an effect on an unsuspecting public, but certainly not on serious experts. It is true, the truth, ladies and gentlemen, is that you are too distracted by your futile attempts to break the back of the Russian economy at all costs and to isolate our country. I'm not talking here about the inevitable destructive consequences for your own economies. Ultimately, we cannot do anything about your maniacal endeavor to shoot yourself in the foot or even in both feet. The consequences of these policies in your internal markets are something you'll have to answer for to your own taxpayers and your own voters. What I'm talking about here is that in the context of this active proxy war that you have inflated with Russia in Ukraine, then in essence what you're doing is you're taking hostage the whole of the developing world, and you are pushing it towards hunger. And whatever you say here today, in terms of changing this situation, you are the only ones who can do that, and I will explain why. You assert that allegedly we are preventing agricultural products from being taken out of Ukraine by sea. However, the truth is that it is Ukraine and not Russia that continues to hold in the ports of Nikolaev, Kherson, Chernomorsk, Mariupol, Achakov, Odessa and Yuzhny 75 foreign vessels from 17 countries. And it is Ukraine that has also mined the waters. In this case, how can we talk about getting grain out of the country? The Russian armed forces every day are trying to open humanitarian corridors which represent a safe path for the movement of vessels to the southwest from the territorial waters of Ukraine. Kiev, however, continues to try and worm out of working with the representatives of foreign states that are the owners of these vessels in attempting to get these blockaded vessels out into the waters and to the regions where harvests are taking place. There's also a danger for navigation and for the infrastructures in the terms of unmoored Ukrainian mines along the borders of the Black Sea. Russia is doing all that it can to guarantee safe civilian sailing in the Black Seas and the Sea of Azov. This information is something that we also communicate to UN leadership every day. Ukraine, however, as you see, is not undertaking such efforts. And it is clear that without resolving this issue, we cannot talk about exporting grain from Ukraine by sea. In these conditions, a positive role could be played by deliveries of agricultural products and fertilizers from Russia and Belarus. However, there is another artificial problem for us in terms of trying to export, which is also caused by Western countries, and that is the illegal, unilateral, coercive measures they have applied to both countries. They have damaged the agricultural sector, and they had done that even before the events in Ukraine. But after the 24th of February, what we saw was an absolute bacchanal against our country alone. Today, so far in total, there are more than 10,000 sanctions. The result of this is that transport routes have been cut off, there's a logistical crisis, there are threats to Russian ships and they can't get out of ports. There's also a problem with freight and insurance, limits on international commercial accounts. This isn't even a full list. The difficulties with banking, however, are particularly affecting not just the vulnerable private importers, but also humanitarian agencies. You've heard that even the World Food Programme is feeling the effects of what's going on. And this is not to mention the continuing sanction threats which are destabilizing the Western, or the sanctions that are disturbing the energy sector. There's no point referring to sanctions exemptions that have appeared because Western farmers are dependent on Russian and Belarusian fertilizers. Banks and companies that are scared of the government sanctions are forced to over-comply, and what that means is it delays or even cuts off transactions. International experts, including analysts from the FAO, also see other risks coming from sanctions, including potential difficulties with deliveries of agricultural products to Russia, which might then have an effect on future harvests. Having said all this, I'd like to say very responsibly that our country continues to be a responsible supplier of both food and of energy resources. Secretary of State Blinken mentioned Dmitry Medvedev, the Deputy President of the Security Council, and said that, well, he left out the fact that Dmitry Medvedev didn't talk about food deliveries to unfriendly sections, but he was talking about those who are suffering from food security. These are countries we continue to deliver to. These are the ones that Dmitry Medvedev was talking about. This year, we have seen a record harvest of wheat. In this connection, from the 1st of August to the end of the year, we can offer 25 million tons of wheat for export through the port of Novorossiysk. We can also discuss other deliveries, including the fact that from June to December, the potential for fertilizer for export is no less than 22 million tons. But if you don't want to remove your sanctions of choice, then why are you accusing us of causing this food crisis? Why is it that, as a result of your irresponsible geopolitical games, the poorest countries and regions should suffer? In these conditions, attempts to lay the accusations at our door aren't just absurd, but they're blasphemous. I'd like to ask David Beasley, what is the situation with deliveries through the WFP of Russian foods and its delivery to the countries that need it in the context of the sanctions? I also have to address the situation with Ukrainian wheat. According to the data from Ukrainian media itself, even before the beginning of the Russian special military operation in the country, 60 to 90% of its export potential for 2021 to 22 in the marketing year that depended on agriculture had already been carried out. Having said that, the majority of the wheat, some 13 million tons, was carried across the border by the end of 2021. Which, according to data from the Ukrainian press, caused the shortage and then the increase in the prices of bread. There should have been also greater supplies or greater stores of maize, but the main purchasers weren't countries on the verge of food insecurity, but rather states from the European Union that buy more than a third of the volume. In this context, the calls that we've seen from Western officials to increase the exports from Ukraine, honestly, they give rise to some bewilderment on our part. It's clear that the situation with hunger in Ukraine should be bracketed. This is something that the Kiev authorities should think about. But there's another logical question, which is that where do these deliveries go and what relation do they have to food insecurity in the world? Once again, I'd like to ask David Beasley, have the humanitarian deliveries of Ukrainian grain through the World Food Line taken place this year since February? As far as we know, they haven't. But grain, if you believe the statements of Western politicians and data from the media, are being carried out of Ukraine actively using railways and using barges on the Danube. But where is this grain going? We have reason to suspect that this grain is not being used to feed the hungry in the global south, but is being stored in grain storages of a number of different European countries. Thus, as we understand it, Ukraine is paying for deliveries of Western weapons in this way. Something also happened in the history of Ukraine in February 1918. According to an agreement with the government with its central Rada, German and Austrian troops came into Ukrainian territory allegedly to defend it from Soviet Russia. In exchange, Kiev committed to delivering to Berlin and Vienna foods, and as a result, some 37,000 wagons of supplies were exported. I would be grateful if our Western colleagues, first and foremost the United States and the European Union, could comment on this version of grain for weapons, which many experts are talking about, if they could publicly reject that claim, and also if they could at the same time explain how these deliveries help to anchor the global food security. In conclusion, I'd like to comment on two statements from the Secretary of State. He accused Russia, in terms similar to the siege of Leningrad, of blockading Mariupol and causing hunger there. There is a great number of witnesses, of citizens of Mariupol themselves, that saying that their food was taken away, according to fascist tradition, by the Azov battalion. We are trying to help the Syrian people, but our opponent didn't hear what we were doing. And the last thing, the United States is calling for collective action and mentioned yesterday's meeting of ministers on the food crisis. This is very illustrative, and it illustrates the United States' attempt, instead of having a unilateral measure, to form a coalition on interests where the situation is resolved by the United States, rather than looking at a solution for all. Thank you.
In my capacity as president, and the rules of protocol require that I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Dongyu, and Ms. Minka for their briefings. The figures speak for themselves. 2022 will hit a new low when it comes to people living in food insecurity resulting from conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, and climate change. The regions of the Sahel, Lake Chad, South Sudan, the Horn of Africa, Yemen, Syria, or even Afghanistan are on the front lines. But Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is also a war against global food security. It has led to increased risk of famine worldwide. Russia would have us believe, and including just a moment ago, that it is sanctions adopted against it which are destabilizing global food security. But let's be clear, there is no sanction targeting the food sector. Russia alone is responsible. It is an unjustifiable and unjustified war carried out by Russia, which is preventing Ukraine from exporting its agricultural production, is destabilizing global supply chains and leading to price hikes, endangering access to foodstuffs for the most vulnerable, and it is ongoing fighting which threatens food activity in Ukraine and future harvests. Mr. President, given the global food insecurity, the most effective response is the immediate cessation of Russian hostilities and the withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukrainian territory. Exports of foodstuffs by sea must resume from Ukrainian ports, today blocked as a result of the war. We call on Russia to provide necessary guarantees to that end. France supports the Secretary General's efforts leading to the export of these foodstuffs, as well as initiatives taken by the European Union to transport food by land. We must strengthen international cooperation in order to counter the risk of famine and prevent the devastating fallout of this war, and that is why France fully supports the initiative of the Secretary General through the UN Global Crisis Response Group. This is also why France, as President of the Council of the European Union, launched the Farm Initiative, Food and Agriculture Resilience Mission, endorsed by the European Council. It is aimed at better regulating markets, guaranteeing supply to most vulnerable countries, and promoting sustainable food systems. We call on all public and private actors to join in this initiative. Mr. President, France will continue to increase its financial contribution to food aid, which this year will reach 114 million euros. That's a 241% increase since 2018. We are also mobilized through our contributions to international organizations and projects carried out by civil society, as well as action by the French Development Agency. France will continue to work to counter the negative impact of the war waged by Russia against Ukraine on global food security. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to start by thanking the Secretary General, the Executive Director of the World Food Programme, the Director General of FAO, and the CEO of Grow Intelligence for the eloquent and stark briefings presented, which all attest to the urgency of the issue, and I therefore thank the United States for facilitating this high-level debate today. Mr. President, armed conflict and hunger interact in complex and multiple forms. Conflict disrupts supply chains and food markets, impacts essential infrastructure for trade and distribution, and generates displacement from otherwise productive lands, whereas hunger may increase disputes for available resources and worsen political and social instability. It is no coincidence, therefore, that the majority of chronically undernourished people live in countries affected by conflict, or that people facing acute hunger due to conflict represent about 3/4 of all those affected by it. Many of those countries, such as Yemen and Sudan, which were already at the forefront of global food insecurity, face increasing risks to ensure the affordable supply of wheat, maize, other staples, and fertilizers. The international food supply and production chains were already stressed to breaking point by the pandemic. The situation has now been exacerbated by the conflict in Ukraine. This conflict involves states that significantly contribute to the global supply of food, fuel, and other critical inputs, such as fertilizers, all of which have direct impacts on inflation. The conflict is also affecting critical infrastructure and raising the price of insurance. Brazil is among those countries that have also drawn attention to the risk that unilateral economic measures adopted by a number of countries contribute to further distorting the flow of foodstuffs. We do so in a manner consistent with our approach since the beginning of the conflict, in the sense that our efforts would best be spent on working on joint solutions to problems rather than to pointing fingers. Whilst acknowledging that sanctions have not been applied to food and fertilizer, our point is that it is undeniable that the unilateral economic measures imposed do have a secondary impact on the operation of markets through sanctions on financial and logistical aspects of agricultural trade, thus increasing costs and hampering availability of foodstuffs and fertilizers. It seems somewhat futile to seek to address the current difficulties while denying these secondary impacts. It is also critical to remind ourselves that it is the developing countries who are most affected, especially the most vulnerable ones, which are losing access to vital food markets and supplies. Mr. President, as repeatedly pointed out by FAO and WFP, food insecurity is not a byproduct of food scarcity, but rather a lack of affordability and access. In the short term, international donors must mobilize additional resources to support countries most affected. Countries must also refrain from the unnecessary accumulation of food stocks and avoid trade restrictive barriers such as quantitative export restrictions or prohibitions, and abstain from imposing unilateral measures which may endanger a country's capacity to participate in free international agricultural markets. Brazil is concerned with the exponential growth in agricultural subsidies in those developed and developing countries that are already major agricultural powerhouses. As demonstrated by the OECD, market price support policies generally result in lower real incomes and reduced access to food. Poor consumers are disproportionately burdened. In the longer term, we must ensure a truly universal, rules-based, open, non-discriminatory, and equitable trade system. We must also redouble our efforts to invest in innovation and technology, which are key for sustainable, science-based intensification of agriculture and livestock. We are glad, therefore, to be part of the Aim for Climate initiative, focused on promoting innovation and investments in sustainable agriculture for the coming years. Mr. President, on the humanitarian front, we must ensure that international agencies are adequately equipped and financed so that food supplies can reach those who most need it, especially in conflict situations. The WFP has been providing direct assistance for more than 50 years to many countries, and yet it faces budgetary and supply constraints due to rising food prices and the increasing number of people in need of assistance. We reiterate our call to donor countries to increase funding and in-kind donations to the Rome-based agencies in support of countries in armed conflict situation. Emergency food aid, however, cannot be a permanent solution. At some point, countries affected by conflicts will need to return to international markets and organize their food systems and supply chains in order to avoid the repetition of the hunger conflict cycle. To do that, they will need adequate and targeted financing to bring their national supply back to order, as well as capacity building and technology transfers. We are very proud of our long-standing partnership with WFP and FAO to promote trilateral South-South cooperation, including in countries affected by conflict. Mr. President, parties involved in conflicts must respect Security Council Resolution 2417 and uphold international humanitarian law. That means condemning and refraining from the use of starvation as a tool of warfare, as well as protecting critical infrastructure for the production, storage, and transportation of food and agricultural assets. Civilians must not only be protected, but also be able to access food supplies in line with Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and with Article 54.2 of the 1977 Additional Protocol 1 and Article 14 of the 1977 Additional Protocol 2 to the Geneva Conventions of 1949. It is clear that food security needs a whole-of-society approach. In many instances, civil society organizations are the ones capable of bridging the gap between governments and people forced into precarious situations. Furthermore, we believe that the private sector, including small and medium-sized enterprises and smallholder farmers, can be a catalyst for investment and innovation.
We've been listening in to the UN Security Council as they are focusing in on food security amid this war in Ukraine, saying that food security and starvation should not be tactics utilized throughout this war. There is concern that food is not being allowed to get into locations such as Mariupol in the midst of this war due to Russian forces. Of course, the Russian ambassador speaking out saying that this is all lies and they are not preventing food from getting in. We'll be recapping the latest out of Ukraine here later on in the evening. Want to step away from this shot here for a moment, though. I'm Daytona Everett. Stay with us after the break. We're going to be going into the top stories of the day, including that Buffalo supermarket shooter in court today for the very first time. Details after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Big news coming out of Buffalo here. I want to play out some of this video for you. The suspect charged with the racially motivated Buffalo mass shooting back in court today. That's 18-year-old Peyton Gendron right there. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams with the latest from Buffalo.
hated person in this country.
The teen accused of carrying out Buffalo's deadliest mass shooting back in court, walking in wearing shackles and an orange jumpsuit, as family members of the victims sat front row.
Peyton, you're a coward.
18-year-old Peyton Gendron now indicted by a grand jury on first-degree murder charges, nearly 1 week after investigators say he murdered 10 people because of their skin color.
One of my biggest fears is that when it reopens, it's not going to feel like ours anymore. Black communities across the country have been fighting so long just to feel like something belongs to us.
What's being called a racially motivated shooting happened Saturday at this Tops grocery store on the city's east side. The gunman firing dozens of shots.
I could hear it going from the produce area, carry-out cafe, deli, bakery, meat department, and coming closer and closer. And for a split second, it stopped. And I thought, oh my God, thank God, the police are here. The police are here. And it started back up again.
Rose is a manager at Tops and says Gendron has been inside of that store at least a dozen times since March and once asked her why she worked at an all-black store, using racial slurs to describe the customers.
I talked to him. I've seen him in the store. He's been in the store.
Gendron will be back in court in about 3 weeks. Authorities say they're looking into the possibility of filing federal charges. In Buffalo, New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And moving over to Capitol Hill now, angry lawmakers trying to get to the bottom of the baby formula shortage. The FDA commissioner grilled during a House subcommittee hearing today, but there appear to be no quick fixes on this, even though we did hear from the Biden administration just yesterday. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera with more from the nation's capital.
President Biden pulling out all the stops to tackle the nationwide baby formula shortage. He's invoking the Defense Production Act to make sure companies that make baby formula have the supplies they need.
I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most.
The White House is also launching Operation Fly Formula to bring more products from overseas.
We'll be actually using our commercial cargo contracts to bring that formula physically from plants abroad to the United States more quickly.
Still, the Biden administration is facing growing criticism that it didn't act fast enough after Abbott Nutrition shut down its Sturgis, Michigan facility in February because of a deadly bacterial contamination.
They should have put in place a really aggressive education campaign to tell American parents, listen, there might be shortages, be aware of it, understand what's happening.
The FDA on the hot seat on Capitol Hill Thursday as the House Appropriations Committee presses for answers on why they didn't move sooner to address the shortage.
But it's hard to see any evidence that FDA has made it a priority to get this plant cleaned and cleared and back online.
Answers that parents throughout the country are seeking as they scramble to feed their children.
Drove almost 45 minutes because I have a newborn at home and I only got one more can, and it's really expensive right now to get them, and they're backed up.
On Wednesday, the House approved a pair of bills that would increase access to baby formula and give the FDA $28 million in emergency funding to address the crisis. But their fate is uncertain in the Senate. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Meanwhile, out to the White House, a live look right there. It's been another rough month for the stock market, and your 401k inflation is running rampant, impacting the American consumer at the grocery store and at the pump. We'll talk about those pump prices in a moment here. The Biden administration paying close attention to the problem, and lawmakers are trying to come up with some sort of solution. Fox's Caroline Shively with more from Washington.
Recent economic news is starting to have a bit of a 70s vibe, with soaring gas prices, inflation, and now recession worries. The message from analysts? Hang in there.
The 1970s came and went, and this horrible moment, too, will come and go.
Numbers out Thursday showed unemployment claims dropped below 1% for the first time since 1969.
Employment is as strong as it's ever been. There are more jobs available than there are people to fill them. So we have money, we're spending. The problem is that supply chains haven't come back into alignment. They will.
But small business owners seem tired of waiting for those supply chains to straighten out.
We have been trying to ride this wave and be as reasonable as we can as we go through
every week seeing the invoice prices change.
And drivers are looking for relief from gas prices that hit a national average of $4.59 on Thursday.
It's wild, yeah. I usually put in Chevron Supreme, but since it's been so high, I got to go back to the regular most of the time just because it's a lot.
The Democrat-led House passed a bill aimed at fighting oil and gas price gouging, but some lawmakers argue it'll take more than that.
We got to work together on both sides of the aisle. Shockingly, yes, Democrats and Republicans need to work together on the issues facing America.
As expensive as it is to drive now, get ready. J.P. Morgan predicts the national average for a gallon of regular will top $6 this summer. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Speaking of those gas prices, gas climbing again overnight, now at $4.58 for a gallon of regular. Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble has more from a gas station out in Chicago.
The national average for a gallon of gas has gone up 10 days in a row, and we've set a new record for the 10th straight day. This comes as a new analysis from the group Yardeni Research found that Americans are expected to spend $5,000 on gas this year. That's up by about $2,200 from last year. At this point, most analysts expect prices to keep climbing, some predicting up to $5 a gallon this summer. At least one analyst with J.P. Morgan says a national average of $6 a gallon is possible. A big part of the problem right now, on top of high demand, is how much, or I should say, how little oil the U.S. is refining right now. Refineries are taking in about 17% less oil every day compared to before the pandemic. Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan says he doesn't see that increasing anytime soon, at least not under this administration.
We don't build refineries overnight. Given the climate of hostility towards the oil and gas sector, I think it would be highly unlikely that refineries would sink a lot more money into expansions.
Despite the higher prices, AAA expects around 35 million Americans to hit the road this Memorial Day weekend. That's up from last year when we were paying about $1.50 less for a gallon of gas. The good old days. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
And speaking of gas here, we're taking a live look at Boeing's Starliner astronaut taxi. It's going to launch a critical test flight this evening. You're going to watch it all live here on Live Now from Fox. We have pre-launch coverage coming in from NASA TV here. Let's take a listen.
Discovery clears the tower. Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, roger, go for deploy. Everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch. Roger, nice to be in orbit. We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
You're looking live at a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket on the launch pad at Space Launch Complex 41, where we are less than an hour away from the launch of Boeing's Starliner to the International Space Station. And welcome everyone to the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. It's a humid day, it's a hot day, around 83 degrees, but it's a wonderful day because we're launching a rocket and we've got coverage for you, live coverage of Boeing's Starliner Orbital Flight Test 2. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA.
And I'm Dee Russell with Boeing Communications. Boeing crews worked throughout the day getting Starliner ready from Launch Complex 41, which is just a few miles away from us at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The instantaneous launch window is scheduled for 6:54 p.m. Eastern Time.
This is an uncrewed mission that will test the Starliner spacecraft and Atlas V rocket, beginning with launch, then going to docking and undocking, and then, of course, a return to Earth.
This test flight will provide valuable data toward NASA certifying Starliner for regular flights with astronauts to and from the space station.
Yeah, and the NASA astronauts are really looking forward to that. We're going to talk to them a little bit later on in the show. But let's take you back to yesterday morning. What a beautiful shot this is. Look at that. This is the rollout of the rocket to the pad. 2 rail cars pulling the 3.5 million pound convoy to the mobile launch platform, along with the rocket and Starliner spacecraft, from the vertical integration facility out to the launch pad. And what a journey. It takes about 20 minutes to travel that 1/3 of a mile. The Atlas V rocket there, what a great shot. Standing 172 feet tall, or about 52 meters, and it weighs about 979,000 pounds, or 444,000 kilograms, fully fueled. That's a heavy rocket. Fast forward to today, and you can see there from the live shot, in preparation for launch, both stages of the Atlas V rocket were fueled up with propellant, and that happened just a few hours ago. And as you can see from some of our views provided from our launch cameras, it is a beautiful day out. We've got a low cloud deck in the area, some clouds that have developed. We'll talk to our weather officer about that in just a bit.
And earlier today, another important pre-launch milestone was completed. Boeing's ground crews inside the White Room closed the hatch to the Starliner. Although there's no crew flying on this second test flight, the Boeing closeout crew is working as if there is. Now let's check in with Launch Weather Officer Brian Cizik with the 45th Space Wing.
Yeah, Brian, we've got some clouds that moved in over the area. Earlier today, the clouds were not there. We had clear skies, and it was looking good. But then we started to see some cloud cover, and I can see in the background there that you're tracking that.
Yes, Dale, you're right. And actually, those high clouds that moved in, you're seeing that filtered sunshine behind you right now. Those actually really helped for our launch conditions today. And let me explain that a little bit. So we have this high upper level cloud deck, cirrostratus clouds that are moving into the area. And that actually limited the amount of surface heating that we got throughout the day. And that's how the atmosphere heats up. It's almost like a boilerplate from the bottom. So the surface heats, and that helps bubble up some of those showers and thunderstorms that we see so often here in Florida in the summertime. But as I mentioned, those clouds really help to limit that heating, so we saw a lot less shower and thunderstorm coverage than we would have otherwise seen throughout today. And if you look a little bit farther south, you can see where there was less of those upper level clouds, we actually had more of those showers and thunderstorms developing. So really overall, that is what's leading to some very good launch conditions today. My colleague Will Ulrich just briefed at the T-minus 1 hour weather brief that the probability of go is now 90%. So let's take a look at that launch forecast. A 90% chance of go. The current weather status is go, and a 90% chance that we remain go throughout the count and into T0. So overall conditions are looking really good. All the weather rules we look at are both for natural and trigger lighting, and everything is looking good as we head closer to T0. Guys?
All right, that's a great update, Brian, and we'll check in with you a little bit later for that L-30 briefing by Will Ulrich to the launch team. There's a distant shot of the launch pad, Slick 41 as they call it. We are L-48 minutes and counting. Just a few miles away from us is our team of launch commentators at United Launch Alliance's Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center, or ASOC. They are listening in to the launch operations. We're talking about Dylan Rice, launch director himself for United Launch Alliance. In fact, recently oversaw the GOES-T launch. Well done. And Boeing's Lauren Seabrook, the newest member of Boeing's broadcast team. Welcome to you both.
Hey, thank you so much, Daryl. Dylan and I are coming to you from the heart of ULA's operations, where we are really just tucked in the middle of everything going on. We are surrounded on all sides by the men and women, the engineers who are prepping the rocket. And actually, if we take a look behind us, you can see us up here kind of above all the action that's happening down below, and you can see what's happening on the sides here as well, just to give you a better perspective on where we're able to listen to the flight loops. So Dylan, why don't you give us an update on how things are going with the rocket?
Well, Lauren, Atlas V and Centaur are fueled and ready to go. The vehicle was rolled out to the pad yesterday, where it was connected to the propellant storage farms, air conditioning, all the other pad utilities. Daryl talked about that just a minute ago. The countdown started this morning about 7:30. We powered up the rocket, began our final checks of all of our avionics systems, and then started final preparations out at Launch Complex 41. All that work wrapped up around noon, and with Complex 41 and the launch vehicle ready, we started cryogenic tanking just before 1 p.m. Cryogenic tanking takes under 2 hours to complete and went very, very smoothly today. For now, the vehicle remains in stable topping, and all of our pre-launch checks are basically complete. The team is active closing out the crew access tower as we speak. Once all that work is wrapped up, the team will clear the pad. This is the 93rd flight of the safe and reliable Atlas V launch vehicle, the second flight of the N22 configuration, the 103rd launch from Slick 41, and ULA's 150th launch overall. This vehicle is equipped with a dual-engine Centaur, a configuration that is uniquely capable of providing all the performance required for Starliner's mission.
So let's take a look at some video that we recorded just about an hour ago from our White Room. This is when our pad team was wrapping up pre-launch procedures. Like I said, it wrapped up about an hour ago, but some of the things you'll see on your screen have been happening throughout the afternoon. They've been doing things like making sure the switches inside the spacecraft were all in the proper position. They removed ground support equipment that was no longer needed for Starliner, and they've ensured that all the air ducts were not blocked. They also armed the launch abort system switch inside the spacecraft. That's actually something that crew will do in the future, but because of course we have no crew on board today, the pad team took care of that for us. They also checked to see if the gravity indicator was secure. I can tell you, I can confirm the gravity indicator is tethered to seat number 2. And before the hatch closure, they purged the cabin to make sure that the humidity was at the right level. Once the hatch was closed, they checked for leaks by pressurizing it, and they basically do this by pushing air into the cabin and holding that pressure for about 10 minutes. It's kind of like inflating a balloon. If you think about if you were, pushing air into the balloon and holding it, if there were any holes in that balloon, you would notice it would start to leak, and that would be very obvious. Well, the telemetry that feeds back to us can let us know if there are any leaks, and that way we know that we are safe to fly. And so once they checked the integrity of the hatch seal, they released that air, and then they normalized the pressure. And everything so far has gone really smoothly. The entire pad team is actually called the Blue Team. It's made up of 5 people from Boeing and 3 people from ULA. And Dylan, they really work together, but they have a lot of different responsibilities. What are some of the things the ULA pad team members do?
Well, the ULA team members are there to really manage the crew access tower system. So they're performing the safety checks of the tower and configuring the White Room prior to the team leaving the pad. Part of that configuration of the White Room will be retracting the Starliner access plank and raising the White Room environmental seal for launch. Once all that work is done, the Blue Team will clear the pad and head for the fallback area for launch. And
we also watched a really special moment of the team coming together right at the end of finishing their closeout procedures. They were arm in arm, kind of had their heads bowed, had a final moment there with the spacecraft before they left. So it was a really special moment, and I'm sure it was special for them as well. So Daryl and Dee, we'll go back to you.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And it'll be good to see that pad team helping the astronauts get aboard that spacecraft here soon. And now after the Atlas V launches with Starliner aboard, there are several moments to look for. Take a look.
Ascent begins at T-0, liftoff, the end of the countdown and the beginning of the mission. Shortly afterwards, at T+12 seconds, the rocket rolls, lining up Starliner with its target orbit and putting the astronauts in a heads-up position. Then, around T+40 seconds, max Q starts. That's also known as max aerodynamic pressure. This is a critical time when the atmospheric forces reach their highest. Next, at about +1 minute 35 seconds, the 2 solid rocket boosters run out of fuel and burn out, and about a minute later they separate from the booster. The Atlas booster engine continues to burn for almost 2 more minutes. Then at approximately +430, booster engine cutoff, or BECO. About 5 seconds later, the booster separates, and so does the ascent cover on top of Starliner. At around 4 minutes 45 seconds, the Centaur upper stage ignites, continuing the push to orbital speeds. Then a little after 5 minutes, Starliner is free of the atmosphere and doesn't need additional aerodynamic support, and the aeroskirt is jettisoned. After a long 6+ minute push from Centaur, main engine cutoff, or MECO, happens around 12 minutes after liftoff. Then, when Centaur successfully separates almost 15 minutes after launch, ULA's job is done. But Starliner is not quite in orbit yet. After a 16-minute coast, Starliner ignites 4 of its orbital maneuvering and attitude control, or OMAC engines, for the orbital insertion burn, and then 31 minutes after liftoff, the ascent profile is complete.
Controlling Starliner's flight to the International Space Station are the teams at Mission Control in Houston.
Let's check in with the launch commentators we will hear immediately after liftoff. NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Josh Barrett are joining us from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas.
Thanks so much, Daryl and Dee, and welcome to Mission Control Houston. Have a good evening. Josh and I have been listening in on the team's preparations all day now. They are controlled today by a team who's been here since about 1 p.m. Central Time, listening in and making sure everything is set for today's launch. They're led today by Flight Director Mike Lammers, a longtime flight director. He's assisted by Flight Director Rick Hempfling, who is helping him keep an eye on the weather and any constraints it may pose to us, particularly downrange at abort sites. And then as an added bonus, we also have Matthew Jominick sitting alongside the two as today's Capcom. You won't hear him speaking to the spacecraft today, but he's building up experience for Starliner's next flight when we'll have crew on board to talk to.
And that's right. Now, as some of you who've been following this mission are aware, that Rosie the Rocketeer, our anthropometric test device, is sitting in the commander's seat right now in Starliner. Now, she won't be doing any piloting of her own. She'll be getting a lot of help from Starliner's automated flight software, and then hopefully some minimal help from the team here in this control room on the ground if all is going well. But the team has been commanding the vehicle since about L-3 hours, so just over 2 hours ago they've really taken command of the vehicle. Here in the control room behind us we've got console operators monitoring all their systems. Immediately behind us we've got our GNC and propulsion subsystem operators. The team really seems to be in good spirits. It's been a relatively clean countdown. And so far, it's been pretty quiet, and we're really looking forward to launch.
Yeah, everything looking good as we count down to today's 5:54 p.m. Central launch time, 6:54 Eastern. And that is just about 39 minutes away now. But of course, Starliner will be docking at the International Space Station. So we want to make sure that the space station is ready to host us. That means that just down the hall, we've got the International Space Station Flight Control team watching over their systems and verifying that they're ready. We're going to toss it down there now to Gary Jordan, who's been watching over with them.
Hey, thank you, Brandy and Josh. Yes, I'm right down the hall here in Mission Control Houston. Behind me, the flight controllers are looking after the orbiting laboratory. That's the destination of the Boeing Starliner, the International Space Station. Teams here are led by Flight Director Anthony Varya. Right now, they're checking out the station systems to get ready for a go for launch and making sure that the station itself is ready to receive Starliner. We'll be watching today's launch closely in this room, but really we'll kick into gear tomorrow when we set up for joint operations with the teams down the hall where Brandy and Josh are controlling the Boeing Starliner. Shortly after launch and throughout tonight, Starliner will execute a series of burns to gradually raise its orbit and catch up with the orbiting lab. We'll also see a series of demonstrations to test Starliner's systems and capabilities all along the way until docking, about 24 hours after launch. In the meantime, the Expedition 67 crew is in a sleep period, getting some rest before supporting a docking late at night Greenwich Mean Time tomorrow. Though we did hear that the crew requested to watch the launch through the broadcast, so everybody say hi to the crew. From left to right, we have NASA astronaut Bob Hines, European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. Of Roscosmos, we have Denis Matveyev, Oleg Artemyev, and Sergei Korsakov. And rounding out the crew with NASA astronauts Jessica Watkins and Kjell Lindgren. Lindgren and Hines will be monitoring Starliner's approach and docking tomorrow. After tomorrow's docking, the crew will open up the hatches the following day and formally welcome the Starliner to the station. So again, the International Space Station flight control teams are getting ready to give their go for launch. In the meantime, let's get back to the action with Dee and Megan over at the Kennedy Space Center.
Here to talk about the importance of this day is Kennedy Space Center Director Janet Petro, and she's with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Dee, thank you so much. And yes, this is Janet Petra. Janet, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Megan.
Well, today's flight test is about certifying Boeing's Starliner capsule. Can you talk to us about what that means?
Sure, that's right, Megan. This orbital test flight is going to be launching, of course, from here. It's going to be docking with the International Space Station, then it's going to be undocking, and then it's going to be landing in the Western Hemisphere. And this is an uncrewed test flight. And then this will allow us to be able to certify that vehicle so that we will then be able to put our crew on it for another test flight, and then that'll lead to services with the Boeing Starliner where we can purchase them.
Right, so then once it's certified, then that means we have a second provider. How will that help NASA's commercial crew program grow?
So when we started out this program, you know, we always wanted to have more than one provider. So having a second provider that we can purchase a commercial service from to transport our astronauts to and from the International Space Station gives us a reliability, a redundancy that we really need and we really want within our commercial crew program. And that'll allow us to do even more research on the International Space Station, allow us to do the technology development that we're going to need as we continue our exploration mission further out into deep space, back to the moon, and then on to Mars.
So it sounds like a second provider is going to mean more launches from here on the Space Coast. You know, how has Kennedy Space Center been handling this ever-growing role as a multi-user spaceport?
So it's interesting. I found a pamphlet in my dad's belongings that showed that as early as the 1970s, Kennedy was known as America's spaceport. And as you know, about 10 years ago, following the retirement of the space shuttle, we embarked on a transformation to a multi-user spaceport. And what you see out here today is a result of that transformation. And so you're absolutely right. We have an awful lot of launches from here. We are a very, very busy spaceport, and we're very, very proud of it. We have over 250 agreements, close to 100, 250 partnerships and 100 separate agreements out here today. And another just interesting fact, one of the first assets or facilities that we didn't need after the space shuttle program that we entered a partnership in is the very one that the Starliner was being built in today. So the C-3PF that the Starliner was manufactured and tested in today that we're going to launch on this test flight started more than 10 years ago with that used to be the Orbiter Processing Facility, or OPF-3 as we knew it. So,
yeah, I love when things come full circle. Thank you so much, Janet.
You're welcome. Thank you, Megan.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Megan and Janet. Great history there on the Boeing facility here at Kennedy. Time now to find out how the countdown to the launch of NASA and Boeing's Orbital Flight Test 2 is going. We're at L-34 minutes and counting. So let's get back to the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center with Lauren and Dylan.
Daryl, from where I'm standing right here, I'm able to actually turn around and see NASA astronaut Sunny Williams, and she's on console working with her colleagues and following along with this countdown. Of course, she's here because we do not have any crew on board today. We are taking a rather heavy load of cargo up with us, about 800 pounds up to the ISS. Rosie the Rocketeer is back, as you heard Josh mention earlier. Of course, she sort of stole the show last time, but what's really amazing is we were able to gain so much information from the sensors that were on her last time that now we've moved those sensors to other parts of the spacecraft and to the other seats in the spacecraft. That way we have a better idea of how other passengers will ride on Starliner. Now, having her in the commander's seat also helps maintain the center of gravity during the mission. And you can see she's wearing the OFT-2 mission patch on the right side of her chest. And of course, the classic red bandana with white polka dots. Hers was actually autographed by one of the original Rosie the Riveters, May Cryer. She wrote to her, "To the moon and the stars." Our Rosie named that after that Rosie, of course, and they both embody inspiration, strength, hope, and determination. A famous World War II icon and Boeing factory worker who helped build planes at just 17 years old, Rosie the Riveter recruited scores of women to enter the workforce in record numbers. Today, Boeing continues its rich history of recruiting, supporting, and developing women. I can personally attest to that. And as of last year, women made up more than 24% of Boeing's workforce. Now, let's talk about some of the other cargo going up. They will also be taking NASA cargo with them, food and crew going up for the current expedition crew, and then we will be bringing back about 600 pounds of NASA cargo from the ISS. We will also be taking some commemorative items for many organizations that play a role in Starliner's development, including several American flags, mission patches, and other unique items that will make the trip to orbit. And then later we'll be able to give those back to 14 historically black colleges and universities throughout the U.S. So pretty cool for someone to have something tangible to be able to say, this was once in space. Our teams are activating the service module propulsion system right now for launch, sort of like priming your engine, making sure things are ready to go for both nominal and abort situations. Dylan, how are things going with the rocket?
Well, things are going great with the rocket, Lauren. We remain in the final built-in hold as we continue to prepare for liftoff. There are a few activities still ahead of us today. The blue team is now clearing the tower and clearing the pad, and final preparations for launch are underway as we prepare the vehicle's propulsion and hydraulic systems for flight. The avionics team will be taking upper-level wind data and loading that into our flight computer. That helps Atlas, Centaur, and Starliner kind of steer its way through the winds as we move through the atmosphere. Also, we'll hear very shortly comm checks between the Launch Control Center, Mission Control in Houston, the BMCC at Kennedy Space Center, and then for crewed missions, the astronauts will participate in that comm check as well. Once all that work is done, the crew access arm will be retracted, and then the team will start the final polling for launch.
And as you mentioned, there are a lot of things that our crews throughout both ULA and Boeing are doing today as sort of practice for crewed launch. They don't necessarily have to do it today, but it's a good time to practice for the next flight. So, Daryl and Dee, back over to you.
All right, we'll check back in with you both in just a little bit. Today is Boeing's third test of the Starliner capsule. In November of 2019, Boeing successfully completed a pad abort test, which demonstrated the spacecraft's ability to keep astronauts safe in the unlikely event of an emergency on the pad or during flight. A month later, Starliner launched on the first orbital flight test, or OFT. The spacecraft got into orbit and safely returned from space, but did not get into the proper orbit to rendezvous with the space station, and that leads us to today with OFT-2.
And Starliner's return to the launch pad comes after months of diligent testing and analysis work by the Boeing team. This became necessary when propulsion system valves did not open as designed during pre-launch system checks last year. Here's a closer look at our journey in preparation for today's flight.
Three, 2, 1, and liftoff. The rise of Starliner and a new era in human spaceflight.
We're right there again, ready to launch and excited for it.
I walk around and see everybody, they have their A game on.
It's taken a village, really, to get to where we are. On our day of launch for the first attempt of OFT-2, we were going through our nominal day of launch procedures, our nominal checkouts, and we found that during our countdown to launch, we had valves that were not functioning properly.
Last year's launch attempt was scrubbed because we could not satisfy some launch commit criteria that were put in place in order for us to have a safe mission.
The team took a really hard look at the data and said, you know, we're not comfortable with flying.
We have to fail to succeed. Failure is just something that, it's going to happen. But as long as you learn.
And that's the reason you want to be an engineer. That's the reason you want to be a technician, is to solve those problems as they come up.
We carefully took a step back. We troubleshot the problem. We got to an understanding of what the failure was. We put mitigation in place. And we've proven that that mitigation works, and we've tested the valve several times in preparation for this flight.
So for this flight, we are flying with a brand new service module. We are flying with entirely new valves, and we are also flying with an integrated direct purge system, which is going to keep our valves nice and dry and prevent that corrosion from forming.
So we ended up with a higher quality product in the end, which is fantastic because we've learned a lot from it.
We really took our time to get it right, because ultimately our goal is to fly astronauts safely to and from the International Space Station, and safety is paramount.
People that are very passionate about the work that they do, they understand the importance of every little step that they take, and it contributes to making this vehicle the safest and of the highest quality.
It's huge, really, to have a second crew transportation system. We really want that. That's the goal of the commercial crew program.
Every decision that we make, we definitely have the astronauts' safety in mind.
It's not only the astronauts that are flying it, but it's the people working around the spacecraft. Our goal is to keep everyone safe.
Knowing, again, that our friends are going up there and are going to take this awesome ride to space and come back home, and we're going to be able to deliver them back to their families, you know, safe and sound. It's pretty special. It really is.
I am very emotional about it, yes, because this has just been a passion of mine for a long time.
First launch proved that we could meet two of the objectives. One was getting successfully into orbit, and two was landing the vehicle safely. This mission is all about everything that happens in between.
We're going to launch. It's going to go great. We're going to come back home, and then we're on to the next one.
Go Boeing. That is my last thought. It's 2 words. Just go Boeing.
Here's a live look inside the Boeing Mission Control Center, where the launch team is working and monitoring pre-launch operations along with NASA astronauts.
Yeah, that's right, Dee. There's 2 NASA astronauts on console with this launch team today. They are Commander Barry Butch Wilmore and Mission Specialist Mike Fink. And there they are. They're joining us live from a room immediately next door to the BMCC because we didn't want to pull them too far away from their consoles. Hey, guys, thank you both for taking the time. Butch and Mike, you guys were some of the last people to see and look inside that spacecraft today. Mike, we have a shot of you actually doing some work. Tell us a little bit about what you did and what you saw and how you're feeling.
Yes, Starliner looks great. Myself and our other astronaut, Sonny Williams, who, along with the Boeing team, stayed up late last night getting the capsule ready. We performed comm checks back and forth to the Mission Control Center in Houston, to the Boeing Mission Control Center here in Florida at KSC. We did it all through the TDRS, which is a tracking and data relay satellite that we use for communication. So everything looked really good. We set up the switches. Rosie doesn't move so much, so we set them up for her, and we made sure the cockpit was ready for launch.
Yeah, and I didn't go because Rosie took my spot.
Well, she is anthropomorphic, not animatronic, right? So
we did give her a high five on the way out.
You did?
We wish her all the best. She's going to get some great data for us, too, especially for the launch loads and the landing loads, so that we know that it's going to be great for humans to go fly.
We have a question for Mike Fink now. Why does NASA need 2 commercial crew providers?
We can't keep all of our eggs in one basket, and I think some of the words that we've been saying in the past couple of days is dissimilar redundancy. In other words, we have another way to go up besides the SpaceX and the Crew Dragon, and it's dissimilar. So we're not using the same rocket or the same capsule. So if there's something wrong with one, we can still have a chance to continue our continuous human presence aboard the International Space Station, and it allows NASA to not worry about the launches and landings for space station flights, so we can focus on going to the moon and beyond.
Butch, how does an uncrewed test flight, which is autopilot, as you know, prepare you for your flight test, where you're going to be doing some of the manual flying of Starliner?
Yeah, I tell you, it is uncrewed, and we are very jealous about that, because this is human spaceflight after all, right? But this is a normal progression. This is a test evolution, right? This is experimental developmental spaceflight test. And as you go through, we're testing on the ground, as you know, all the different various systems. We're in the simulator testing software, hardware, and of course this is, like I said, the normal progression. So we'll go through the processes to go all the way to launch, rendezvous and dock, undock, fly around, return to Earth, and enter descent and landing, and all of that. And we learn an immense amount through all of those processes that are beneficial as we go forward, because like you said, we do have also flight test objectives to certify this spacecraft that we'll be doing when we have the crewed mission, which will be next, hopefully 6 months-ish or 6-ish months or so. So we'll get there eventually, but we have to get this one done first to make sure that we are in line for that crewed mission.
Mike, how does a mission to low Earth orbit help with missions to deep space?
Yes, so I was really lucky. When I came here in 1996, we didn't have a space station yet, and with the International Space Station, we've learned how to live in orbit. We've been able to work on some technologies such as our life support systems and other things, and how to keep humans living in space for long periods of time. And then that'll help us when we go to the moon and Mars and other places, because we know how to live in space, not just visit like we did in the early parts of the program. So it's a natural progression.
All right, very good. And you know what? You guys were both out there at the pad, and we have proof of it. We're going to throw up a picture. There you guys are in front of the rocket. That's a nice shot.
I think, Butch, you're a little taller.
Yeah, a little taller.
Hey, we want to thank you both for being with us. Really appreciate your time. We'll let you get back on console.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Go Starliner.
All right, the 45th Space Wing just wrapped up a weather briefing with the launch team. Let's bring back in Weather Officer Brian Cizik to talk about what was discussed. Brian, Will Ulrich gave that briefing, your fellow launch weather officer. Any updates there?
Yes, he did. Weather continues to look really good. As you mentioned, we just heard that brief from my colleague Will Ulrich, the lead launch weather officer on this mission, and weather continues to look very favorable as we head closer and closer to T0. So here's a little bit of a different look. Earlier we looked at satellite. Now let's take a live look at the radar. There's complex 41 and a 10 nautical mile ring around the pad that we're concerned about in terms of weather. And the one feature that you'll notice here, this squiggly line, that's actually the leading edge of the sea breeze pushing in, and that can often be a trigger for showers and thunderstorms in the summertime and late spring, as we're in right now. But notice really nothing going on across central Florida, and that's all thanks to those high upper level cirrus clouds really limiting the stability in the atmosphere. So we remain go for weather, and a 90% probability of remaining go as we head into T0. Guys, back to you.
Fantastic update. Thank you very much. Brian Cizik, launch weather officer with the 45th Space Wing. Now we're getting down to money time.
I know. The launch conductor is also talking to his team, and we want to carry that moment live for you.
Bravo.
So let's go back over to Lauren and Dylan at the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center.
Yeah, Dee, we are waiting to hear the spacecraft poll as well as the launch vehicle poll, which will be coming up here shortly. But in the meantime, I want to tell you about some of the preps that have been going on with our team over the last month. Our team has been cycling through Starliner's isolation valves every few days since it was fueled up about 20 days ago, and that has continued while the spacecraft has been out at the launch complex. Just a few hours ago, they also cycled through one last time, meaning they made sure each valve opened and closed with no problem, and everything went well, and we are ready to fly. And they also just a few minutes ago were able to open the valves, and those will remain open through launch. So we are good to go on all of that. Our teams have worked as well on the mission elapsed timer since OFT1 to ensure that it operates nominally today and during future flights. And before we came on the air, the spacecraft and launch vehicle were synchronized with the mission elapsed time at L-3 hours. That will be done again during the terminal count, and the flight director will verify it once we get into ascent. Now again, in just a few minutes, we are expecting the Starliner readiness poll. Let's take a live look now inside the Boeing Mission Control Center. That is where that poll will come from. And it is a very short poll. We will hear the spacecraft launch conductor, Louis Atchison, poll people inside that room in charge of the propulsion system and power and many other subsystems. We will hear 3 calls. One of those calls will come from the Mission Support Room Manager, or the MSR, and that's because after launch, this room actually turns into mission support as things shift over to Houston. So they are there to have their back of their colleagues over in Houston. We will also hear from the spacecraft test conductor during that poll, who monitors our power systems, and the 3rd call will come from the flight director over in Mission Control. So we are expecting that poll to happen here pretty soon, and I think we will stay quiet for just a moment and listen in for that poll.
Flight STC MSR Manager, this is Slick on Launch Ops. This time we'll conduct our CST-100 poll for terminal count. Report readiness to support terminal count when prompted. MSR Manager. MSR is ready. STC.
ECT is ready.
Flight is go. CST-100 is proceeding with final configuration for launch. All operators monitor LCCs and report any LCC violations to your operations leads. SMD, Slick, launch ops.
SMD.
CST-100 is ready for terminal count. The management poll for launch will be conducted on ULA Channel 3 at L-8 minutes.
SMD copies.
All right, sounds good. We are good for that. So, Dylan, can you talk to us a little bit more about the Go for Launch poll that we're waiting to hear now?
Sure, Lauren. So once that polling is done, the next big poll is going to be coming up at L-8 minutes is the Mission Management Team poll. That's going to be conducted right next door to us in the Mission Director Center. And that will be ULA Launch Director Lou Mangieri, who's going to collect goes from the Spacecraft Mission Director and ULA's Director of Engineering in preparation for providing the final permission to launch to Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo at the end of our terminal count status check.
All right, Dylan. Well, we are just about 17 minutes away from launch. We will now toss it over to our colleagues Josh and Brandy in Houston.
Thanks, Lauren. I feel like we've said the word poll a whole lot just now because it is this point in the countdown when a whole lot of polls happen. Actually, Flight Director Mike Lammers pulled his team right before he reported into our spacecraft launch conductor, Louis Atchison, back in the BMCC. I can't help but smiling because we're all go right now. It is very quiet here in Mission Control. From here on out, console operators will be monitoring what's known as their launch commit criteria, or LCCs, and their flight rules. Now, those are very long, very involved documents that basically just list the parameters that the spacecraft and the rocket have to be in to go to flight. That is including both redundant and primary systems. We want everything on Starliner working before we go fly today, and right now everything seems to be working, so we're in a good countdown right now.
That's right. There are just a few more milestones to get through before launch. One coming up in the next minute or so is the switching of Starliner from external to internal power. At that point, the spacecraft will be on battery power from there on out. But for the most part, the team here is just watching, waiting, and standing ready for launch. Now 15 minutes away. We'll send you back to Florida for now, but we will be back with you starting at liftoff, so stay tuned. Daryl?
All right, Brandy and Josh, thank you, and we'll see you then. NASA is relying on Boeing and several other providers to help sustain our permanent presence in space. Joining us now with more on that is NASA's Deputy Administrator and Space Shuttle astronaut, Pam Melroy. She's with Megan.
Yeah, Daryl, of course. Pam Melroy, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, I'm excited to be here. This is a great day.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you flew on 3 shuttle missions, I'm telling you, like you don't know, all to build the International Space Station. So with that in mind, how does it feel to be here today as NASA works to certify a second provider, meaning more trips, hopefully, to the International Space Station?
Oh, this is a great moment. You know, when we built the space station, we were really focused on all the amazing science that we could do and the innovation. And so now having another way to get there just gives us more resilience. It allows us to do even more science. And I think as a former shuttle astronaut, at a time when there were only 2 human spacecraft that were available in the entire world, and now we have more, and that means more people can go to space. And the innovation that happens at the space station is just so exciting to think about.
Yeah, I love how you light up when you talk about this, because tell me, I mean, it's so important to sustain this permanent presence in space, right?
It's incredibly important. We hope to go out into the solar system with humans to do science and to explore. And those are really long trips. So we really need to understand how to live and operate in space. The International Space Station is providing critical technologies that we are testing to go onto the moon and out to Mars and even beyond. Right. But in addition to that, what we've really found is that having a lab allows us to have more innovation. Yeah. So the shuttle only flew 5, 6, 7 times a year for about 10 days to 2 weeks at a time. Now we have more payloads, more experiments. We have commercial research going on the station. So that permanent presence allows us to make so much more progress.
Yeah. So as a former astronaut, as a former test pilot before that, you know, can you give us some insight into how our NASA astronauts must be feeling today as they watch this uncrewed test flight?
Well, for test pilots, in God we trust, everyone else brings data. So what you see as a test pilot is the fascination with, okay, how's everything going to work? What we have learned through many years in the aviation side is that the engineers do their best, but there's always things that happen that you don't expect. And so really that's what the crew is looking for. They're looking for what worked, what we need to continue to work on. That is actually the meaning of a test flight. So it's, as a tester, it's actually a great moment to see it come together.
Yeah, to get that opportunity.
Yes.
Perfect. Janet, thank you so much. Oh, Janet, Pam, thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much. And we are L-minus 12 and a half minutes and counting until liftoff. And you can see behind us the rocket's on the pad. Atlas V Starliner is ready to go. We just heard that the launch team saying it's a great day, a beautiful day to go fly Starliner.
We are anticipating it.
It is a lot of anticipation out here for this one, and ULA and Boeing are finishing up their preparations for launch. And so we want to give you one other note. Once Starliner launches, the ISS, its destination, will be flying 257 statute miles over the North Atlantic.
Now let's head to the Atlas Space Flight Operations Center, where Lauren and Dylan will tell us what those teams are doing, and then they will count us down to liftoff.
Hey Dee, Starliner is just about ready to switch over to internal power, so we're waiting for that. And then also we are going to start seeing that crew access arm start to retract back, and we will see it move quite slowly today. But Dylan, if it needed to in case of an emergency, it could really get out of there pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren. And I just heard the command get given to start the crew access arm retraction. But that crew access arm rotates 120 degrees back to the crew access tower. It takes just under 2 minutes to do, but it can be redeployed in about 15 seconds in the event of an emergency. With no crew aboard, we won't see anything like that today.
All right. And we do want to let you know that after liftoff, Dylan will do the flight dynamics from here in the ASOC. Then Brandy and Josh will continue their commentary from Houston through ascent, spacecraft separation, and the orbital insertion burn. We also want to let you know today that we are updating our internal camera system on Starliner to have more live views inside in the future, but for today we'll be able to watch cameras on the rocket. We will also have live telemetry feeding back that will provide us with a real-time look at a spacecraft model that we will be able to take a look at and know exactly what's happening with the spacecraft when video is not possible as it moves through the dynamic phases of flight. So we are coming up on L-10, getting very close here, and we are now waiting to hear the next call, which will be to verify that Starliner is on internal power. And we were going to listen into the loops for just a few seconds.
L-10 minutes.
L-10 minutes.
Flight verify CST 100 on internal power.
And Starliner
Verified.
is now on internal power. Today is an instantaneous launch window. You may be sometimes used to seeing that the time of launch can shift a bit, but not for us today. We have a launch window that we have to go right on the dot, and that is because we wait to launch till the orbital path for the ISS aligns up with the Space Coast and with Central Florida. And then once we get up into orbit, Starliner essentially plays a game of catch-up with the space station. It just works to catch right up to it and eventually reaches the same speed of more than 17,500 miles an hour.
So, Lauren, we should be hearing in just a minute that confirmation that the crew access arm is stowed and latched for launch.
Everything is looking good, and the silence is golden at the moment.
Yeah, we're about 38 seconds now away from the mission management poll that I spoke about earlier. And that will lead up to the terminal count status check coming up here at L-7
Flight
minutes.
verify ordnance configured for launch. Verified.
And Starliner's ordnance is configured for launch now. That basically means that the devices that initiate our separation events are ready to support both nominal and contingency operations that happen or could happen during the ascent profile.
L minus 8 minutes.
We are 8 minutes to launch.
All right, and we did hear on one of the other loops that mission manager.
LC arm control. Go ahead. First step 260. Crew access arm stowed for launch.
Roger.
And that call indicating that the crew access arm is now stowed and latched for launch.
LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to the status check.
So we're going to listen in now to Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo poll his team. Coming up in 10 seconds.
L minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion. Go. Hydraulic. Go. Pneumatic.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatic.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Has gas.
Go.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GCQ.
Go.
Op support.
Go.
Com.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Arm control.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Cleared to proceed.
Flight director.
Houston flight is go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 22:54:47 Zulu.
Verified. L minus 6 minutes.
And Lauren, you heard it there. It goes all the way across the board. The clocks are set, and we are ready to pick up the count on time for a liftoff here in just under 6 minutes. And Lauren, I'll just tell you that we have executed the status check many times. We've pulled for launches to the Sun, the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Pluto, all manners of Earth orbits. Every mission and every countdown is unique and exciting, but the ULA team is absolutely thrilled to put Mighty Atlas back in service of human spaceflight.
And I know that that's something the astronauts have told me, that they feel so confident about eventually riding on top of an Atlas V rocket, because it's been all over the solar system. It's pretty amazing.
It's an amazing machine.
We should be hearing Starliner configured for terminal count here in just a few seconds.
L minus 5 minutes.
LC flight. Starliner configured for terminal count.
Roger.
There you go. Starliner is now configured for terminal count.
L minus 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
All steps are complete prior to terminal count.
And Lauren, with that call, that all of the work is now complete, and the computers are going to take over the automated countdown at T-minus 4 minutes, coming up in here in just about 30 seconds.
L minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Just a beautiful shot there.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. 3:55.
Ground pyros enabled.
Ground system ordnance has been enabled.
.330. Atlas hydraulic at flight pressure.
Atlas's hydraulic steering system has been pressurized for flight.
3 minutes.
3 minutes to launch.
Securing LO2 topping.
Pressurizing Atlas tanks.
Topping of liquid
250.
oxygen in the Atlas has now completed, and Atlas propellant tanks are
FPS
pressurizing for
internal.
flight.
Two minutes.
159.
Vehicle internal.
155.
Launch sequencer start.
150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Centaur hydrogen and oxygen are now at flight level, and topping is being terminated.
140.
Launch enabled.
137.
FPS armed.
$120.
OCU's armed.
SES count started. EDS ascent.
EDS armed and ready means the emergency detection system is now armed.
1
and that
minute.
basically just means
Rock,
that if
report
it
range
detects
status.
something, it will
Range
trigger the
green.
launch abort system on Starliner and fire
54.
automatically. The
PLP
spacecraft
started.
would push itself far up and away from the rocket. We're talking a mile up and a mile out in just a matter of seconds. We certainly don't expect to see that today.
40.
Atlas at flight press.
30.
30 seconds.
Centaur at flight press.
Vehicle is now pressurized for flight.
25.
Status check.
Go Atlas.
Go Centaur. Go Starliner.
All systems are go for liftoff.
Go Starliner. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Starliner is headed back to space on the shoulders of Atlas, powered by a workforce dedicated to its success.
We have confirmation of a good MET epic timer on Starliner.
Atlas executed its roll program.
Already ready is now
getting into
throttling down to
attitude with
maintain
the crew in a
acceptable
heads-up
dynamic
position if
pressure
we
on
had
the
crew on
vehicle.
board today.
This is the first planned throttle down for Atlas in preparation for max Q.
Max Q, maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle.
Right now, atmospheric forces are the highest Starliner Atlas will face during the uphill climb.
Mach 1, Atlas 5 and Starliner are now supersonic. Vehicle now throttling up.
Up next in about
Engine
20
response
seconds,
is looking good.
Starliner's 2 solid rocket boosters will run out of fuel and burn out.
And we have burnout on both SRBs.
Good crew module forward link connection.
Already ready is throttling back up to full thrust.
Now that we pass the solid rocket booster burnout, you'll soon see those 2 solid rocket boosters separate from the vehicle.
Atlas V now weighs just 1/2 of what it did at launch, burning propellant at a rate of 2,800 pounds per second. And we have indication of SRB jettison.
Atlas continues to ascend using solely the RD-180 engine. That's about
2 minutes remaining in the booster
850,000
phase of
pounds of
flight.
thrust at sea level.
RD-180 is throttling down slightly as expected. Engine response looks good.
Teams here on the ground confirming Starliner has a good trajectory. We're now 2 minutes and 55 seconds into today's flight, flying at an altitude of 56 kilometers.
Our next throttle down will be to control acceleration forces, limit forces on the crew to below 4 Gs. That is safe for an extended period of time.
One minute remaining in this burn. 1 minute to BECO. RD-180 is now throttling to maintain 3.5 G acceleration on the vehicle.
Starliner flying off the east coast at this point at altitude of 80 kilometers now, moving at a rate of 1,187 miles per hour.
It's just passing North Carolina and Virginia off the northeastern seaboard. For those of you watching along the coastline, you might be able to see this launch.
And we have BECO, booster engine cutoff. We have successful staging, pre-start on the RL-10s. We have ignition on both RL-10s. Centaur's now gone to closed loop steering.
Just passed through several milestones. Teams here on the ground reporting that all are looking good. Ascent cover jettison there. That provided that
And we have
aerodynamic
airstream
structure
jettison.
to the top of Starliner, protected the docking equipment during ascent.
Well, we've been listening in to NASA TV's coverage here of Boeing's Starliner mission, a successful mission we were able to bring from you start to finish here. This is Live Now from Fox, where we take you to all of the top stories of the day. At the top of the hour right now, we want to switch into some of the other news that we have been getting into the newsroom. The suspect from that supermarket shooting in Buffalo was in front of a judge today, and while the accused shooter kept quiet, one observer sure had something to say. Fox's Stephen Goen live in Buffalo for us. And Stephen, you were actually inside of the courtroom. What did you hear?
Well, Daytona, first I want to say this was a short court appearance. It was less than 10 minutes, and like you said, the suspect did not have an opportunity to speak. Inside the courtroom, things were calm up until the end of the proceedings as he was being escorted out. Take a listen.
Hey, you're a coward.
That suspect called a coward, and we don't know who in the courtroom shouted that. Moments earlier, the suspect had just entered the room, handcuffed in a jumpsuit, face mask, and a bulletproof vest. A grand jury has indicted that 18-year-old on first-degree murder charges after prosecutors say he gunned down 10 people in a racially motivated mass shooting at a Buffalo grocery store on Saturday. Today was the first time this suspect was in the same room as victims' family members. The city judge ultimately sent the suspect back into custody and scheduled another hearing for June. Afterward, we spoke to the sheriff here about the suspect, and he confirmed the 18-year-old is still isolated and under suicide watch. Here's what he had to say that stuck out to him about the case.
That he's 18 years old and he has so much hate for blacks, for people of the Jewish religion, for immigrants, and You know, what kinds of experiences does he have? He got all this hatred from, you know, these forums. I think it's pretty obvious he's probably the most notable inmate in this country at this time.
Now, more charges are expected in this case, potentially federal charges, but we don't know when those could come. Back here at TOPS, officials have said that the evidence gathering process, the evidence gathering process for the FBI investigation has concluded here, and we know that the street around the grocery store will be reopening tonight. There is still no word, however, on when the store itself will start welcoming customers back. Daytona.
Stephen, you've been standing outside of the grocery store, but today you were able to stand inside of the courtroom. I'm curious what your thoughts were on seeing Peyton Gendron, and if there was an appearance from his family too, because we know victims' families showed up. What about his?
That's a question that we have been wondering ourselves. Like you said, the victims' families were there, and we did see a lot of different people in the courtroom, so we don't really quite know if his family was there or they weren't. There's been a lot of questions about his family and what they knew. Of course, his parents have said that they did not know what their son was up to, and in the alleged manifesto that he wrote, the suspect did talk about kind of tricking his parents and, you know, not talking about what he was, kind of tricking them, not knowing that he had guns and not knowing what he was plotting and planning. So we don't know if they were in the courtroom, but it's possible.
All right, Fox's Stephen Goen, thank you so much. What are you going to be looking for next here? How long are you going to be in town, and how is the community doing behind you?
Sure. Well, the FBI says that their investigation does continue, although they are done gathering evidence. They say they still have interviews to do. They still have footage to review. So we're going to be looking at that as that continues. And of course, we will be in this community, I think, through the end of the week, just kind of watching to see what unfolds here. We know that Reverend Al Sharpton is in town tonight at a service that's going to be memorializing, I should say, some of these victims. And we're going to see this community continue to rely on each other and support each other in the days to come. And we'll be watching all of that, Daytona.
All right, Fox's Stephen Goen, excellent reporting. We appreciate you, and we'll be speaking with you soon.
Thanks.
We're going to keep it moving here as we've had updates, like he said, from Reverend Al Sharpton. We've also been hearing updates from investigators into this case, keeping our eyes on all of the developing details, also keeping our eyes on the other top stories across the country. We're going to be bringing to you the latest on a business explosion in Eagle, Wisconsin. 6 people injured, a reporter down on the ground after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to take you out to an update now. We're getting in 6 people injured in a business explosion at a building in Eagle, Wisconsin. Fox 6's Jason Calvi live for us in Eagle right now. Jason, what are we learning tonight? Any new information on how this all started?
Well, Daytona, first of all, we know that the firefighters worked all day to put out this fire. There was an explosion in this building here in Eagle, which is in Waukesha County. It's about 45 minutes away from Milwaukee. The explosion happened around 7:44 this morning. There were 6 people injured in the explosion and the fire. 3 of the people were hurt in the explosion. They were inside the building at the time. 2 of them were treated right here on scene. 1 of them was sent to the hospital. They had an injury, a very serious injury on their femur, and had to go in for surgery. There were also 3 firefighters that were injured fighting this fire in Eagle. They had heat exhaustion. 2 of them were treated here on scene, and then 1 of them actually had to go to the hospital. We're told that person was in good condition. So I want to show you some video earlier in the day of the firefighters putting out this fire. There were 30 different fire departments that assisted with the fire, putting out the fire. Firefighters from as far away as Kenosha County, which is nearly 50 miles away, came to Eagle in southwestern Waukesha County. Now, the fire department confirms an explosion erupted around 7:44 this morning. All 24 workers inside at the time are accounted for. This is the Somerset Marine Construction Company. They build and fix docks, piers, and boat lifts. Work done on their 3-acre property here. Now, there's no fire hydrants here, so 30 water trucks rushed to town to use those fire hydrants, and then they come back here. They also pumped water out of the lakes and came back here to fight the fire, rushing it back to the site to try to put out that fire earlier in the day. The Kettle Moraine Fire District is the lead investigator. They are working with the Wisconsin State Fire Marshal as well as the federal ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And so I asked, why are federal investigators working here?
That shouldn't be something that should concern the community whatsoever. It just so happens that it's a bit easier for us to get those resources present than it is some other ones that are within the state, just because of the geography that's involved.
So that's the Western Lakes Assistant Fire Chief, and he says that those ATF agents actually live really close here. They're within 15 minutes, so that's why they came in to help with this investigation. But they do not suspect that this happened intentionally. They do suspect that this was accidental. They are still investigating exactly what led up to this explosion. They were told that they might not have a final report for another week or even longer as they try to figure out what happened. Now, in order for them to get inside this building and just take a look right now at how the intensity of the flames were able to just melt and collapse this steel building here in Eagle. So before they can get into the building to kind of do their thorough inspection, the excavators need to come in and lift up some of that metal so that the inspectors can get in and try to figure out what exactly took place here. But right now, they are not suspecting they don't suspect that there was anything nefarious about what happened here in Eagle. For now, we're live in Eagle in Waukesha County. Jason Calvi, Fox 6 News.
All right, Jason, thank you so much for your reporting. Were you able to speak with any people who witnessed it? I mean, that video is incredible.
Yeah, we spoke with several people that actually witnessed and heard the explosion. One of the men I spoke with, he lives about 7.5 miles away from here. And he said he heard the explosion, which happened about 7:44 this morning. Other people in this area said that it felt, or they heard what they thought maybe was a bomb going off. I mean, people were just startled. There's actually a school a half a mile up the road here, and that school had to evacuate because of the danger of the fire. There was actually the fire order here. They did order people within a mile of the fire to shelter in place, not because there's any toxic chemicals inside, firefighters say, but just because of the smoke. They had quite a bit of smoke throughout the day as they were putting out that fire. And just think when you have a fire, maybe in a fire pit at home, and you have the leaves maybe on top of the fire, there's still those smoldering ashes at the bottom where the smoke is kind of coming out from that. So that's what was going on here. You've got all that metal kind of collapsing down, and so the firefighters, there was ladder trucks that were big into the sky here, pumping that water that they had to actually pull in from the lakes and the fire hydrants in town, coming here to put that fire out. And now, as you look around, the firefighters are gone. We had firefighters from 30 different departments helping out here from all over southeastern Wisconsin. So really intense fire here, but now seems like it's out.
Yeah, under control, and luckily just 6 injuries in this case here, and some of those unfortunately firefighters, but hopefully everyone is going to be okay. We appreciate your reporting. Fox 6's Jason Calvi in Eagle, Wisconsin for us tonight. And we do have some other live events going on across the country. That's what we do. We want to jump around. As we just spoke with Fox's Stephen Goen right here, this is the National Action Network Vigil that is going to be held. Reverend Al Sharpton to be speaking here. As Stephen said, we've already heard from him alongside Governor Kathy Hochul as she imposed executive action to try to curb some of the gun violence in New York specifically, but across the country as well. Reverend Al Sharpton joining her in that press conference, so we'll be hearing a little bit more from him. We also brought you out to that pretty cool launch with NASA TV as they walked us through this Starlink mission, and it was successful. Always good to see on that front. And then last but not least, just getting the shot in of a Brad Raffensperger event in Atlanta, Georgia. Primaries are upon us. Join us next week here on Live Now from Fox. Tuesday will be full coverage for primary night. And we'll also be speaking more about that launch that we were talking about here in the next hour here with one of our Fox reporters who got to see it all live. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to go out to a couple of the live looks that we are tracking here across the country. This one, a National Action Network vigil to be held here. Reverend Al Sharpton to be speaking specifically about that tragic Buffalo shooting this past week. As we've been reporting, Peyton Gendron, that suspected shooter, 18-year-old, appearing in court for the very first time. Once this begins, we'll take it live for you. We've also been watching NASA TV coverage, which we'll be speaking with some of our own reporters specifically about how the launch went. The launch going off well. We were able to show it to all of you in full here again. This was the Boeing Starliner launch, and the attempt was successful. This is also a Brad Raffensperger event happening in Atlanta, Georgia, just ahead of the primaries coming up next week. We'll have full coverage here on Live Now from Fox. And then last but not least, our round robin ending here in Chicago where we are hearing that Chicago police will likely be updating on the shooting of an unarmed 13-year-old boy. We're hearing that there are reports that a Chicago police officer shot him, so we'll be getting more details on that from the police chief. Ahead of that, though, we were playing out some of that video and got the latest for you from one of our reporters down on the ground in Eagle, Wisconsin. These are the incredible pictures from earlier today. Business explosion, 6 injuries, half of them being firefighters. Officials able to give us an update on that one. We're going to listen into that from a little bit earlier today.
Maybe if you can talk about what the injuries were to the people.
That's hard for us because we're representing the agency that did the medical treatment, so we can't go into that route.
Could you talk about the absence of the fire hydrants?
Sure.
And whether that is common in more rural parts of Wisconsin or was part of a plan here?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can get into that. All right. Great. Are we missing anyone? I know they won't be able to step up right now if they're missing, but anybody know of anyone that's not present? Okay. All right. We're 5 minutes after, so I think we're good. Thank you again for coming. My name is Matt Haerter, H-A-E-R-T-E-R. This is Chuck Roberts. We're both with the Southeastern Wisconsin Incident Management Team, also with the Western Lakes Fire District for myself. And we're coming back to you at 1:30 after the initial press conference that we had earlier, which was talking about the fact that we went to this business at 7:44 this morning for a reported fire with associated explosion. All of the initial information that we relayed at our first press conference still remains true. There's nothing that we have found that has developed as far as beyond that. We have the pleasure of reporting that there's no additional injuries at this time. The 2 individuals that went to the hospital initially are still in the hospital. Again, one being a worker within the facility when the fire occurred. His injuries are considered serious. The other being a firefighter who went through some heat exhaustion issues, getting transported to the hospital and still being present but in good condition. At this time, we still have a large contingent of fire apparatus and law enforcement on the property that will remain for the foreseeable future. As I spoke about before, the structure of the building has collapsed significantly and trapped a lot of the combustibles that are burning underneath a very thick metal roof. There's a line of how far do you go for extinguishment versus how long do you wait to be able to get investigators to be able to get an eye on that before it's disturbed, and that's where we are right now. The area is fortunate to have a presence of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agents that have responded to this scene for the purpose of looking at the explosion part of it. That is something that we see quite a bit in our county just because of where they happen to reside and the fact that our fire agencies actually house their apparatus. So that shouldn't be something that should concern the community whatsoever. It just so happens that it's a bit easier for us to get those resources present than it is some other ones that are within the state just because of the geography that's involved. They will continue their investigation to the point when we can actually open the building up with excavators. That they are on location now, and that will be something that will happen in the near future. We just can't tell you exactly when. You should have a pretty good eye shot in regards to seeing when that occurs because it'll happen on the side of the building that you were taking pictures of prior. We still have the shelter indoors order in effect that is for a 1-mile circumference. Again, that is not for hazardous materials. It's simply just because of the smoke. We do have a strong concentration of particulate matter and carbon monoxide on the site itself, which is very common in larger structure fires. That dissipates very quickly as you get away from it. And while the area should not be concerned, if you can smell smoke, it probably means that you're a bit too close. So it's a nice way to look at it. Just because you can see it doesn't mean that you're in any danger. Chief Kugel of the Kettle Moraine Fire District wishes to express his significant gratitude towards all of you for getting the information out there. This has been something that has obviously been very important to the community to understand, and to be able to have you get it out there as soon as you did very much helped the minds and the thoughts of the people around here, many of whom's family work at this place. The owner who you spoke to before thanks you as well. and he wants to extend his gratitude for being able to get his message out. Nothing has changed with them. They still remain on scene, and they'll likely be accessible for you in the future if that's something that you want to talk to. But again, there's no change. You had asked before in regards to the amount of water. We have a total of about what we've estimated through what we've been able to look at. That's just under 400,000 gallons that's been flowed so far. Each one of the water tenders that you see holds about 3,000, and to put that into perspective, that's 3,000 milk jugs. So that would be within one of those trucks. Many of those have gone 20 times to be able to go and refill. So that will continue. You're not seeing a lot of water flow right now because the combustibles are just burning out below the roof itself. And once an opening occurs so that we can get in there and get to that in a better fashion, you'll see water start up again, and those tenders will start moving. Right now they're sitting. It's not for any other reason other than it just makes no sense to waste the water when we can't actually get to the fire. You did have a question prior regarding the absence of fire hydrants, and if that is common in this particular area, if it was due to a plan in a particular industrial park and things like that. It's not something that people think of very often, but the vast majority of the United States does not have fire hydrants except in major cities. And when you get down into larger cities, or you get down into suburban areas, even towns that are maybe 10 or 15,000, or even Eagle is a good example, you're going to have them. And then as soon as you get outside of town, you're not going to have that present. So the vast majority of fire departments cover rural area, and those rural areas typically have the necessity to have water brought to the fire that's beyond the scope of the initial firefighting apparatus. Fire engines typically carry a lower amount of water so that they can maybe address a small home fire, something with a couple of rooms. When you have something like this, the water tenders become put into place. And even in municipal systems, if it's overwhelmed, even in a large area, or if perhaps there was a big failure in a big metropolitan area, you would have to bring the water in so that the fire could be fought in that way. That always works. It's something that has been done for a long, long time, and it's something that the fire departments out here are honestly exceptionally good at. So any questions that we didn't cover?
I wasn't able to be at your previous.
Yes, sir.
Did you say, or do you know how many people were inside when this happened?
There were 24 people working at the time of the fire. They were all accounted for immediately, and the plans, the exit plans and the emergency plans that they had in place allowed them to get out and be counted literally as quickly as they got outside. So they were immediately accounted for, and we can say with all certainty that everybody was able to get out of the fire.
Were all three people injured? Were they inside the building, those three people that were injured, the three workers?
Yes.
Do you have an idea of how much longer the shelter in place might be in effect for the people who live pretty close by?
The true reason why it's happening right now is just because of the smoke. So, and you're going to notice a little bit of an increase as soon as the building gets opened up. So right now it's staying down pretty well, and as soon as the excavators go into action, it's going to get a little worse. So I would say you could probably expect that to be for at least another 3 hours, but that completely depends on the progress they're able to make once they get into the building.
So once again, that update from officials out of Eagle, Wisconsin there on the business explosion. 6 injured, many of them being firefighters, but they are expected to be okay here. We'll give you any updates on that as we have them and on the investigation. Want to take you out to Buffalo, New York, though, where there is now going to be an event held for those victims of that Buffalo massacre at that supermarket just this past week. Peyton Gendron, the suspected shooter, in court today. We reported that to you. We'll be hearing from Reverend Al Sharpton along with other community leaders as this community is slowly but surely trying to get over their mourning here of those 10 victims. Let's listen in. And as we work to get some audio on that, want to take you once again to some of the other events that we are monitoring here. This is a live look out of Chicago, Illinois, where we're supposed to be getting an update from the Chicago police chief. There's reports of, unfortunately, a teenage boy shot by a police officer. But this is all preliminary. This is all coming in. We'll be taking that live as it happens. Until then, though, we're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be taking you out to all of these live events across the country. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is a live look from a church in Buffalo, New York, where Reverend Al Sharpton is going to be speaking, remembering the lives of those 10 victims of that Buffalo supermarket shooting this past week. Let's listen in live.
Grace, who hath called us unto the eternal glory by Christ Jesus, after that she hath suffered a while, make you perfect, establish, strengthen, and settle you. After you have suffered a while, he maketh you perfect, establish, strengthen you, and settle you. Verse 11 says, to him be the glory. I said, to him be the glory. To him be the glory and dominion forever and ever. If you love him, say amen.
You all may be seated. Family, the Bible says men are always to pray. The Bible also says that the prayers of the righteous availeth much. And tonight we have the former president of the Baptist Ministers Conference of Buffalo, New York and vicinity, our sister church who sits right next door. We're going to ask him to come now and knock on heaven's doors. We're going to call at this time the Reverend Dr. Dennis Lee Jr. Let us pray. If my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then I will
their sins and heal their land. And oh Lord, as we come on this evening to invoke your presence, we certainly come humble, and we've been humbled by the tragedy that took place in our city on last Saturday. We come seeking your face. We're talking to you in prayer because you told us that we ought to pray, men ought to pray always. So Lord, we come because we heard that you are a God that's a refuge, that you are our strength, and that you're a very present help in a time of trouble. And Lord, our community in this land is in trouble. We stand in the need of a healing. So we ask you, Lord, to come within our midst. We come, Lord, praying for these families who've been left behind, their loved ones have been taken away from them. Their hearts have been shattered, their lives has been broken. We ask you, Lord, to have mercy where mercy yet can be found. And we pray, Lord, that you just continue to be with them, continue to feel your presence. And then, Lord, we thank you for all that has gathered here on this day. Not only this family, but all the clergy and our political leaders. Lord, help us to discover that we are better together. We say how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity. So, Lord, we pray that you just have mercy where mercy yet can be found. And Lord, that you would just bless every word that may be spoken here today that would bring comfort and peace to this family and help our community to begin to heal. For, Lord, our hearts are shattered, but we do serve a God of great comfort. So we ask you, Lord, to please be with us. In the name of Jesus our Christ, amen.
We thank Dr. Lee, who also serves as the moderator for the Great Lakes Baptist Association for the state of New York. And now we're going to call one of Buffalo's bishops, one of the greatest churches in the Maston District. I said one of the greatest churches in the Maston District. I got Bishop Pridgett, his church is in the Maston District. We are going through reapportionment, and they're trying to cut True Bethel out of Maston. I'm keeping it. Antioch Baptist Church is in the Maston District. We thank God for Bishop T. Anthony Bronner, who will come now and pray for unity.
I need we ask you for your presence this evening. We pray now for your anointing to rest in this place. Bless us in such a wonderful way. And God, we want to confess this evening that our hearts are heavy. The truth be told, our city feels depleted. But God, here is the hope that we have. We hope thou in God. And we believe you that you can do all things. I pray tonight, God, that you will bless these families. Bless the loved ones who are hurting. Strengthen them. We pray now that, God, that you would catch every tear, put it in a bottle, capture their thoughts. And we ask now that you will create not only just a moment of comfort, but now, God, we thank you that you've used this crisis to help us to focus more on Christ. And then somehow, God, bring collaboration. That all of these churches, all of these pastors, all of these leaders have one focus on mind, and that is to give you praise, to work out a process, to understand policies, to understand what we're trying to do, God. And so, Lord, after this moment of praying on our knees, give us strength to pray on our feet. We ask that you will bless us. In the marvelous name of Jesus, don't let this unity fall apart. Keep us together until we see the objective and the goal fulfilled. In the marvelous name of Jesus. Come on, saints, open up your mouth and give God some praise.
Are you all ready to have some church tonight? Are you all ready to have some church tonight? If you're ready to have some church tonight, just wave your hand. Now just shout and say amen. Now shout and say glory. Say glory. All right. I know this young lady knows how to have church. I've been on her entire life. I want you to give God praise for the First Lady of the Mount Airy Baptist Church in Niagara Falls, and for the Mount Carmel Baptist Church in Buffalo, New York, and the wife of our president of the Baptist Ministers Conference. That would be none other than Lady Dominique Brown.
Can we just begin to lift our hands in the building? Does anybody know that God is your strength? He is a strength like no other. Hallelujah. And right now our city needs strength from you, God. And it's in the power of your name. He lifts me up. He lifts me up. And it's in the fullness of your grace. And it's in the power of his name. He's gonna lift us up. You lift me up. You are the hope like no other. He's a hope like no other. And it reaches to me. You are a hope, God. Our hope is built on nothing less. Hope like no other. Hope like no other. It reaches to me. Can you lift your hands and say this? It's in the fullness of your grace. And it's in the power of your name. You lift me up. Thank you, God. You lift me up.
I know what it feels like to be on an instrument and you get full of the spirit and you hit the expression pedal all the way down and you drown out the worship leader. The spirit gets in you, you start hitting the skins all loud and you drown out the organist. Then the spirit get real good and you just start hitting the keys real loud and don't be a bass player, you stop hearing the bass, you start feeling the bass. We're going to pray for our musicians tonight that they realize that we need to lift up the name of Jesus. Y'all say amen. I've been a musician for 35 years. And I'm praying that we all not lose focus on tonight. Amen. I'm going to ask for our mayor just to come and say good evening. And after our mayor, we're going to ask for our majority leader of the State New York Assembly to come and say good evening. And then we're going to have our Congressman, Brian Higgins, come and say good evening. And then we will have Bruce Smith of the Buffalo Bills, the legendary Bruce. Now, they're all going to come and say good evening, and give me the mic back. I didn't say Tim. Senator Tim Kennedy. Y'all know Tim Kennedy. Give Senator Kennedy some love, y'all. So they'll come in that order, and they'll all say good evening. So y'all can see their faces, and then they will say good evening again. Amen. Mary Brown.
I'm here to say good evening. It is an honor and a privilege to be in the house of the Lord one more time. Reverend clergy, colleagues in government, ladies and gentlemen, it is a blessing to be with the members of my community as we face this difficult and dark time together. I want to just again, on behalf of the more than 278,000 residents of the city of Buffalo, extend our deepest condolences to the families of our precious community members that lost their lives in this racist attack on our community. We are a strong community, we are a resilient community, and we are a praying community. And I'm praying that God will give the families the strength and give our community the strength to overcome. I also, as I get ready to take my seat, I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton, one of the foremost civil rights and human rights leaders in this nation, for being here with us in our time of grief. I want to thank Reverend Sharpton and the National Action Network for offering, yes, for offering to support the families to pay the funerals of their loved ones if that need be there. I want to thank Reverend Sharpton from traveling from out of town, seeing our needs, and being here to provide comfort to this community. It is good to see so many pastors here from so many different places, so many different parts of our community, this diverse assemblage of people of God, people of faith. We know that faith is the answer, love is the message, and that will help see our community through. Good evening, thank you, God bless you.
The mayor of Buffalo, New York there, Byron Brown, who's had to lead his community through the most unimaginable of tragedies. And we've been seeing and hearing from him quite often in the last few days since that tragic shooting took place on Saturday that killed 10 people, all of whom were African American. And we're going to be going back into this a little bit later on. The Reverend Al Sharpton will be speaking, other prominent community leaders as well there in the city of Buffalo, as that city tries to work through their grief almost 1 week later. Remember, we saw 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, the alleged shooter, in court today for his arraignment. Very briefly, we just spoke to Fox's Stephen Goen live on the scene in Buffalo. And so we'll be providing updates as this story moves even further. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be getting an update about that Boeing Starliner launch. You saw it live. We're going to be speaking to our reporter who is live on the ground and saw it live as well about what this means for the future of space travel and the space race writ large. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. Well, just moments ago, Boeing tried to launch a capsule into orbit today, and it was successful. It is unmanned, however, but it's carrying one rather unusual passenger. Joining me now to discuss all of this and more is Fox's Madison Scarpino. She was down there in Florida. She saw the launch live. Madison, what are your thoughts, and what have you learned today?
Hey, Andrew. Well, I've got to say, I've learned a lot these last 24 hours about space. And like you said, the Atlas V rocket launched about an hour ago, carrying that Boeing Starliner capsule in to the International Space Station. But getting to this point was pretty tough. About 2.5 years ago, Boeing tried to do the same thing, but due to computer issues prevented it from hitting the correct orbit. And just this past summer, some more technical difficulties stopped the launch altogether. But the Starliner is a reusable spacecraft intended to compete with SpaceX's Dragon capsule. Both are designed to ferry astronauts and cargo to and from orbit. Starliner is carrying more than 500 pounds of food and supplies for the space station crew, and if all goes well, it'll stay docked at the station for around 5 days. And keep in mind, like we've been saying, this is a test flight with no people on board, but the capsule isn't empty. A mannequin named Rosie for Rosie the Riveter will be on board, and Rosie's a flight test dummy, of course, whose primary function on this flight is to serve as a ballast. Still, the real-life astronauts seem a bit envious.
We're also very, very jealous because this is human space flight, and Rosie, the mannequin, is the one that gets to take the trip instead of us. But obviously, this is part of the evolution of test. Spaceflight test is hard. It is not easy.
The Atlas rocket stands at more than 170 feet tall with the Starliner capsule on top. And I gotta say, Andrew, the weather was absolutely perfect. When that rocket launched up, you could hear the sky rumble and people just started clapping. It was a super cool experience.
Madison, that's so cool. You know, we've seen so many of these launches, they've almost become mundane. Were there a lot of people, just the wider public, who came out today, other than the media, who were there? And then next question for you, though, you know, Boeing is trying to compete, like you said, with SpaceX, Blue Origin. What do they expect to learn from this particular test?
Well, to answer your first question, there was a lot of people lined up along this waterway and just going down to where I can't even see it anymore. Completely crowded. People were super excited. For some people, they'd never seen it before. Some people, it wasn't their first time and they're just here for a good experience again. But, you know, the whole point of this launch, again, is to just make sure that it's going to be okay for humans to go up into space. And we won't really know until probably around tomorrow the success of this launch, but the goal is that by the summertime, they'll learn a little bit more about when they can actually put humans up in that spacecraft.
All right, Fox's Madison Scarpino there in Florida with a pretty cool assignment today. Madison, we'll talk to you again.
That's right. Thanks.
Okay, we have a lot of LiveNOW looks at this moment of time on Thursday afternoon. We're monitoring this one out of Georgia, and of course, we're well into midterm primary election season, and those are the next contests that are going to be happening next Tuesday. That is the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, at a campaign event, and he is in quite a heated primary battle with former Congressman Jody Hice to become the next Secretary of State, and for Raffensperger to keep his job as Secretary of State. So we're going to move away from that. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we're going to be showing you the scenes and the sights and the sounds and the remarks from this vigil out in Buffalo, New York. Prominent community leaders coming out as the city still in mourning. We're going to hear as well from Reverend Al Sharpton and so many more. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Let's take you back out to this church in Buffalo, New York, as the community there holding a vigil in remembrance for those 10 victims who were killed in the mass shooting on Saturday. Let's listen back in.
African American spirit who's just simply going to work at Tops. He's the son of my head of diversity and inclusion in my office in that neighborhood. Zaire was helping a friend of the community, an elderly woman, to her car with her groceries, doing his job. When this white supremacist, this coward, rolled up and started shooting, Zaire took a bullet right through his neck. In one side and out the back on the other. But yeah. The devil visited Buffalo on Saturday. The devil is there with us too. But family. I went to visit him today to bring a present from the City Honors 10th grade chemistry class where he had gone to school. A poster that said, "Get well," with all their signatures on it, that our community is here with you, Zaire. That our city loves you, Zaire. And we are all in this together with you, Zaire. And I hugged him, and we loved on him and his mother. And his mother said to me, "I told Zaire, we are just trying to figure out why God saved you, Zaire. There's a reason, Zaire." And I think the reason is God was telling us amid all that darkness that there was a light in that moment. And we've got to carry that light moving forward. We have an opportunity. There is a reason we are all here today in this moment. This was not just a moment on Saturday that will define Buffalo. This is a moment of our generation that's going to define America. And we're going to rise up and use this moment to do better and shine a better light and change America. And it starts here tonight in this beautiful house. All races, all ethnicities, all religions coming together to build a better America. Thank you for the honor.
If that was lost on you, let me help you understand what just happened. Tim just led his entire community in this fight. We've been crying for 460 years, but it's gonna take one of them to say what he just said. Let me say this too, though, Senator Kennedy. We're not giving you no license to preach. Family, Buffalo's bishop, your bishop, our bishop, the people's bishop. Yeah, he might run the council like he runs his church, but he runs it. Say amen. But it takes strong leadership to get things moving. So pray with him and pray for him as Bishop Darius DeBron Pridgeon comes and prays the prayer of comfort. A couple of days ago, and I'm going to be quick because we know who you really came to hear. A couple of days ago, and I won't
say the station in case they're in the room. After the mayor and I saw bodies laying in the parking lot, and after we were standing together ready to notify families, newscaster, national news called and said, "Can we interview you?" I probably should have said no because my emotions were not right, and I'm not as saved as some of you. And here, and I'm quick, y'all know I preach quick and I talk quick. Here is the question I was asked as we just walked from bodies being draped. The newscaster said to me, "Well, Reverend, after all, the killer was only 18 years old. And the brain of an 18-year-old is not yet fully developed." And I prayed quickly, and I said, "Excuse me, sanctified folk, I don't give a damn about his brain. I don't care about his brain. You know whose brain I care about? The family of Robert Drury, the family of Marcus Morrison, the family of Andre McNeil, the family of Aaron Salter, the family of Geraldine Taylor, the family of Celestine Cheney, the family of Hayward Patterson, the family of Catherine Massey, the family of Pearl Young, the family of Hugh Whitfield, the family of Zaire, the family of Jennifer, the family of Christopher. I'm going to pray now. Scripture says, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death." I'm going to pray now, because if I don't pray, I'm going to cuss some more. So I'm going to pray now, because if I don't pray, I'm going to want to fight. I'm going to pray now, because if I don't pray, I'm going to, Father, today we're walking through the valley of the shadow of death. Evil has attempted to make its abode in our community, but we're still walking. Evil has tried to separate us, but we're still walking. Evil has tried to scare us, but we're still walking. But like Job, we're walking and mourning at the same time. Symbolic ashes upon our head, clothes rent, heartbroken, trying to figure out how to deal with this tragedy. We come to you, who is the author and the finisher of our faith, because there are families hurting right now, God. There are co-workers confused right now. There are community members upset right now, because evil has been walking us through the valley of the shadow of death. But we just stopped by Antioch today to thank you for a word from you. We thank you for the world's response. Thank you that many have aired our grievances, but God, they can't mend our broken heart. They can't wipe our tears from our eyes. So it's up to you, God. It's up to you, because your word makes some promises. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy is coming in the morning. Your word made some promises. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. We tried to comfort each other, but we've been taught that can't nobody do us like Jesus. We need your comfort. We need moving forward in our prayer service tonight, I'm going to ask the president of the Empire State Missionary Baptist Convention to come and greet us in the person of Reverend Dr. Carl Washington. And following Dr. Carl Washington will be the president of the NAACP Buffalo in the person of Reverend Mark E. Blue.
We do give honor and presence to the Spirit of Christ that is even in this place, to all who have gathered. I was watching just a few seconds ago as Bishop Christian was praying. I was watching the families of the victims who didn't have a reason to praise God, but they knew they had a right to praise Him. For decades in this nation, we have witnessed the carnage perpetrated on the African American community. No other ethnicity in this nation has faced the Holocaust of African Americans. We will talk about the Jewish Holocaust. We will talk about other ethnicities being misused and abused. But when it comes to African Americans, it's been taken for granted because the truth of the matter is we are the most forgiving people in the United States of America. We forgave slavery. We forgave Jim Crow. We forgave segregation. We forgave separation. Now our United States Senate just agreed to send $40 billion more to the Ukraine. What are they going to approve for Buffalo? Let me say it again. They just sent $40 billion to the Ukraine because the Russians declared war on the Ukrainians. Well, white folk done declared war on black folk. And I want to know what you're going to send to Buffalo. Amen. I want to bring greetings from our national president for the NAACP, Derek Johnson. Amen. From our state president, Hazel Dukes. And from our own chapter here, Bible says, for where 2 or 3 are gathered together in the name, he said, I'll be in the midst. Father, we ask, oh Lord, as we come here today, there was one who tried to divide. But Lord, there are more than 2 or 3 of us here right now. Lord, we ask that you remove hatred. We ask, oh Lord, that you remove white supremacy. Heavenly Father, we ask that you remove the blight in our community. Heavenly Father, we ask, oh Lord, that you rain down upon us in the precious name of Jesus. Move anything that's not like you and restore, oh Heavenly Father, the things that need to be. Heavenly Father, we realize that sometimes we have to go through, but Lord, in the midst of going through, you told us not to stop, but to continue to go through. So Lord, this is one more thing that we're going to have to go through. But Lord, we're going to prove, oh Heavenly Father, that we're down but not out. We're going to prove, oh Heavenly Father, that we're wounded but we're not dead. We're going to prove, oh Heavenly Father, that we can do all things through Christ who strengthens us. Lord, touch right now. Remove animosity. Remove bickering. Remove, oh Heavenly Father, ill feelings, oh Lord. Help us to be mad about the situation and not with one another. Move, oh Heavenly Father, in the auspices of this great building and touch every heart in the precious name of Jesus, that you may get glory and honor out of what you've given us to do. Heavenly Father, bless our politicians. Oh Lord, that they don't politic, but they do what we ask them to do. Move, oh Heavenly Father. And Lord, we give your name the glory that you so rightfully deserve. We ask that you honor this prayer in Jesus' name. 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 Every knee shall bow. Every tongue confess that you are the God. You are the healer. You are the way maker. The friend of the troubled water. You are Lord the God. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
the name Jesus. It may not do nothing for you, but when I say the name Jesus, there's something about the name Jesus. Hallelujah, hallelujah. It's hot in here, y'all. But it ain't because the temperature is high. It's hot in here, y'all, because I can feel the fire fall. And if you don't know
Okay, so it looks like we lost that feed there. We're going to be moving on from this story, but we've brought you so many developments out of the Buffalo mass shooting situation. And there, as the community takes stock and mourns, as so many at that church are gathering to remember the 10 people who were shot and killed on Saturday. And as the investigation goes forward, we've learned a lot. We know that the supermarket, the Tops supermarket, will be opening soon. We're told that police are done gathering evidence there, according to Fox's Stephen Goen, who we've spoken to live at the scene. We also know that funerals will start taking place this weekend. And according to those individuals there at this vigil, the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton's organization, has offered to pay for some of these funerals if the financial need arises. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have a lot more stories left on this Thursday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. More where that came from in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. A Chicago police officer shot and seriously wounded a 13-year-old boy who ran away after he was pulled over during driving a vehicle that had been involved in a carjacking the day before. We're going to be hearing from the Chicago Police Superintendent David Brown on this particular incident. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability, the agency that investigates officer-involved shootings, said the shooting happened last night on the city's far west side after officers spotted a vehicle matching the description of one used in a carjacking in the suburb of Oak Park. No weapon was found at the scene, but there is footage from the officer's body-worn camera. But they cannot release it because the boy who was shot is a minor. We're going to be hearing, like I said, from the Chicago Police Superintendent about this officer-involved shooting.
Ready to get started. We're going to highlight the events that led to the officer-involved shooting on last night. It began on May 16th at 10:22 p.m. A 2008 silver Honda Accord was left with the keys running in it and was stolen from the 100 block of West Randolph in the city of Chicago. The next day, on May 17th at 7:32 p.m., a Honda CRV is left running in Oak Park, Illinois, with a 3-year-old little girl inside in the back seat. That vehicle is stolen, and as the carjackers drive off with the child inside, the mother grabs onto the vehicle, the owner of the car, and is dragged before falling and breaking her clavicle. That vehicle, the Honda CRV, was recovered shortly thereafter with the child safely still inside and returned to the parents. Oak Park Police report that the Honda Accord was stolen the night prior, was used in the Oak Park vehicle hijacking and kidnapping. So the May 16th silver Honda was used during the carjacking of the Honda CRV that was left running in Oak Park. On May 18th, the Honda Accord stolen from Chicago back on May 16th hits on our license plate reader. So it's read by our license plate reader system in the city of Chicago numerous times during the day and the evening. So this vehicle is driving around Chicago now, this silver Honda Accord from the May 16th incident. On May 18th at 10:12 p.m., officers report a license plate reader hit on that same Honda Accord at Roosevelt and Independence. Chicago Police Department's helicopter begins following this car, the vehicle, the Honda, and broadcast the location to ground units. At 10:24 on the 18th of May, Chicago Police Department officers attempt to stop this car at Chicago Avenue and Cicero Avenue. An individual exits the vehicle and flees on foot. Several officers pursue the individual on foot. The subject flees to a gas station parking lot at the 800 block of North Cicero and turns toward the officer. The officer then discharges his weapon, striking the individual once. First aid was rendered and the individual was transported to Strozier Hospital. He was also placed in custody. This individual was placed in custody for the stolen car. The Honda Accord, because the driver continues to flee and escapes, but that Honda Accord was abandoned and recovered at Monroe and Hamlin Boulevard. And our department is processing the Honda Accord for evidence. I'll just take a few questions. There's not much more I'm going to be able to say. As you know, COPA is in charge of the officer-involved shooting investigation, and they will have our full cooperation at Chicago Police Department. Just a few questions.
Superintendent Brown, Charlie Martin with CBS Chicago. On police radio, dispatchers could be heard calling for a 10-1 that shots were fired at police. Can you clarify, were shots ever fired at all?
No, they weren't. Any other questions?
Madeline Martin with ABC5. Were the hands up of the 13-year-old when he turned
So there's several both pod video and body-worn camera video that shows this incident. And we're going to defer to the COPA investigation before we start recounting what's seen on the video. So this is the most I'm going to be able to say, basically what I read in this report. They're still reviewing video from different vantage points, and it's both pod video and body-worn camera video. So I'm not going to get into describing what happens on video. No, I'm not going to be able to testify for the officer. No, the officer, he needs to write his own statement. Yes, ma'am.
Superintendent Brown, listening to your WC7, where was the 13-year-old shot?
We don't know for sure. He's still being treated in the hospital. So, as you know, when someone's shot, their entrance and exit wounds can look similar. So we'll defer to medical personnel on what they believe are entry wounds and what they believe are exit wounds.
But is the police narrative that he turned and was facing the officer when the officer fired?
So the police didn't give a narrative. I just read and recounted exactly what our statement is. It's just recounting step by step what we know happened. The investigation will reveal what the officer testifies to. Hospital personnel, doctors will reveal entrance and exit wounds. And so we're going to just not answer questions that we don't know. We're not going to speculate. This investigation will reveal the facts. COPA will do a thorough investigation with our department's full support. Yes.
Can you give us any information about the officer that fired his or her weapon, part of the vehicular hijacking task force, how many years on the force, anything like that?
We're not going to release that right now, but we'll release that soon. Thank you. Yes.
Is there anything in general that you want to speak to when it comes to police pursuing a suspect and that suspect making a sudden movement? Because we saw last summer, I believe, the Adam Toledo case, that was very different. He did have a weapon on him that was dropped. But anything you'd like to say to young people on the street who are being pursued and trying to be apprehended, just the way they interact with your officers?
So it's really important to take this as a separate standalone case and not begin making generalizations that can be conflated with this case. So I'm going to be very careful not to make generalizations that may or may not be applied by you or others to mean that happened in this case. So I'm just going to defer that question. Yes, Nate.
Nate Rogers, Fox 32. So there's what some would argue disturbing video circulating of officers moving the victim, or not, excuse me, not the victim, but the 13-year-old that was shot from one location, I guess a couple feet to the other. Question, is that within policy? Should those officers have moved that body, or I'm sorry, that person, the 13-year-old? Then the second question, do you all have any evidence that this 13-year-old, even though he was allegedly found in the vehicle, was he connected to those crimes in Oak Park? Do you all know that?
So I'm going to take the first question first. So you do see on the video, I'm going to comment a little bit about that because that's out in the public space. People see that on video and need an explanation. So officers believe they likely struck those gas pumps. That's right there, as you know, where this incident happened. And we're concerned that that might be inflamed or because of the bullet strike might burst into flames. And so they moved. According to what we know now, they moved the young man away from what might have been combustible gas pumps based on the firing being in that direction of the gas pumps. What was your second question?
Second question is about the 13-year-old. Do we know if he had any affiliation with, even though he was in the vehicle allegedly, was he involved in those crimes in terms of Oak Park? And
We're continuing that investigation, but preliminary evidence is pointing toward his involvement.
That he was involved?
Was involvement, preliminary evidence. We're still continuing to investigate, but preliminary evidence points to he was involved. Yes, last question.
Yeah.
Oh, you had a follow-up, so last question, then I'll get your follow-up, and then that'll be it. Thank you.
Can you say whether this foot chase was within policy?
That's part of the investigation that COPA is going to do, whether or not we followed all of our policy, not just the deadly force policy, but also the foot pursuit policy. Last question, yes.
Follow up on that, can you clarify for us what the CPD policy is for foot pursuits?
What do you mean what it is?
What is CPD's official policy?
So there's a balancing test that the officers have to consider when deciding to pursue someone on foot. And that balancing test weighs a couple of things. One, dangers to the general public, dangers to the officer, dangers to the offender. And that balancing test has to weigh whether or not continuing to pursue is the appropriate decision based on does it make the officers or the offender less safe or the community less safe. And so it's a pretty detailed policy. We've talked about this extensively. So I don't think the public has any concerns about knowing what the policy is. It's just, I know there's been some consternation about having a foot pursuit policies, but they've been in place in law enforcement for, a decade and a half. And we continue to be able to fight crime and catch offenders with foot pursuit policies.
I just want to clear you, I'm sorry, you used the word pursuit. We're talking about a 13-year-old that was shot, and the statement that has been put out is that the 13-year-old was unarmed. And so was this, even though COPA is investigating, was this a bona fide shooting, even though he was unarmed?
So again, I started out with, we read a statement of what we could talk about. If we're going to jump to conclusions and not conduct an investigation, then shame on us all. So we have to conduct a thorough investigation. The officer will make statements. This young man will make statements. We'll go through all the video. We'll consider all the evidence, ballistic evidence, as well as the evidence at the scene with witnesses in and around the gas station, in and around the area where this foot pursuit occurred. We'll back up and interview people associated with the 2 carjackings as well. So there's a lot of evidence, a lot of work that needs to be done. Jumping to conclusions is just not fair to any of the people involved, because you might jump to a conclusion that is wrong. That is wrong. And the credibility of this department and my office would be at stake. So thank you all so much. We covered as much as we could. We had everyone ask, and we answered every question as best we could. We cannot go any further.
Anything about the other person that's at large?
Not at this point. We have not caught the other person at Young. So again, you asked several questions that I said I couldn't answer. If you have other questions, instead of shouting it out to me and have me walk away, we'll get with you offline. We have a comms team that'll tell you the same thing I just told you. So we can only go so far with answering questions with a deadly force investigation, and we cannot draw conclusions to an investigation that just started last night. Okay? So we're going to walk away with you shouting questions, but I would direct you. We're not going to answer any questions. We're not going to answer how many shots were fired. The ballistic evidence will say that. We're not going to answer anything else about the shooting.
Millennium Park. We asked about Millennium Park. Is that okay?
We'll take that offline. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Also, how the officers are doing who ran into that pole or fence or whatever it was on the scene.
They're doing okay. Thank you all so very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. We'll talk at some other time. Thank you.
Chicago Police Superintendent Brown there talking about this incident in which a Chicago police officer shot and seriously wounded a 13-year-old boy who ran away after he was pulled over during a traffic stop as he was driving a vehicle that had been involved in a carjacking. So we just wanted to make sure we got that story in. There are a lot more stories left on this Thursday night, including all of the latest out of Russia's war in Ukraine and what's going on with Finland and Sweden's membership application to NATO. We'll have that story in the next hour. We'll also be talking all the latest developments in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp defamation trial, bringing legal experts on to talk about what happened in court today, and also the abortion debate, which is simmering nationwide. We're going to be hearing from lawmakers and reporting to you about major restrictions to abortion in the state of Oklahoma passed today. So all of that and more in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We got the news earlier today that Oklahoma lawmakers approved a bill prohibiting all abortions with few exceptions, and providers said they would stop performing the procedure as soon as the governor signs it into law. It's the latest example of the GOP's national push to restrict access to what has been a constitutional right for nearly 50 years. Oklahoma lawmakers this year already passed a half dozen anti-abortion measures. And while abortion providers across the country have been bracing for the possibility that the U.S. Supreme Court's new conservative majority might further restrict the practice, that has especially been the case both in Oklahoma and Texas. So 2 of Oklahoma's 4 abortion clinics already stopped providing abortions after the governor signed a 6-week ban earlier this month. And so this is likely to reach Governor Kevin Stitt's desk early next week. He's running for re-election. He's a first-term Republican. He said that he would sign any anti-abortion bill the legislature sends to him. It would take effect immediately after he signs it. This bill would prohibit all abortions except to save the life of a pregnant woman or if the pregnancy is the result of rape or incest that has been reported to law enforcement. So the bill specifically authorizes doctors to remove a dead unborn child caused by spontaneous abortion or miscarriage, or to remove an ectopic pregnancy, a potentially life-threatening emergency. So this is the nation's now strictest abortion ban. Let's go to the other side of this debate and hear from Democratic senators, women particularly, who spoke out about abortion rights right outside of the U.S. Capitol earlier today. Here's this press conference.
Right. The Hoot Hootie Owl.
We are the Britneys and Haleys of our generation.
That's right.
The Tammys.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. And I thank my colleagues here, Senator Murray, Baldwin, and Duckworth are here, Cantwell are here, and we are expecting Senators Gillibrand, Klobuchar, Shaheen, Hirono, and Cortez Masto. So last week, the American people saw for themselves the stark contrast between Democrats who will fight to protect a woman's right to make decisions about their body, and MAGA Republicans who want a national abortion ban with no exceptions for rape or incest. Last week's vote threw a floodlight on what the Republican real objective is. It's not states' rights. It's not investigating a SCOTUS leaf. Their real objective is to rip away women's rights and get rid of abortion altogether. To come between women and their doctors and stop them from getting the health care they need. The real Republican objective is your body, their choice. The MAGA extremists controlling the Republican Party are putting our children at risk of inheriting a country where our children have fewer rights than their parents had. That is so un-American. That is such a giant step backward. The overturning of Roe would be the greatest backslide of individual liberties in half a century. MAGA Republicans want to prosecute and even imprison women and doctors for carrying out abortions, even friends who give their loved ones a ride to the clinic. This is a dire and vital issue for over 100 million of American women whose rights are at stake. So the choice facing America is simple. Elect more MAGA Republicans who want forced pregnancies and champion bans without exception, or elect pro-choice Democrats who will protect women's rights. When Americans go to the polls in November, they will choose between radical MAGA Republicans who want to get rid of Roe or pro-choice Democrats who will protect a woman's right to make her own decisions. Democrats will not stop fighting for this crucial and important issue because women's rights are human rights. And as much as Republicans try to deflect, distort, or distract, the unbendable truth is their anti-women views are wildly out of step with the American people. In fact, Republicans, they know this. They know they're on the wrong side of history. They know they're on the wrong side of women. They know they're on the wrong side of where Americans want to be. The Republican campaign committees in their literature, continue to urge candidates to avoid the subject of abortion. Ask yourself why. They tried to feel they could get this done without an outcry, but an outcry from one end of America to the other there is, and they're on the wrong side of history. Our communities are not going to let MAGA Republicans take away our rights. We're going to confront this challenge the same way we've confronted them during the 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency. Republicans can't run from this issue. We're going to get organized, and we're going to win at the ballot box. Last week's vote was only one step, not the end, of the fight for women. And now let me turn it over. I'm going to have to go open up the floor. But Senator Murray has been our great leader on this issue for several decades, and we're so glad to have her leading the fight.
Well, thank you all so much for joining us. A lot has changed in the last few weeks. We learned that the Supreme Court plans to overturn Roe v. Wade and eliminate the right to abortion. It is a constitutional right that generations of women have known. And last week, our Republican colleagues blocked Democrats' bill to establish a federal right to abortion and protect every woman in America's freedom to make her own decision about whether or not to keep a pregnancy. Here in Congress and in states across the country, Republicans are doing everything they can to reverse your rights. For decades, they have been working to overturn Roe and strip women of their right to abortion, and now Republicans are about to get what they have been fighting for. Soon, women will be forced to carry pregnancies to term when they do not want to. My daughter and granddaughters will have fewer rights than I did. And I've been shouting this from the rooftop. Republicans are not going to stop at overturning Roe. They are now talking about a nationwide ban on abortion to prevent every single woman in this country from being able to make her own decision about whether and when to start a family. Last week, Leader McConnell refused to rule out a federal ban on abortion if Republicans take power. Just think about that, a federal ban on abortion. I never thought I would say those words. And of course, Republicans don't just want to ban abortion. They are coming after the birth control that millions of patients rely on to plan a family, which includes IUDs and Plan B. They are jeopardizing families' ability to get the reproductive care like IVF that they need to help start a family. Republicans are targeting anyone who helps a woman get an abortion, doctors, friends, family, drivers just doing their job and getting patients to a medical appointment. This is scary, it's extreme, and it's shameful. And I don't think it should surprise anyone that people in my state of Washington and across the country are not on board with Republicans' radical attempts to reverse their rights. So we are here today to make clear Democrats are not done fighting. Far from it. As Republicans work around the clock to reverse people's rights, Democrats are fighting back around the clock and making the stakes of Republicans' extreme agenda clear. We are getting together today here to make clear we are and will continue to use every lever to our disposal to protect women's ability to control their own bodies. Senate Democrats are holding private companies accountable for collecting and selling data about people who visit abortion clinics. Democrats are urging Secretary of Defense Austin to ensure service members can get an abortion. My colleagues here can tell you more about those efforts. We are fighting to make clear women and providers should not be punished for accessing critical health care services. We're making sure that patients can get birth control without any out-of-pocket costs. And by the way, federal law requires that right now. We are pushing the administration for a federal action plan to respond to the imminent end of Roe. So put simply, Senate Democrats are undeterred and will not abandon the fight to protect everyone's reproductive rights. So I want to thank all of my colleagues here today who are working with us every single minute to make sure we are on the side of American women to make their own health care choices. That I'm going to turn it over to Senator Baldwin.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I am so proud to be here with my Senate colleagues to send a clear message to women across the country who are frightened by the prospect of having the Supreme Court turn back the clock on women's rights. Our message is simple. We are not giving up this fight, and neither should you. We need you to join it. If the court overturns Roe versus Wade, millions of women would lose their constitutionally protected right and freedom to make their own personal decisions about their health care, their family, and body. In my home state of Wisconsin, if Roe versus Wade is overturned, women are taken back to 1849. Yes, you heard me correctly, 1849. We have a law on the books from 1849 that criminalizes abortion procedures. Doctors could be charged with felonies for performing abortions and face up to 6 years in prison and be handed $10,000 in fines. For victims of rape and incest, their rights would be taken away. That's the reality for women in Wisconsin, sent back to 1849, 16 years before slavery was abolished in our state, 71 years before women even had the right to vote. My Senate colleague from Wisconsin actually said, and I quote, "It's not going to be that big of a change." Well, I will not take women in Wisconsin back, and I'm going to continue to fight to protect the constitutional rights and freedoms of women in Wisconsin and all across America. We will engage, we will organize, and activate the American people on an issue they care about and is so deeply personal. We will call on private companies to stop putting women who use abortion clinics in jeopardy by selling their data. And we are going to do everything we can to protect and expand access to birth control, because women know better than an activist Supreme Court or politicians in Washington how to make their own personal reproductive health care decisions. I want to thank my friends here today for joining this fight. We will not go back and leave this generation of women behind with fewer rights than their own mothers and grandmothers have had for decades. We will move forward. With that, I want to turn it over to Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Senator Baldwin. Even though it is disheartening.
Okay, prominent Senate Democrats, mostly women here outside of the Capitol, speaking about abortion rights as we are all anticipating what this ruling is going to be in the Mississippi case known as the Dobbs case, as Roe v. Wade, the constitutional right to an abortion that's been in place for almost 50 years, could be overturned. And that is what so many of these Senate Democrats are concerned about, and will be continuing to follow the fight for abortion rights and the other side of this debate as well. We just brought you the news of the Oklahoma legislature now passing the most strict abortion laws in the country. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. I just want to update you to a live look. We just got into a story we're going to be monitoring here. You can see that is outside of Kentwood High School in Kentwood, Michigan. We're getting reports that a shooting occurred at or near or outside the high school as the graduation ceremony was taking place. We just got a tweet in as well from the Kent County Sheriff's Office. They say they're on the scene of a shooting incident at East Kentwood High School. We're going to put this tweet up. I think we have it. One person confirmed to have been shot, they say. The suspect is outstanding at this time. We're going to be hearing from the public information officer in about 35 minutes with an update. And so hoping for the best here. This is near Grand Rapids, Michigan, the city of Kentwood. This is at, I believe, either Kentwood or East Kentwood High School. So if we get any more updates on that story, we'll bring it to you here. We're going to take a quick commercial break, a little bit past the 6 o'clock hour on this Thursday night. When we come back, though, we'll be talking about all the latest updates out of the war in Ukraine and so much more, and previewing President Biden's trip to Asia. He's en route right now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to update our viewers yet again. We're getting more and new video out of Kentwood, Michigan, outside of this high school where shooting occurred earlier this afternoon, right when a high school graduation ceremony was going on. The Kent County Sheriff's Office, for those of you who don't know, this is near Grand Rapids, Michigan, we're being told is investigating this shooting incident that happened at East Kentwood High School. They say one person was confirmed to have been shot, and they say the suspect is outstanding at this time. So once we get any press conference about this particular shooting incident, we'll bring it to you here. They say it's going to be happening very, very soon. We're going to move on, like I said before the break. I want to get all the latest updates out of the war in Ukraine and so many of these international headlines. Let's head out to Fox 13 in Tampa with the latest.
Senate passed $40 billion in aid for Ukraine. Meanwhile, statements out of Moscow suggest that Russia is about to annex southern Ukraine. And a Kremlin official has actually proposed turning the bombed-out city of Mariupol into a resort for Russian tourists. Fox 13's political editor Craig Patrick joining us now. Craig, not sure how that works since Russia has left Mariupol in shambles, but bring us up to speed first on the battles today going on in Ukraine.
Well, the Russian forces are breaking up into smaller formations and tracking to the south. And to put that in context, keep in mind that Russia seized towns outside the capital to the north but couldn't hold them, and then seized all these towns surrounding the cities of Kharkiv and others but couldn't hold them to the east, and then track south to Donbass. At this point, there is clear movement of Russian troops, particularly along the coast, basically doing everything they can at this point to try to hold what they did take in the south. Military analysts say Russia cannot capture all of Donbass, and its troop movement suggests Russia now realizes that. It's repositioning tanks and troops from the outskirts of Donbass south into territory it already occupies. It's moving into a defensive posture like a predator protecting its kill. And the propaganda coming out of Moscow indicates Russia is planning to annex the land it conquered along the southern coast, just as it annexed Crimea in 2014. And independent military assessments have projected this is how the war might end. with Russia saving face over its debacle to the north and declaring victory in its conquest along the coast. That would give Russia control over key ports and much of Ukraine's agriculture industry and Europe's largest nuclear power plant. A leading Kremlin official said the conquered lands would, quote, take a worthy place in our Russian family. He also suggested the power plant could be a cash cow for Russia by charging Ukrainians who need the electricity. But there is no electricity in the now Russia-controlled ruins of Mariupol. Russia burned and destroyed the power system, and nearly all the buildings are destroyed and will need to be leveled. And the sewer system is mixed with the drinking water system and has ruptured and flooded streets. And mixed with rains, the World Health Organization say that can or already has washed through mass graves, all creating a dire public health threat for an estimated 100,000 civilians still suffering in the ruins. And as Ukraine, the UN, and World Health Organization struggle to get them out, this is what the Kremlin official proposed turning into a Russian tourist resort. Russia's destruction and continuing invasion and threats drove the U.S. Senate to pass the $40 billion in continuing support for Ukraine.
The yeas are 86, the nays are 11, and the bill is passed.
And as that headed President Biden's desk, the president hosted the leaders of Finland and Sweden to promote their application to join NATO.
Finnish and Swedish ships have already served shoulder to shoulder with U.S. and NATO forces in Kosovo, in Afghanistan, and in Iraq. And both Finland and Sweden are already working in coordination with the United States and our other allies and partners to support the brave people of Ukraine.
And so you're hearing those very, very strong endorsements from the president and other leaders of NATO nations, but with one exception. It's Turkey that continues to object and say, no, it won't go along with this. So you have to have a unanimous vote. You would think that could tank the applications of both of these nations. But the president said they have had backdoor discussions, in fact, negotiations just yesterday with Turkey, as has NATO leadership, and they are confident at this point, though publicly Turkey continues to express qualms with Finland and Sweden moving forward with this, that is something that can be resolved in negotiations, and they continue to say they expect that to be resolved quickly.
Craig, let's get back to Mariupol there in southern Ukraine, that important port city. How many Ukrainian troops has Russia captured from that steel factory where the Ukrainian forces were holed up? And what are the chances that Russia will release any of them?
Well, the number keeps growing because there clearly were many more in that steel factory than Russia thought, starting with 260 2 days ago, then it swelled to 1,000. Now we're up to 1,700, and based on the movement we've seen day by day, I wouldn't be surprised to see the number be even greater perhaps this time tomorrow. In terms of Ukraine's chances of getting them back, they're trying to negotiate a prisoner swap at this point. They're cautiously optimistic that they can do that, but all the signals coming out of the Kremlin continue to splash cold water on that. There are indications, in fact, that Russia could, in fact, declare them and try them as terrorist or war criminals.
Yeah, there are also reports that there may be still some Ukrainian fighters holed up in that steel mill that aren't ready to surrender. So Russia's victory, claim of victory, may be a little premature there. All right, thank you, Craig.
All right, thanks to Fox 13 in Tampa there with all the latest. Joining me now, as always, a little bit earlier tonight, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. A lot is happening on the war front as well. Let's get into it. I want to first talk about Finland and Sweden. Their leaders appeared alongside President Biden today in a bid of support to show solidarity as they make an effort to apply for NATO membership. You and I have discussed some of the kind of kinks in that and the kind of roadblocks that they're experiencing. One in particular, Turkey, but also we learned today Croatia will be blocking Finland and Sweden from membership. What does Croatia want, and has Turkey relented at all since we last spoke yesterday?
Andrew, good evening. My understanding is Croatia, they have a few little issues they want to work with, nothing huge, but they want to work through some issues. I was looking this afternoon, and I was trying to figure out exactly what they wanted, and it didn't look like anything insurmountable. But you know, for a lot of countries in NATO, Turkey is the biggest, obviously, and the most vocal. They see this as an opportunity, and it's an opportunity to address other issues. And I wouldn't be surprised if you might see, as this thing drags on, if it does drag on any further, that maybe another country may step forward and say, well, we'd kind of like to address this too. And as mentioned, the issue with the Kurds or the Kurdish organizations with Finland and to a lesser extent with Sweden that the Turks have raised actually applies more to Denmark, which is already a NATO member. So there is this kind of, when you look at it, you go, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't quite match up with the reality on the ground.
Hal, you have remained, though, very optimistic that some of these problems will kind of sort themselves out in the long term, and there might not be an expedited fast track for membership for Sweden and Finland. Are you still confident? Are you still bullish on that?
Everything I've seen, I'm pretty confident they're going to work through this stuff. I mean, they only went in there with the formal offer a couple days ago, so it hasn't been out there for that long. And I would have expected the first week for them to be a little, if they're, the state of residence by Turkey, I would have expected for this to kind of play its way out, and there's has to be a certain negotiation, figure out way, and provide some consideration for Turkey's vote. And now we're going to have to provide some consideration for Croatia's support, and that'll work its way out. But everything behind the scenes, from what I gather, is being worked out. The mechanics of integration are being worked out, where they're going to sit. I understand there's already Finnish and Swedish representatives at NATO headquarters, literally, arranging their desks and doing all sorts of stuff. So they're working this out. There's like, from what I gather, it's parallel paths. It's like, here's the formal invitation, but it's a foregone conclusion they're going to be in here. So let's start working out the mechanics so they can hit the ground running when it's finalized. And that's what it sounds like, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Okay, let's move on and talk about what's going on at the Kremlin, specifically Putin's inner circle. You had alerted me to some of the news out of Moscow that Russia has fired senior commanders who are considered to have performed poorly during the opening stages of the invasion. We also know, speaking of one of these high-level military officials, that Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, spoke with his Russian counterpart, Gerasimov, earlier today. That was the first time they have spoken since the invasion began. What are we to make of all this?
Well, what it is Putin is, there's a history here where he's just been getting angrier and angrier because they haven't been performing on the field. And of course, if you go back before that, there was talk that 150 FSB officers had been fired. The top of the 5th Directorate, which is in charge of intelligence operations in the Ukraine, was actually one of those that was rolled up under house arrest and was facing charges. So he's been frustrated. The generals, there's been some generals out there that have obviously been removed. In fact, Gerasimov himself was going out there to ostensibly take charge of the main effort, which would have put him as a more senior general in charge of the main effort over a more junior general, Dornikov, who had just been named the head of Ukrainian operations, which was the first time they had a singular general named for heading Russia's Ukrainian operations, which was a big question, which is if he goes in there, then who's in charge? Did Dornikov get knocked down? Is he going to be relieved? And of course, then Gerasimov gets reportedly injured, did not show up for the Victory Day parade, kind of undermining that or underscoring that issue. And then, of course, there's been all these reports that his time and credibility with Putin has been dramatically limited. But today he was allowed to talk to Milley, which he has not been allowed to talk to date. They cut a number of those comms paths off. He has been allowed to talk to him. He has not been formally removed from his job as chairman of as basically the chief of staff of the armed forces. However, it's very clear that he's been knocked down a few pegs. He does not have the influence with Putin that he once had. That influence that Putin has taken a much more forthright role. There are reports, and they sound pretty credible, that Putin is getting into the weeds. He is getting into tactical decision making, at least down to possibly the division level, brigade level, on the field in Ukraine. Which, for Russia, for the Russian military, that's got to be a grave concern. For the Ukrainian military, that might be cause for some joy because you have somebody who doesn't know what he's doing now micromanaging Russian operations, which should actually help the Ukrainian counteroffensives. But that's what's going on. he doesn't know who to trust. And it's not just trust as are they telling the truth, it's trust, do they really know what they're talking about? And of course, he's paying the price for the fact that he has surrounded himself over time with yes men. They realized that the way you survived in his regime was you told the boss what he wanted to hear.
Yeah.
And then he goes off and does this based on that. And now he's paying a price. And frankly, he's kind of trying to figure out what he's doing. And he may be suffering the effects of ill health all at the same time.
Yeah, let's talk about so many of those topics, because you and I will agree on this, that if you're a military commander in the Russian army and you get fired, firing takes on a whole different meaning in the kind of Russian security and military apparatus. I found that to be quite interesting. Also, the kind of NATO equivalent of post-Soviet countries that has formed recently are showing their frustrations with Russia as well, and that united defense bloc may not be as united as it has been in the past. And also how you and I were talking, casualties are reaching and approaching a significant number on the Russian side, according to the Ukrainian side, up to almost 30,000 casualties since the war began. We could hit that by the weekend. All of this has to be simmering. There has to be some type of boiling point where, Putin has to blink.
I think we saw that a few days ago, where that retired colonel who's the defense contributor or expert that they use on Russian state television basically laid out Putin, the whole Ukrainian operation, cut through the propaganda, basically said it was propaganda in so many words.
Yeah.
Shocking. Of course, he comes on the next day, and somebody had a conversation with him, which may or may not have included a gun to his head at some point, and then he walked back a lot of what he said. It was interesting, and it was very clear what had happened behind the scenes, which was somebody had spoke to him about the consequences probably for him and his family, because that's the way it's done in Russia.
Yeah.
All right. Now on the battle damage assessment, it's kind of catching up, but there are reports that almost a brigade, the better part, not just that battalion that was wiped out on that river crossing with artillery, but most of the brigade was taken out. Right now, the Ukrainians are showing 28,500 killed in action for the Russians. If they keep up on this track, sometimes towards the middle or end of next week, they could be looking at 30,000. And my guess is at this point, despite whatever propaganda Russia puts out, that Putin probably has a second channel where he's getting much more accurate intelligence on their battle damage that they're suffering. And it's probably a lot closer to the Ukrainian estimate. So he knows what this means as well. This is an enormous watershed moment in terms of what's going on. So there's just a lot of things that he has to face in terms of bad news on the front, and then the other part is they got to figure out what they're doing with these prisoners of war that are taken on Mariupol, because he's getting pressure within Russia to back out of that deal for prisoner exchange. And if they do something draconian, if they try them as war criminals or something like that, first off, they don't meet the international standard for war criminals by any means. And then if they try them as war criminals and they do something like try to do executions or something like that, I think even Putin realizes that the long-term consequences of that could be really horrific for Russia, and certainly for him personally, with all the other things that have been going on.
Yeah, and of course, we have been talking so much, not only about Putin's mental health, but physical health as well. I didn't get to bring this up when we spoke, I believe, Friday of last week. There was a report and a secret recording was obtained by an outfit known as New Lines magazine of this call from an oligarch who is close to the Kremlin and close to Putin that essentially said Putin is very ill with blood cancer, although the media organ did not say what type of cancer was specified. But this was a kind of intercepted recording of some of these comments by an unnamed oligarch who is close to the Kremlin. And you and I have spoken at length about What is ailing Putin? So that was quite interesting in that intercepted phone call obtained by that media organization. Then again, you have to kind of take these reports with a grain of salt.
Well, with one thing that is coming out, and the media certain media organizations, they'll pick it up, but which has really kind of surprised all of us. Communication security and operational security on the Russian side has been really poor. They've been saying things have been picked up by Ukrainian intelligence through what we call signals intelligence, SIGINT, which is intercepted radio, intercepted phone calls, cell phone calls, anything that moves electronically being intercepted. And the Russian encrypted communications capability has been so broken since the beginning of this thing that the Ukrainians have been able to pick up on a lot of things. Now, I was hearing at the very beginning that in Kyiv, amongst the hierarchy there, they on the Ukrainian side, that it was widely understood that that Putin had been suffering from leukemia. That was their belief, and there is some credibility because the people involved. Then, of course, you saw the reports that he had thyroid cancer, and they had doctors assigned to him who are experts in thyroid cancer. And then, of course, this latest thing, he has blood cancer. I'm not ruling out that, he may have a problem with cancer, and it may be stage 4 or something. And so we're getting all sorts of reports that aren't necessarily, exclusive, if you will. They could be just talking about something that a situation is getting worse. He looked rather energetic at the Victory Day parade. He was kind of bouncing up those stairs, if you remember, and he did that long walk. That could have been he was pumped up with stuff. That's very possible. The other thing, though, is they went back and re-examined some of the other photos, and what they noticed was when he was sitting in that chair, they had him really covered up tight with blankets, as if there were real problems there. And there were some other little things which indicated that they had taken a number of unusual precautions for his health while he was out there. So he was able to perform in those limited things, but there was obviously something else going on. And whatever they did, those images we've had of what look like Parkinson's symptoms, where he can't control the movement of his hands, his feet, his legs, those apparently had diminished. There are drugs that will suppress those things. That may have been the case. But there's obviously a problem there.
Yeah. Hal, let's move on to some more international headlines. We know President Biden, as we speak, is en route to his first overseas trip to the Indo-Pacific. He'll be visiting both South Korea and Japan, no doubt shoring up their support to assist in the West's efforts into Ukraine, no doubt. But I thought it was interesting, too, because in the middle of all of this, you kind of have to talk about North Korea as well on a trip like this. And I want to read in part what Jake Sullivan told reporters on Air Force One about possible overtures or back channels that the Biden administration has been trying to get through to North Korea. They say, Jake Sullivan says, North Korea has refused to talk with the Biden administration, saying that the U.S. has sent messages through various channels. Quote, thus far, North Korea has not displayed any indication of willingness to engage in any meaningful and constructive diplomacy. We also learned a couple days ago Biden has no plans to visit the DMZ when he's in South Korea. This all comes as North Korea is facing a huge COVID outbreak, possibly their first since the pandemic began. And in the last few months, they have tested and tested and tested ICBMs.
And they may test another an ICBM while President Biden is actually in South Korea. There are contingencies in place for messaging and other things that will deal with if they do a test of an ICBM while he's there, which I really can't tell you. I'm not saying it's 50-50, but they are fully prepared for that to happen. Yeah, Kim Jong-un, obviously he's cut the channels. That's been true for a while, that he has not been communicative. You know, it's also right now, it's a little more difficult for us to leverage China as a means, as one of those channels to get through. Our relationship with China is not what it was at one time, and that's also been true for a while. They have this huge COVID outbreak. I think they're having a surge, from what I can gather, I am of the opinion that they've always had a problem with COVID. They just kept it very, very quiet. And because it's a hermetic society, if you will, and there's virtually no outside presence that can provide a lot of good information on what's there, they've probably had that. In fact, one of the problems with figuring out how many people are sick is the fact that they don't have testing capability. They don't really have much of a medical capability at all, but they have virtually no testing capability. So the only way that we will ever to be able to figure out how bad it is if we can get some data on excess morbidity of the population. Now they're saying 1.6 million. For all we know, it could be 3 times that many. I just don't know. And then if you look at that, the numbers for the number of people who die of this in the West don't necessarily translate to North Korea, because their medical system was already completely broken before this thing happened. They couldn't do routine stuff there. They would do stuff that just would not be acceptable by Western standards. So their morbidity rate from COVID could be far in excess of what Western numbers are. This is obviously a big concern because he went public with it. Kim Jong-un actually went public and talked about this, and that is very, very much against the way that North Korea does these things, which tells you just how serious it is. You know, there's a report that I think it was 3 or 4 big cargo jets went up to China, and it's not sure what they were taking there and not sure what they were bringing back, but they believe it was all tied to whatever this is. Okay. You know, the other thing too is there's no proof it's COVID. There is a strain of thought. It could be something else that's it could be more serious.
Hal, just last point though, back to Biden's trip and how he's garnering even more support amongst Asian nations as kind of a test and a symbol for China to look upon. You know, if those nations are joining the West and assisting Ukraine and the war effort there, that is a symbol about maybe, hey, do not mess with Taiwan. What do you think about that?
I think that's actually a good way to put it. Maybe that should become the bumper sticker. You know, there's a thing over there called the Quad, all right, which is ostensibly Japan, Australia, India, the U.S., but they're talking about South Korea being part of the Quad. And it's an informal thing. It's often sometimes referred to as informal Asian version of NATO. It may get more formalized because all these countries are coming together and seeing common purpose in what they're doing, particularly in opposition to China. And of course the ongoing threat with North Korea. But just as you've seen with the Ukraine war has galvanized European and North Atlantic unity in opposition to it, you know, triggered 2 long-standing neutral nations to apply for NATO membership. You're starting to see some of the differences, the long-standing differences between South Korea and Japan seem to be going a little bit further off the radar. There seems to be more bilateral discussion with that. As you know, I was over there for a long time and going back and forth between those 2 countries. And so I've seen some of that antagonism firsthand. But that seems to be kind of drawn back. And I think President Biden's going to actually be able to come into this in a very different situation than previous presidents and maybe get some things done that previous presidents do it. And I think the more intransigent Kim Jong-un is, the more this pushes unity across the board. So there's a sea change, pardon the expression, considering it's the South China Sea, that's happening over there in terms of relationships. And it's the second, third order effects of Ukraine that are actually kind of pushing that.
Definitely. Well, we'll leave it at that. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your time. We'll be covering President Biden's overseas trip here on Live Now from Fox for those of you who are interested in following along. And Hal, we'll talk to you again.
All right. Have a good night.
Right now, though, we do want to take the opportunity to play out the event at the White House as President Biden welcomed both the leaders of Finland and Sweden in a show of support as those 2 Nordic countries make their way and their application known officially to join the ranks of the NATO alliance.
Please be seated. Thank you. It's not only a beautiful day, this is, in my view and the view of my team, a momentous day. It's a very, very good day. Today I'm proud to welcome and offer the strong support of the United States for the applications of two great democracies and two close, highly capable partners to join the strongest, most powerful defensive alliance in the history of the world. Two proud, independent countries exercising the sovereign rights all states possess to decide their own security. President Nisto, you are, and Prime Minister Anderson, it's a great honor to have both of you here at the White House as Finland and Sweden began the process of joining NATO. It was out of the wreckage of World War II that NATO was formed. And in 7 decades that followed, NATO has proved itself an indispensable alliance, committed to a Europe whole, free, and at peace. But in recent years, doubts began to arise. Was NATO still relevant? Was it still effective? Is it still needed in the 21st century world? Today, there is no question. NATO is relevant. It is effective, and it is more needed now than ever. The indispensable alliance of decades past is still the indispensable alliance for the world we face today, and I would argue tomorrow as well. And the decision of Sweden and Finland, the one they have made, is testament to that commitment. This is about the future. It's about a revived NATO that has the tools and resources, the clarity and conviction to defend our shared values and lead the world. Sweden and Finland are already among our closest partners on a range of issues, from strengthening peace and stability, to advancing human rights, to taking on the climate crisis and addressing food insecurity, from strengthening the global health to promoting development. Finnish and Swedish troops have already served shoulder to shoulder with U.S. and NATO forces in Kosovo, in Afghanistan, and in Iraq. And both Finland and Sweden are already working in coordination with the United States and our other allies and partners to support the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their freedom against Russia's invasion. Sweden and Finland have strong democratic institutions, strong militaries, and strong and transparent economies, and a strong moral sense of what is right. They meet every NATO requirement, and then some. And having 2 new NATO members in the High North will enhance the security of our alliance and deepen our security cooperation across the board. Today, the President, the Prime Minister, and I had a very good discussion about NATO accession, about the war in Ukraine, and strengthening transatlantic security. But our conversations began well before today. President Nisto and I spoke last December, and again in January, and the weeks leading up to Russia's unjust and unprovoked assault on Ukraine. In March, the President came to the White House to see me, to discuss this brutal conflict and the rupture it's causing in Europe. While we were in the Oval Office together, we picked up the phone and we called the Prime Minister, and the 3 of us all spoke. And we spoke again last week when I invited them to come to the White House today. We have consulted closely at every stage as Sweden and Finland made their determinations. And today I'm proud to assure them that they have the full, total, complete backing of the United States of America. Today, my administration is submitting to the United States Congress reports on NATO accession for both countries so the Senate can efficiently and quickly move on advising and consenting to the treaty. I greatly appreciate Senator Schumer and McConnell's support, as well as Senator Menendez and Risch, to move this through the Senate as quickly as possible once the perspective of all allies are addressed and NATO adopts the accession protocols. The bottom line is simple, quite straightforward. Finland and Sweden make NATO stronger, not just because of their capacity, but they're strong, strong democracies. And a strong, united NATO is the foundation of America's security. By joining NATO, allies make a sacred commitment to one another, that an attack on one is an attack against all. It's Article 5 of the Washington Treaty and the core building block of our alliance. And the only time in history Article 5 has been invoked was after 9/11, when the United States was attacked and all our allies rallied to our side. The United States will never forget that, and we will never fail in our pledge to defend every single inch of NATO territory. I welcome Sweden and Finland choosing that responsibility as well. This is going to benefit all of our people. And today, the President, Prime Minister, and I committed that we're going to work together to remain vigilant against the threats to our shared security and deter and confront any aggression while Finland and Sweden are in this accession process. There's nothing going to be missed, as my mother would say, between the cup and the lip. We're in once it is moving forward. I really mean it. I really mean it. So let me be clear. New members joining NATO is not a threat to any nation. It never has been. NATO's purpose is to defend against aggression. That's its purpose, to defend. And let no one make a mistake. The meaning of this historic day. In the face of aggression, NATO has not grown weaker or more divided. It has grown stronger, more united. With Finland and Sweden's decision to request membership in NATO, it'll be enhanced for all time. Standing together today, we reject the bloody creed that might makes right, and we declare more powerful creed. All for one and one for all. Because what NATO makes strong isn't just our enormous military capacity, but our commitment to each other, to its values. NATO is an alliance of choice, not coercion. This is a victory for democracy in action. Finland and Sweden are seeking to join NATO because their citizens demanded it, and their elected leaders heard them. That's how it works when leaders derive their power from the consent of the government, from the consent of the governed. And that's why NATO's open door has always been so important. It allows nations to choose for themselves to ask to be part of a group of nations that value freedom, democracy, and human dignity above all else. Countries must demonstrate that they meet NATO's high standards for military interoperability, economic transparency, and democratic accountability. That's what Sweden and Finland have done. And so today, it's an affirmation of those countries in Europe that share our values, that we're willing and able to do what it takes to be part of the alliance. NATO's door remains open. In just a few minutes, I'll be leaving to spend time with two of our Indo-Pacific allies. In a half hour or so, I'll be flying to the Republic of Korea and Japan. I thank the President and the Prime Minister for traveling here on for this meeting before I take off, because it is so important. America's alliances in Europe and in Asia keep us, and I would argue the world, strong and secure. They're how we confront the challenges of our time and deliver for our people today, and harness opportunities for better tomorrow. And I look forward soon calling Sweden and Finland our friends, partners, and NATO allies. I want to thank you both for being here, and I'm going to invite each of you to say a few words, and we'll start. Mr. President, the podium is yours.
Okay, so we wanted to just listen in to those brief remarks from President Biden there as he is alongside Finnish and Swedish leaders as they take steps closer and closer to joining NATO here. This is all amid the war underway. A great breakdown between Hal Kempfer and our very own Andrew Kraft. We'll be touching more on that and on more of the updates coming out of the Pentagon as we're hearing Press Secretary John Kirby is moving to the White House in a senior communications role, so he will be leaving the Pentagon as press secretary. That just coming in here to the newsroom. Also just coming in, we are getting an update out of Kent County. Remember, we brought up this tweet we showed you not too long ago. The sheriff's office on the scene of a shooting incident at East Kentwood High School. They're saying one person was confirmed to have been shot. The suspect was outstanding at that time. The public information officer giving a briefing now. We're going to start it from the beginning.
County Sheriff's Department dispatch received several 911 calls at about 7:20 this evening regarding a shooting that was happening in the parking lot area of East Kentwood High School. The school had a graduation ceremony happening in the stadium, and as people were exiting the stadium, it appears that two white sedans were involved in a gun exchange between each other, and two individuals were struck by bullets in this exchange. One of them is a 16-year-old male from Texas, and the other is a 40-year-old female from Grand Rapids. Both of them are in stable condition. The 16-year-old received a wrist wound. The female received an abdomen wound and a wrist wound, so 2 shots. They're both being treated at local hospitals. Beyond that, the suspects left the area at a high rate of speed, exited the area. We are looking for them right now. We're also looking for any leads that anybody might have about their identification. We're asking if anybody was on scene at the high school and they happen to have video that would be helpful for our investigation. You can get that to us by contacting the sheriff's office or Silent Observer. And we just want to say that the Kentwood Public School is working very closely with us to help us establish what happened this evening and run down any leads and get this brought to resolution. This is a difficult thing for a school district to go through, a community to go through. So we're working very hard to make sure that we're bringing it to closure as soon as possible and ensuring that this community remains as safe as possible. But we do have 2 outstanding suspects at this point.
Shooting following a graduation, what goes through your mind when you first got that call?
Certainly you're nervous for the safety of the community and the people who happen to be on the scene of the graduation. So stabilizing that scene and making sure that we get it as safe as possible as soon as possible, and then bring that incident to closure by investigating it very thoroughly and making sure we know what happened and hopefully why.
Is there a motive here yet?
We don't have any of that information yet.
What is the connection between the 2 people who were injured?
We have no known connection between those 2 individuals or those 2 individuals to any of the possible suspects. So it's possible they just happened to be bystanders in the event.
Sheriff, we had been told that witnesses had told us that 10 shots were fired. Is that true?
I don't have an exact number of shots. I would say multiple shots, a large number of shots were fired at this scene, but I don't have an exact number. That's one of the things that we're still very painstakingly trying to figure out. What types of weapons were involved, how many weapons were involved. We have eyewitness accounts, but obviously it's important to know for sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
I know you said the victims are being treated at a local hospital, Metro, Spectrum.
I can answer that question. I'm sorry.
Sheriff, a student had also said that the victim was a mother of a student. Are you able to confirm that?
I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
Suspects still on the loose. Is it 2 suspects?
We have multiple suspects that got into the vehicle. We don't know their connection to the actual shooting. We know we had at least 2 shooters.
Is this community safe tonight?
I want the community to be alert to these potential suspects tonight. We have no reason to believe they're coming back into the area or that they have a specific target back in this area. This scene is secure now. But of course, until we bring this case to resolution, I can't be certain on what their intent is.
But just to be clear, there is no public threat at this point.
We do not believe there's an ongoing public threat at this moment.
What do you say to families and students and people who are a part of this community?
I mean, a celebration like this is something that brings family together, makes us feel close as a community with pride of our young people and what they're accomplishing. This is very difficult to have happen in this community at this moment of celebration. So I say that we're working to bring it to resolution. I also say communities keep communities safe. So we need to make sure we all work together to bring it to resolution, to get all the information we can about this case, and so that we can do it quickly and thoroughly and effectively.
Sheriff, this community has had a rash of violence recently. We had 2 homicides last weekend, 3 homicides this month, and a number of shootings. For a community struggling with this surge in violence recently, what would your message be?
I'm certainly concerned about the surge in violence, and again, I'll go back to communities keep communities safe. We have to work together to bring these cases to resolution. We have to know that it's up to each person in this community to keep each other safe.
We had also heard that law enforcement officials were on scene of that graduation. Were they deputies with King County Sheriff's Office?
I don't have that information.
Just to double check, so 2 suspects do you have age ranges? Were any other descriptive information?
We are literally reviewing the video right now, tips that we are starting to get into Silent Observer, so I don't have any of that information, and the images that I see, it's not clear who the identification is, so I really can't. I don't have great descriptions of the suspects right now.
Are you guys planning to release any of that video or images at any
time? I don't know.
Last question for you. When can we expect another update?
I think we're probably going to be a little while before we get anything more extensive, so we will keep you posted. We'll send out information to you when we will update, but I don't have any more information forthcoming in the immediate unless there's a change in the circumstance.
Were these people who were shot, were they here for the graduation?
We are still trying to get good interviews with those individuals because obviously they were in need of medical care, so they were evacuated to the hospitals. We have officers there talking to family, and at one point will be the victims themselves, but I don't have that information right now.
Was there any intel that this could have happened before?
I have no knowledge of any intel ahead of time.
Are witnesses and suspects, victims cooperating with you guys at this point?
We've had a very cooperative group of people that we've worked with so far, and I expect that to continue. We're really working together as a team to get this case resolved.
When I was speaking with the 18-year-old student earlier, I mean, she had heard from her sister who was there at the time of the graduation. And what would your message be to members of this community and, of the school that, we're running, we heard of some videos online of people running and screaming. What would your message be to people struggling with what's happened tonight?
This is a very traumatic thing to go through, and I would say be empathetic to other members in the community and understand that going through something like this is something that will be difficult for them to shed, talk through it, work with. If you feel the need for a mental health professional, there are mental health professionals to work with, and I think we need to keep in mind that when we have an event like this happen, our whole community suffers. It's not just the individual who happened to be on that spot at that time who witnessed it. It's everybody who hears about it, everybody who then believes their community is less safe tonight than it was last night. So that's why it's an entire community's need to step forward, work together, and make sure these cases, this case and all of these cases, get brought to resolution.
Now, when it comes to the investigation at the school grounds, are you guys going to be here all night into tomorrow morning?
I can't answer exactly how long it'll take, but it'll take as long as it does. And we'll be here collecting evidence until there's no more evidence to be collected.
Are you still questioning people there?
We're working to collect scene evidence. There are a number of people. I can't tell you what the state of that investigation is right now.
Have you heard whether this will impact school tomorrow?
I think that's something they're considering. I can't answer that question right now. That would be a more appropriate question for the school district, and I think they've already made a statement. I'm certain that they'll probably release something subsequent to this.
Just to clarify, all the shots came from one vehicle. Is that what you're understanding?
That's not actually, I don't know that for sure. I believe they're subjects from multiple directions shooting at each other. So I don't think it actually is one vehicle. We have two white sedans that appear to be involved in some way, shape, or form, but we are still reviewing the video. But we don't believe it was all from one vehicle.
You say sedans, is it like a van, SUV, or do you know what?
Be like a passenger car, a four-door passenger car. I don't know if they were four-door or two-door.
So you think there were multiple weapons involved?
There are multiple weapons involved.
Do you know what type of weapons were?
I don't have that information. We're still evaluating that.
Who were they targeting specifically?
We have no idea.
Sheriff, last question. I mean, do you know if this was captured on video at this time?
So there are portions of it that we can see from the school video, but how detailed it is and how exact it is, I can't answer those questions. That's part of what we're reviewing right now.
Do you know if they left this way or that way?
I can't answer those questions. I don't know those answers.
So were the victims, just to get it straight in my mind, were they in one of those sedans or
No,
not?
no.
They were they outside or were they in a vehicle?
No, they were in the parking lot area.
So
okay.
They appear just to be innocent victims.
My suspicion is that they are just completely bystanders that happen to be here at the time of this gun exchange.
I think last question for me, obviously it is graduation season. People are out there are celebrating. Should districts be doing anything, especially given the uptick of gun violence in Kent County?
I think that is a individual school district question. I think that's something certainly they evaluate every year depending on, and there's something that are like very basic like traffic related issues or congestion or things like that they often will consider when they're deciding to get officers there on standby for their graduation. Whether this will factor into it, I think, is an independent community question.
Sheriff, does it appear that the cars were on the road or somewhere on the school property?
I can answer that question.
And one more question for me. I had spoken with Chief Lindstrom earlier, and he said, there have been more drive-by shooting incidents recently. They've seen young people stealing cars and then taking them out and taking part in drive-by shootings. I mean, have you seen more drive-by shootings recently with the Kent County Sheriff's Office? Because it seems that, this was another type of incident.
So, that area law enforcement works very close together, and our jurisdictions butt up to each other, so there certainly has been an uptick as you look at the greater Kent County area. Specific to the Kent County Sheriff's Office, we have not had cases of drive-by shootings in our jurisdiction, but we have worked with agencies who are seeing them, and as a Kent County community and even a greater metropolitan area, there have been a number of incidents that have happened, and it is significant, and it is something that as a community we need to be aware of, we need to work together, resolve, and we need to get these cases resolved.
If any of the districts reach out to you for security, would you provide it?
We generally do if it's within our jurisdiction, and certainly other law enforcement agencies do if it's within their jurisdiction and it's within our means. We have obviously X number of officers to provide safety and security for the entire community.
Thank you.
Do you know if the victims were mother and child? Or
No, they're
know?
not.
Okay.
They're not related to each other.
Oh, they're not? Okay.
No.
Right. But they were attending the event? Or
That's what we're trying to work on right now. This is really early in the investigation for us. So we're trying to make sure we talk to you and let you know as soon as possible, but there is a lot more that we don't know yet, that I can't confirm yet.
And again, they're going to be okay, because we've read comments of someone who has passed away, but you said these two people are going to be okay.
So the two that I know about are both in stable condition. I would say the 40-year-old female had what I would consider serious wounds from this. The 16-year-old had a wrist injury, still serious. A wrist injury was serious, but both appear to be stable. That's the knowledge we have right now. Not to say that there's not more information that we haven't been updated on yet, or that I haven't been updated on yet while I'm here with you guys. So
both gunshot wounds, though.
Yes,
right?
Correct.
Boy or girl for the 16-year-old?
Male.
Male. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the 40-year-old was a
female. Yep.
One was from Texas, you said?
Yeah, the 16-year-old was from Texas, here visiting family, and the 40-year-old female was from Grand Rapids. I think that's all the information we have, right, Eric?
Yep.
Anything I'm missing?
I had to step away from the first part, but it was, as the superintendent said, and I think it was in there, it was a Crossroads Alternative High School graduation that was taking place at the stadium. That was the event taking place.
Yep.
anything else you would like to add?
I have nothing more at this time. We'll get back with you as soon as we do have additional information. And again, if anybody has information related to this incident or perhaps video that might be helpful to our investigators, I ask you to call either the Sheriff's Department directly or through Silent Observer, but we need the information.
Or okay to say if they're students?
Or yeah, okay to say if they're students, because that's something that students often would do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
So there we have it, the latest from the Kent County Sheriff's Office right there outside of a high school graduation. At least one suspect opening fire here. We're hearing that they're looking for at least 2 suspects that got away in a car there. 2 people have been shot, one a 16-year-old male, and then the second a 40-year-old female. They are unaffiliated, not a mother-son situation. Still very early on in this investigation. We'll be giving you more details as we have it out of Kent County there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with the top stories of the day here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, top of the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, 7 o'clock, 10 o'clock out on the East Coast. We want to go into some coverage on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. Yes, it's still going on, and yes, it has the nation's attention, bringing people, hundreds, in fact, to the courthouse itself. Fox 5's Bob Bernard with all of these fans that are showing up overnight to try to get a glimpse of Johnny Depp, specifically heading into the courtroom.
They camp out overnight for the chance to get inside the Fairfax County Courthouse to be in the presence of celebrity.
A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to come and see a very prolific case.
They're mostly women, most professing an adoration for Johnny Depp. Yvonne lives in Los Angeles.
No, I'm here for Johnny, so I'm in the courtroom behind him, giving him strength, pushing him through, and as long as I can be with him, that's all that's important.
They get their wristbands from sheriff's deputies right at 7 a.m. The first 100 guaranteed a spot in the courtroom.
So this is my wristband to get in the courtroom. I am number 1 in line today. So I have my formal wristband, and then I have our informal number 1.
I came Monday night at around 11 p.m., and so when morning came, I was actually going to be, I think, the 100th person, but 2 ladies cut in line in front of me and literally took my spot.
On the other side of the courthouse, the arrivals. Johnny Depp acknowledging the small gathering of fans on the other side of the gate.
Just made breakfast for all of them this morning. Waffles.
Did he say waffles? Nah, he didn't really, did he?
It's just something
and ever
funny,
since the
like
first day,
just humorous, yeah.
Okay.
Ever since the first day that he has come here, he was a little stressed out the first time, but look at him now. He's so happy, and we just love to see Johnny happy.
As we learned live at 6 o'clock this morning, these courtgoers take care of each other.
A bunch of coffee, donuts, hot chocolate just arriving here from Dunkin' Donuts, courtesy this man, Ian Runkle, who is actually visiting from Canada.
The thing I can't get online is watching the jury, so that's what I'm looking at.
Some in the crowd here taking their fandom to a different level.
Me and my friend Sarah, we actually went yesterday and got tattoos for this to kind of commemorate this experience.
What is your tattoo of?
I got a 3, so it's the same one that he has on his hand, and I just thought that was cool and like minimalistic.
Then there's young court watcher James Robertson, who lives in Florida, making a name for himself just by being here.
You know, because it's publicized on TV, people really look at the audience, especially during, you know, some of these times where maybe it's cross and they just want to see people's reactions. And yeah, they picked me out of the crowd. I guess at some moments where I didn't realize I was losing my poker face. It's hard for me not to express myself a little bit, so some eyebrow raises and people kind of picked up on that and made some reels of it. Yeah.
So you got to keep coming back. You can't disappoint, right?
No, I can't. People are actually on Twitter demanding that I come back. I'm getting messages on Twitter and Instagram and everywhere now. It's crazy. Yeah, I think 16,000 people followed me just yesterday. So it's unreal. I'm just a regular person, but yeah.
Not anymore, James.
Yeah, not anymore. I'm part of this trial now.
We'll keep an eye out for more future stars. In Fairfax, Bob Barnard, Fox 5 Local News.
You can't make this stuff up. There's a lot going on outside of the courtroom. There's a little bit going on inside of the courtroom. Let's get a recap of who testified today from Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
I just know he was always drinking.
Actor Ellen Barkin taking the stand today in a pre-recorded deposition testifying against Johnny Depp.
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with?
Barkin described her relationship with the now 58-year-old Depp as sexual, one that lasted for several months in the 1990s when the pair starred in the cult classic Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Barkin repeated her claim Depp threw a wine bottle at her during a fight with other people in the same room.
When he threw it, was it in your direction? Yes.
Depp is seeking $50 million from his ex-wife for the reputation damage he says he suffered after she penned this op-ed in 2016 in the Washington Post about her experience with domestic violence. Heard didn't mention Depp by name in it, and according to this Disney production executive, the op-ed had no bearing on Depp's film future, amid debate whether he'd ever star again in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise.
Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any other role because of Amber Heard's op-ed?
No. On the other hand, Heard's talent manager testified the negative press of Heard after the couple's 2016 split has hurt Heard's acting career.
They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them.
From the Los Angeles Police Department, Marie Sadoniga, a 17-year veteran of the force who specializes in domestic violence. Officer Sadoniga was asked about the night officers were called to the couple's downtown Los Angeles penthouse after an alleged fight. No one was charged with a crime, and officers previously testified they didn't see any marks on Heard's face.
We have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened?
Okay, so again, a breakdown from Fox 11 in Los Angeles right there. To further dive into today's proceedings, I want to bring in legal analyst Julie Rendelman. Julie, thanks for being with us here on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So let's start first with Johnny Depp's ex-fling, I guess you could say, Ellen Barkin coming in and really testifying as to who Johnny Depp was as a partner, and a lot of it very negative. What did you make of that?
Yeah, so look, a couple things to keep in mind. One is that it was many, many years ago. And two, she certainly came off as someone that is not a huge fan, certainly not now, of Johnny Depp. And so those are things that we think about when we think about the credibility of a witness. At the same time, she does give some corroboration for Amber Heard. She describes him as jealous, which is what Amber Heard describes him as. She describes him as having an angry temper. I'm not sure the throwing of the bottle comes to that level that Amber Heard has, which is of him being physically violent, hitting her, punching her, things of that nature. But it certainly can, if the jury believes it, lend some credibility to what Amber Heard's saying, because this is someone that doesn't have any, skin in the game in a sense when it comes to this case, and is simply telling at least her recollection. But I do think even the fact that she describes it as quote unquote a sexual relationship, not even a romantic relationship, kind of lets you know that there may be some bitterness in terms of how their relationship ended.
Oh, interesting. Well, there was also more testimony today, and I feel like this smear campaign is going to be a real talker between us. Let's go into it, because they brought in this forensic social media expert, his name Ron Schnell, and he talked about the negative hashtags related to Amber Heard between this time period of 2020, April 2020 and January 2021. This is all spurred off of Johnny Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, who said that these accusations, which is what this trial is all about, these abuse accusations, and then that op-ed that was eventually written, that it was all a hoax. What do you think about this whole smear campaign, this push from Amber Heard's legal team to say that this was really just Johnny Depp trying to come at her?
Yeah, so part of her suit back to him is that he basically defamed her through the attorney. And a lot of people that are looking at this case, and we've spoken about it, can't understand why the attorney wasn't sued. The attorney's the person who actually made the statements. And so you have to take a leap to assume that Johnny Depp is the one that made or pushed his own attorney to make those statements. So people are a little befuddled why the attorney wasn't included. Now, obviously, after those statements were made by the attorney, the argument is that, and look, anyone who's watching social media sees it now, that a lot of people, particularly on social media, are very pro Johnny Depp. And so after these comments were made by him, there was a lot of negative Twitter hashtags against her that seemed to grow and grow and grow after these statements were made. And their position is that's an indication of how this lie by his attorney, and therefore lie by Johnny Depp, if you accept that it wasn't true, impacted her and her ability to get a job and her ability to work.
So we did hear from Waldman, who actually is still Johnny Depp's attorney, in a pre-recorded testimony, and he kind of invoked this attorney-client privilege, saying that he couldn't talk fully about the conversations that they had had in the past. How far does that privilege, I guess, go?
Well, it seemed to go pretty far because you really didn't have to answer almost anything when it came to that. And in a sense, that may be good for Johnny and it may not be. I mean, we don't know really what the nature of their conversation was. Had there not been an attorney-client privilege and then he was obligated, I'm not saying this happened, but for example, to say that Johnny Depp told him to make those statements and then he made those statements, then that can inure to the benefit of Amber Heard. But keep in mind, again, we go back and forth about who's defaming who. So their response is what Amber Heard said is a hoax, and Amber Heard saying what she said is true. The jury has to kind of get through all this back and forth to figure out really what the truth, where the truth lies. And a lot of times, as we all know, the truth often lies somewhere in the middle where neither of them are completely honest about what transpired.
Right. And I think it's important to note that this is not coming out of nowhere. Not only has this couple gone through lawsuits together, but there's even been this backlash of Amber Heard before this trial even started. I didn't know that. I kind of want to circle back to that. I had no idea that she was trending on social media. I mean, this was 2.28 million uses of hashtags, tweets about Amber Heard previously, years ago.
Yeah, it's funny. Look, I wasn't in the room when Amber Heard and Johnny Depp lived their lives together,
Right.
and so who knows what really happened. But it is unfortunate. We certainly don't want a jury trial to be dictated in any way by what social media tells us it should be, and I think that we all get lost in it. And I think we had spoken about this before, the idea that people are actually scared to write anything pro Amber Heard in social media because people will eviscerate them for those beliefs. And I think it's okay to be objective about just the testimony. You can love Johnny Depp. You can think he's the greatest thing, but you also have to objectively look at the evidence. If you, at the end of the day, believe that Amber Heard is lying, which, by the way, I don't think she was the greatest witness of all time, and I think her credibility had some questions, but there's certainly something more than what Johnny Depp exactly says in terms of kind of the interaction between the two of them. And you want a jury, at least, to decide this based on the facts and not all the noise that's coming from outside of it.
And speaking of the jury, she spoke directly to them during her testimony. Amber Heard, I'm talking about, and her sister doing kind of the same thing. What did you make of her sister's testimony? Are these witnesses, these close allies of Amber Heard, going to be enough?
So it's interesting, look, anytime a witness testifies, you base it on their direct and their cross-examination and whether or not there's bias, whether they have a relationship with one or both of the complainants or the defendants in the case, and certainly she does. So there is a bias that a jury can use to determine whether she's being truthful. A lot of people have talked about the idea that both of them, both Amber Heard and her sister, each time they answer a question, seem to turn to the jury almost methodically, as though they were trained. It does feel a little, I hate to use the word acting, but trained to turn to the jury every single time a statement is made. It actually, from someone like me who's tried a billion cases, makes me uncomfortable. If I was the juror, I'd be uncomfortable. I don't want someone turning to me every single time an answer is made. And it is interesting that it came to the point where they both seemed so similar in the way they were answering the questions. Now, obviously they're sisters, so they're going to have certain traits similar, but there was something odd, almost like that both were told to do the same thing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was pretty wild. If you shut your eyes and you just listened in, you can definitely tell that they're related here. Well, as we showed before, there's a lot going on with this trial. There are people showing up to the courtroom or to the courthouse hoping to get a glimpse of Johnny Depp, paying absurd amounts of money, even his own lawyer. There's a lot of rumors swirling online about a romantic relationship between them. What has stuck out to you the most over this past week as things are picking up, but this trial could be ending soon with closing arguments next week?
I think what I'm thinking about the most is one of the things I wonder is what everyone's going to do with their time when it's over.
Right.
I mean, there are so many pressing political issues going on in our world right now. And so, look, there's an argument to be made, and it's funny to say this. This should not be viewed as entertainment, right? It's the demise of a relationship. And it's tragic to see it, whether you believe one side or the other. But there is an aspect to it that allows people to, in a sense, escape. It's almost like watching those soap operas that used to be on all day long. It's like you have a chance to escape your own life and kind of follow along to what happened to theirs. And there is something, look, I'm guilty of it. I think we're all guilty of it, but there does something, it feels a little dirty sometimes when I'm watching it, thinking I'm like kind of imposing into the world that I'm not supposed to be involved in. And so I really do wonder if after this is done, if there's going to be another trial that kind of takes its place, or it's going to be quiet and we're going to move on to the things that probably are most relevant that are going on that we all should be really talking about in this world.
I know, you're so right. It does make a difference. There are cameras in the courtroom capturing all of those little moments, even the people who are in the crowd just sitting behind Johnny Depp. People are so zeroed in, they're even recognizing certain audience members. Well, I think they're off tomorrow and they'll pick back up next week. So everyone's going to have to figure out what they're going to do for the weekend. You're not going to have the trial to look at.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. We'll see.
All right. Legal analyst Julie Rendelman, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it. And there's going to be a lot more to talk about next week.
Thank you so much.
Well, we want to play out some of the highlights of the day today, including one part of testimony where Amber Heard's agent actually goes in depth about what she says Johnny Depp's role was in quote unquote ruining her career, meaning not allowing her to take certain roles or prohibiting her from getting certain roles here. So this is just one of the first highlights we'll play out for you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kovacevic. And Ms. Kovacevic, do you know that you are here today in your personal capacity and also as a representative of your agency, WME?
I do.
Ms. Kovacevic, what do you do for work?
I'm a talent agent.
Would you please describe in just very general terms what a talent agent does generally?
Generally, you procure work for your clients. You make introductions, you read their scripts, you negotiate their deals.
And I take it Ms. Heard is one of your clients?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard have a successful career at the time you began working with her?
Yes.
And over the period that you've worked with Ms. Heard as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
Like I mentioned before, introducing her to producers and directors, writers, studio executives, procuring work for her, introducing her to people that can employ her, and then negotiating her deals, and then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that arises that needs dealing with.
Did you ever, at any point in time, see Mr. Depp hit Ms. Heard?
No.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first, and then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
Did you assist Ms. Heard in procuring the role of Mira in Aquaman?
Yes.
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
Extremely.
Was Ms. Heard's performance in the film well received critically?
Yes.
Were there any negative views about Ms. Heard's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise.
No, there weren't any negative.
As her talent agent, did you attempt to renegotiate Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it at all?
It's standard to renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice. When Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever. So even more so for that reason. But for any successful franchise movie, when you make a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did in success, it's typical to go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Because that's when her option was exercised.
And when you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that?
Correct.
When did he call Warner Brothers to renegotiate the next film?
It would have been the end of February last year.
What year is that? 2021?
Yes.
At some point, were there press reports that Ms. Heard was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way before. It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this. 6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason that they were replacing Ms. Heard, correct?
Why? No, why would they?
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration to Aquaman 2?
The financial terms?
Yes.
She was going to be making $2 million on the second film.
Was that consistent with the original contract?
Yes.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason?
Yes.
Yes.
So did there come a time when WME came to understand that Ms. Heard's role as Mira in Aquaman 2 was diminished in some way?
When she was sent the script, directly, which is the common practice for these films.
You're aware that Ms. Heard has a contract with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
A bot is a fake account that's created to execute a certain objective.
What is your educational background since high school?
College.
What college did you attend?
NYU.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
What was your major?
Communications.
When WME first began working with Ms. Heard as her talent agent, you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry. You could call anyone and they knew who she was. So she had a certain level of fame. She had starred in movies and shows already by that point.
Going back and taking a wider lens, over the time that the several years you've worked with Ms. Heard, how would you characterize the arc of her career?
I would say she was a known actress when I started working with her. I said she was someone that you could call executives and producers and people about everyone, knew her name. She hadn't yet reached big star status, but she was definitely, she could get the lead of an independent movie. She could get the lead of a TV series. When I worked with her, we slowly started to strategically, have her work on some more prestigious projects and work with, better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her. And then Aquaman, subsequently, was obviously the biggest thing she had ever been a part of.
And is the arc of her career now on the upswing with her being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because typically, when you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was, their career totally changes. And they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just put in a different place, position-wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen. It happened, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. So that's That's my assessment.
What evidence sitting here today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Because evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues in the experience of this business, your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity put out about her. I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
Can you name a single role she has lost as a result of any activity by Adam Waldman or anyone at his behest?
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final title of it is called now. I can look it up. It had a working title at the time. That they took away from her, and the lead actor, who was a producer on it, very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because of this bad press, because it's nothing she did, and it's all hearsay, and it's all whatever, but there's no other reason.
Now, Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible, because that is an example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away. I know that a campaign she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used. There was not another specific example because, like I said to you, no one is going to say to me, oh, we can't hire her because of these tweets or whatever. They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them from, these accusations. No one wants someone who's being accused of a liar and making something up and, abusing somebody. No one wants that association with their project.
And directing your attention 10 pages into the article, there's another quote from Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman states in this article, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
Okay. Did any was WME aware of Adam's statement, Mr. Waldman's statements in this particular article?
Yes.
Now, you testified a little bit earlier about there being tweets from Adam, and I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path to have Mr. Depp's lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making things up, creating a hoax of abuse?
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And that's what you observed?
That's what I observed.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman, and I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make it a little bit easier to understand. What, if any, performance issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone that was responsible for the filming of Aquaman?
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And this is an Aquaman has reflected all the markers of a very successful movie at this point?
Yes.
You testified earlier that it's quite typical when you have a series of 3 to 4 films in a franchise or a series to be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of the success of Aquaman, would you expect that Amber Heard would be receiving endorsements as of this time?
Yes.
And what is the typical process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie, such as Aquaman and Amber with Mira?
The endorsement department would a combination of offers and then seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward trajectory, or stay the same?
I expected an upward trajectory.
And why is that?
Because in success of a film like that, it's usually always the case.
And immediately after the successes of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber's annual earnings to increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
I would have expected them to increase.
And why is that?
Because her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide. And when you are in a movie that performs that well worldwide, your bankability is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
Do you recall what the budget was for Aquaman?
The first one? I don't know. It would have been probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard to continue to earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
That becomes an actor's quote, their fee. Yes, typically, like, you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would make that much or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2, has Amber obtained any roles with a budget the size of Aquaman's?
No.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over $100 million?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more movie studios to be interested in her, decrease, or stay the same?
Increase.
And did it?
No.
Would you expect her to get more TV roles?
Objection.
Yeah. And why?
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
And did Amber receive more TV roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less, or the same?
It depends. If it was a big, Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year. Big movies take up longer time. Indies, you can do a couple of them a year. It just depends. So I wouldn't put a number on it, but definitely more than 0.
And has Amber starred in more than one project per year since then?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to earn between $5 and $10 million a year for the next 5 years?
I would have expected to renegotiate on Aquaman 2, most certainly. And so right there, that would have been significantly more. And she would have, yes, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your understanding that WME passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
Yes.
All right. Let's bring up 30 again, please. Now, did in fact L'Oreal suspend having Amber Heard on the International Women's Day campaign?
Yes.
What the conditions were for the renewal?
It was just essentially that they were renewing her. It was the same fee. That was the bulk of it. It wasn't, like a raise, but they were extending her.
Okay. And typically coming out of the success of Aquaman, would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay, and why would that be?
Because her profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. That would just be the standard practice.
When did you first learn about the change.org petition that was out there to try to get Amber Heard dropped from Aquaman 2?
I don't know when I first saw it.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
Yes.
You earlier talked about bots in response to one of Mr. Chu's questions. What, if anything, was your understanding of these bots at this time, during this time frame?
My understanding is just based off my own, mainly based off my own research, just clicking on the accounts myself, and then discussing it amongst the team.
And what did you learn when you did that?
Just as I would go through, daily, just looking at comments or, just the negative comments, clicking on them. Many of them were just kind of accounts made for this kind of commentary, or just accounts that just had, no followers, no posts, nothing, or following just Amber and Johnny, things like that.
And I'm sorry. And so what did you learn from clicking onto those that led you to believe they were bots?
They weren't consistent with what I know to be actual Instagram accounts.
When you look to set a career trajectory for an actor who just broke out in a major franchise film, would you look to other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type of acting jobs they could get?
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth and more films, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say the most successful film ever, you're referring to Aquaman 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film? Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Would you consider Ana de Armas' career to be comparable to Amber's in measuring where Amber would have been after Aquaman 1? Should have been.
Ana de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable, that would be a good comp.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Is that what you have for today?
That's it.
Okay. All right.
So that was a little bit earlier today, the testimony from Amber Heard's agent saying that Johnny Depp did, in fact, tarnish her career. Also, we're going to be hearing from the ex-fling of Johnny Depp there, Ellen Barkin. We talked about what she testified to, mostly talking about her relationship with Johnny Depp, saying that he was possessive and jealous. That's coming up after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We have been taking you through some of the highlights of the defamation trial between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp from today. Actress and ex-fling of Johnny Depp, Ellen Barkin, testifying today, telling the jury that Johnny Depp was jealous and controlling when they dated back in the 90s. The actress says it was common for Depp to behave this way, and he often became angry in several instances. Also taking the stand, we just heard from the agent of Amber Heard saying that because of their relationship and because of the issues and their marriage, she lost out on some of those deals following her role in Aquaman there. But first, we want to listen into the testimony from Ellen Barkin.
How much time?
We have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
Ellen Barkin.
All right.
B-A-R-K-I-N.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Barkin.
Good morning.
I think the first thing that would be very short but very simple and clean for the record is if you could just describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a kind of brief summary of kind of when you started working and what you've done during your career.
I started acting professionally about 26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them. That's what I did for 40 years.
And in the course of your career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., did you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor?
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood, and he, you know, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
Yes, 1994.
When you say switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
At that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic,
change that to sexual.
To sexual.
Thank you.
For how long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
Several months. Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
I'd say I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
And again, I'm not looking to pry into private details, but can you tell me, like, where you would see him? Just give me some sense of that.
Yeah, he would come to my house, or I would go to his house.
And both houses in L.A.?
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or where you were at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister. That's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, did you become aware that he drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Okay, and can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual?
Yeah.
And what was he drunk? What would your understanding, what had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red wine drinker.
Okay. In addition to alcohol, were you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
Okay. Same question, Mr. Barkin, for illegal substances.
Yes.
Same question. And what illegal substances?
Hallucinogenics, cocaine, marijuana.
Hallucinogenics Can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. He called me and told me he was tripping.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, do you think you saw him?
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I just know he was always drinking and or smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course, oh yeah.
Now, did you ever observe, Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So he was kind of the same all the time, fair to say?
It was not the same. He was high.
Did there come a time, Ms. Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
Between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
Who was the fight between?
Between Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or empty?
I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room, so maybe by that break in the table or a little further down. It was a toss.
And sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you?
Sure.
Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw the bottle.
And when he threw it, was it in your direction?
Yes.
Were there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group of people?
Yes.
Whose hotel room was it?
His, Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, and don't do this, don't do that. And I never heard from him again after that.
And did Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for longer.
And you just referenced, you just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And when, in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry?
Yeah, and demanding.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the case. And how much time?
We have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
Ellen Barkin.
Okay, so that was the pre-recorded testimony from Ellen Barkin, who dated, was active, sexually active with Johnny Depp there. That's all we're going to play out for today. If you missed any of the highlights, you can always go to our YouTube page. Just type in Live Now from Fox. You can find all of those stories, along with the other top stories of the day, which we're going to be getting into at the top of the hour. It is almost 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 11 o'clock out on the East Coast. More to be getting to, especially when it comes to the situation underway in Ukraine. Food security is top of mind for the UN Security Council. We'll be hearing from ambassadors from across the country and around the world after the break.
We regret the fact that our colleagues from the Western members of the Security Council didn't dare to comment on the root causes of the food and other crises in countries such as Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, or Syria. Estimates of the number of people potentially at risk of hunger today are of 193 million people. On the 10th of May, on behalf of the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance, the Secretary General of UNCTAD, Rebecca Greenspan, said that there weren't problems at the physical deficit of food, but the issue was the system of its distribution. Experts on the grain market added that a factor here is also the rapid price increases, and that's not a new thing. According to data from stock markets, the year-on-year growth in the price of grain in 2021 alone, for wheat this is, came to 25%, and by February of this year, prices were 60% higher than the average line for the last 5 years. Among the reasons for this situation, leading experts first and foremost indicated the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of disruption to the supply chains, as well as threats or more expensive freight and insurance. There was also the issue of the anti-crisis financial investment in the economies. Thus, the United States, the EU and Japan spent more than $8 trillion, and that drove up demand and led to a rise in inflation. Against this background, we also have the trade wars that had come into being and the long-standing conflict in the regulation of the agricultural markets. As a result, food stocks, or the stored stocks of food, were at the lowest levels for the last 5 to 10 years, which drove up food prices and also related costs. Western countries, however, also arrogated to themselves all of the trade flows, which worsened a situation that was already difficult for for developing countries dependent on imports. There's an important factor here, and that is the very rapid transition to green energy that's being forced on the whole world, instead of a thought-out gradual energy transition, and also the open politicization of energy cooperation in a number of countries. The outcome then is the unreasonable rejection of energy projects and the increase in the price of energy products. The price for oil on stock markets in 2020 to 2022 increased by more than 22%, and that means gas oil for agricultural machines, it means petrol for transporting agricultural products, and it also covers electricity for the food industry. There was also a record increase in the price of gas. In December 2021, the spot price of gas crossed the psychological barrier of $2,000 for a single for 1,000 cubic meters, and this is despite the fact that Russia had increased its supply. The direct consequence of this was the unprecedented increase in prices for mineral fertilizers as early as 2021 in December. The prices for urea and nitrates increased by 3.5-fold, and for other forms of fertilizer by 2.5 to 3-fold. There was also an increase in the price of fertilizer, and that means an increase in the price of grain. A significant part of the problem was the speculation on Western futures markets on food products, which also led to an increase in the prices of commodities, including wheat, maize, and pulses. In addition, we also shouldn't forget about the difficult weather situation in the recent years, for example, in the United States, Canada, Australia, and France. In a nutshell, then, however you might want to look at things, none of these factors were Russia's fault. But these factors did lay the foundation for the current situation in agricultural markets. Nonetheless, we won't hear about these issues in the statements from our Western colleagues almost at all. And of course, they won't mention the unilateral illegal economic sanctions that have affected a range of countries. Everything that they've harped on about today suggests that they think that the special military operation in Ukraine by Russia is threatening the whole world with hunger. But everything that happened before that and that I've mentioned, according to the logic of our Western colleagues, simply amounts to nothing and doesn't play any role. It is clear that this kind of barefaced lying and fabricating might have an effect on an unsuspecting public, but certainly not on serious experts. It is true, the truth, ladies and gentlemen, is that you are too distracted by your futile attempts to break the back of the Russian economy at all costs and to isolate our country. I'm not talking here about the inevitable destructive consequences for your own economies. Ultimately, we cannot do anything about your maniacal endeavor to shoot yourself in the foot or even in both feet. The consequences of these policies in your internal markets are something you'll have to answer for to your own taxpayers and your own voters. What I'm talking about here is that in the context of this active proxy war that you have inflated with Russia in Ukraine, then in essence what you're doing is you're taking hostage the whole of the developing world, and you are pushing it towards hunger. And whatever you say here today, in terms of changing this situation, you are the only ones who can do that, and I will explain why. You assert that allegedly we are preventing agricultural products from being taken out of Ukraine by sea. However, the truth is that it is Ukraine and not Russia that continues to hold in the ports of Nikolaev, Kherson, Chernomorsk, Mariupol, Achakov, Odessa, and Yuzhny 75 foreign vessels from 17 countries. And it is Ukraine that has also mined the waters. In this case, how can we talk about getting grain out of the country? The Russian armed forces every day are trying to open humanitarian corridors which represent a safe path for the movement of vessels to the southwest from the territorial waters of Ukraine. Kiev, however, continues to try and worm out of working with the representatives of foreign states that are the owners of these vessels in attempting to get these blockaded vessels out into the waters and to the regions where harvests are taking place. There's also a danger for navigation and for the infrastructures in the terms of unmoored Ukrainian mines along the borders of the Black Sea. Russia is doing all that it can to guarantee safe civilian sailing in the Black Seas and the Sea of Azov. This information is something that we also communicate to UN leadership every day. Ukraine, however, as you see, is not undertaking such efforts. And it is clear that without resolving this issue, we cannot talk about exporting grain from Ukraine by sea. In these conditions, a positive role could be played by deliveries of agricultural products and fertilizers from Russia and Belarus. However, there is another artificial problem for us in terms of trying to export, which is also caused by Western countries, and that is the illegal, unilateral, coercive measures they have applied to both countries. They have damaged the agricultural sector, and they had done that even before the events in Ukraine. But after the 24th of February, what we saw was an absolute bacchanal against our country alone. Today, so far in total, there are more than 10,000 sanctions. The result of this is that transport routes have been cut off, there's a logistical crisis, there are threats to Russian ships and they can't get out of ports. There's also a problem with freight and insurance, limits on international commercial accounts. This isn't even a full list. The difficulties with banking, however, are particularly affecting not just the vulnerable private importers, but also humanitarian agencies. You've heard that even the World Food Programme is feeling the effects of what's going on. And this is not to mention the continuing sanction threats which are destabilizing the Western, or the sanctions that are disturbing the energy sector. There's no point referring to sanctions exemptions that have appeared because Western farmers are dependent on Russian and Belarusian fertilizers. Banks and companies that are scared of the government sanctions are forced to over-comply, and what that means is it delays or even cuts off transactions. International experts, including analysts from the FAO, also see other risks coming from sanctions, including potential difficulties with deliveries of agricultural products to Russia, which might then have an effect on future harvests. Having said all this, I'd like to say very responsibly that our country continues to be a responsible supplier of both food and of energy resources. Secretary of State Blinken mentioned Dmitry Medvedev, the Deputy President of the Security Council, and said that, well, he left out the fact that Dmitry Medvedev didn't talk about food deliveries to unfriendly sections, but he was talking about those who are suffering from food security. These are the countries we continue to deliver to. These are the ones that Dmitry Medvedev was talking about. This year.
Okay, so we've been listening in to the Russian ambassador to the United Nations today at the Security Council, meeting with other ambassadors to discuss the worsening food insecurity crisis, especially as the war in Ukraine goes on. There have been so many concerns about global food security, and we have been speaking with experts about the second-term, third-order effects of how wheat and barley and grain and so many of these supposed exports cannot get out of Ukraine because of the war. The Russian ambassador there talking about how his country is trying to deal with this. Also, you have to take a lot of the words he says with a grain of salt there at the Security Council. Right now, though, we want to speak to someone who is no stranger to the United Nations or the Security Council, a friend of the program, former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon. Ambassador, good to see you tonight. Thanks so much for being with us. Before we get to the book, and it's really great, and I want to just get your thoughts first on the UN as an organization. You know, you've spent so much time there, especially during the war in Ukraine itself. Has the UN lived up to its commitment? Do you think there are, you know, still things it needs to do? Kicked out Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. But as a governing institution and an entity itself, do you think it still has some flaws?
Well, I think that what we are seeing today, Andrew, is the flow of the UN in action. We have a crisis, and the UN, the only thing you can expect is declarations, no actions. You know, I recall a meeting in the Security Council when the Russian ambassador, before we even started to speak, said, you can say whatever you want, but today there will be no resolution here because we will veto any resolution. So I think the structure of the UN is problematic. And I think when you have global crisis like today, people look up at the UN, but what they see is only words, only declarations. And I think the lesson learned that it's important to have the UN, but every sovereign country has to take care for itself by itself.
That's such a good point, because some would argue, many have, that the whole purpose that the UN was created was to prevent war, to prevent conflict, like we've been seeing in Ukraine. They weren't able to do that.
You know, the UN was established after the Second World War to prevent a Third World War. So maybe on that case, you can say, no, we, thanks God, we haven't seen a global war since 1945. So maybe the UN helped with that. But in terms of preventing conflicts between member states, that's something which we haven't seen. It's not the case. The UN is not effective on that matter. And with all due respect to the enormous budget of the UN peacekeeping operation, you know, when you see a country like Russia invading Ukraine, the only thing that the UN can do is to send a declaration, or maybe to see a visit of the Secretary General coming and showing some respect to the Ukrainians, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, of course, and we've heard so many condemnations and proclamations as well from the UN and the Security Council. But, sir, when you were there, and I want to get into your new book, it's titled Into the Lion's Den, Israel and the World. What challenges still persist that you were dealing with back then?
Well, for Israel, it's a unique case because, Andrew, you have an obsession about Israel at the UN. You know, the number of resolutions, discussions, debates, reports. You know, if you sit at the UN, you would think that, you know, Israel is a superpower that controls the majority of the world. But we are a tiny nation with only 9 million citizens. But unfortunately, you have the hostility against Israel. And in my book, In the Lion's Den, I tell the stories of what happened behind the scenes and how we were able to overcome the hostility, even anti-Semitism, that I felt at the UN coming from my colleagues. And I think it's a great tool, not only for people who want to learn about diplomacy or like to read about international relations, but about anyone who wants to empower himself or herself and to stand up for his principles.
Ambassador, you know, that hasn't always existed, this particular animus at the UN for Israel, especially when it first started. There was a shift, and correct me if I'm wrong. When did that particular animus, and maybe you have seen that firsthand as well, when did that start to take form, especially in the Security Council and in the wider General Assembly? You know, because it didn't just happen overnight, and we've seen it time and time again. We've seen several resolutions, you know, condemning Israel for a whole host of things. Why do you think a particular animus there?
So if you look back, Andrew, at the history of the conflict between us Israelis and the Palestinians, you can see that they always rejected any solution, the Palestinians, starting after the decision of the UN to the partition plan to divide the land to two countries, an Arab state and a Jewish state, and they rejected it. And especially after the '67 war, you know, any offers were rejected by the Palestinians, and they chose a different track. I call it in my book, I call it diplomatic terrorism. And part of the diplomatic terrorism efforts were passing resolutions against Israel in the '70s, and that's the case still today. And, you know, I was shocked when I was there that I saw the energy that the Palestinians and their allies putting in order to blame Israel, instead of like actually promoting the lives of the Palestinians on the ground. I think it's a pity. I think we could have achieved so much more if they would have changed that approach, and instead of reject everything and blame Israel for that, they would actually sit down, negotiate with us, and move forward for the benefit of their own people.
Ambassador, I want to move to an incident that happened last week, and I read your statement out that you sent in over the air, and that has to do with the death of the Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was covering some of these unrest, the Israeli kind of seeking out some of these violent perpetrators of the violence we have seen in and around Israel. They were in the West Bank city of Jenin. And she was shot to death. Where does the investigation stand? You've been calling for more cooperation, but we still don't have many answers on who fired the fatal bullet, which side.
First, you know, we all agree that it was a tragedy, but we have to put things in perspective. You know, it started after a wave of terrorism in the streets of Israel 19 civilians were murdered, innocent people, by terrorists who came from the West Bank, from Judea and Samaria into Israel. And for us, it meant that we had to prevent those attacks. Unfortunately, the reporter was in a crossfire when we actually attacked a terror cell that was on its way to permit another attack in Jerusalem. So now, after it happened, we demanded and asked the Palestinians to investigate it jointly together, and they refused. They don't care about finding what really happened. They care only about blaming Israel and gaining points in the international arena by blaming Israel. We still don't know, because we haven't got any forensic evidence from the Palestinians. They still hold the bullet after the autopsy. They still don't share the information. We are willing to cooperate. We think it is important to find out exactly what happened. But I think when you look at the story, you realize that the Palestinians don't care about the truth. They care about blaming Israel, period.
Well, earlier today, we learned Israeli police arrested one of the Palestinian pallbearers who was beaten by officers at Shireen Abu Akleh's funeral. And I'm sure you've seen really some disturbing video of Israeli police, coming on to these pallbearers, these Palestinians in East Jerusalem. The coffin of Abu Akleh almost falling to the ground. Not really a good look in many people's opinion. Why do you think they interfered with this funeral procession? And do you think it was right on their part to do so?
So I agree with you, Andrew. The pictures were horrible. Everybody who saw that, felt uncomfortable, including myself. But you have to understand what really happened there. The family of the reporter coordinated the funeral with the police and with the other organizations, the church and other organizations. And once the funeral started, it was supposed to be using the cars and taking the casket to the cemetery in the old city. Radical Muslim Palestinians interfered and tried to kidnap the casket and to march into the old city against the will of the family and against the coordination that was done in order to allow a peaceful funeral. When that happened, and when the police forces were attacked by stones, by those radicals, they had no choice but to prevent it from happening. And now we are looking into it. Maybe the way they handled it was not the appropriate way. But one thing I can tell you for sure, Andrew, when you see someone attacking a policeman in a funeral, you should arrest those people. That's the law in the US, in Europe, and also in Israel. So, it looks really bad, I agree with you. But at the same time, when you look at the footage very carefully, and you see the attacks on the police officers that took place there, not by the family, but by those radical Muslims who tried to take over the funeral, you would agree that there is no other choice but to arrest those who attack policemen.
All right, we'll continue to follow many of the updates into that investigation as well. I want to move on to some of the domestic politics here at home. President Biden indicated that he is willing to set up a trip to Israel, possibly in June, meeting with Prime Minister Bennett. We don't know when that's going to happen. No date has been officially set. Is it long overdue? Should President Biden visit Israel? Why do you think he hasn't done so just yet? And what should be on the table?
Well, we welcome a visit of any U.S. president to Israel. We think it is important. I was disturbed to hear that the president wants to organize an official visit to East Jerusalem and actually recognizing, by doing so, the Palestinian authority in East Jerusalem. That's something that will not be accepted by Israel. Regarding the trip, I haven't got the details, but, we have instability in our parliament. So maybe the president will reconsider his visit. I think he's following very carefully the political situation in Israel before he actually commits to come to Israel.
Yeah, and of course, Ambassador, I think you're referring to a member of the coalition kind of backed out, I believe, in the last few hours, kind of throwing Bennett's coalition into turmoil there. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if elections have to be called yet again in Israel domestically. Just final point, though, I wanted to get your opinion. Does Israel need to do more to help Ukraine? What is your assessment of their role in providing, military aid, intelligence, and the like? Can they step up more?
Well, I discussed this issue in my book, in the Lion's Den, the sensitive relations we have with Russia, Ukraine, and we found ourselves in the middle, not now, but, for years at the UN. And for us, I don't think we can sit idly by when we see what's happening in Ukraine. We took the decision to support Ukraine. We voted with Ukraine at the UN. I think it was the right decision. My advice to the Prime Minister is to speak less and to do more. Meaning, at the beginning we saw that he was trying to negotiate a lot of, declaration on this issue. I think we should lend a hand to the Ukrainian people and increase the amount of humanitarian support we give to the Ukrainian people.
All right, Ambassador Danny Danon, always a pleasure to have you here on Live Now from Fox. The book is called Into the Lion's Den, Israel and the World, and thank you so much for discussing that and the topics of the day. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to show you some of the Pentagon press briefing from earlier today. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby taking questions from reporters in the briefing today, though he's not going to be there for much longer. We learned earlier today that he has accepted a job at the White House in the communications shop. Not really entirely sure what that position entails, possibly an advisor to President Biden. Hopefully we'll get more details on the actual position itself, but out to the Pentagon with John Kirby.
Quite a few things to get through at the top here, so bear with me. I think you all should have now, if you don't, when you get back to your desk, you'll have it, a statement by the department about the next tranche of presidential drawdown authority, another $100 million. This was in pre-existing authorities that we already had available to us. And in that package, there will be 18 155 millimeter howitzers, 18 tactical vehicles to tow those howitzers, and 18 artillery tubes, basically is our equivalent of a battalion, an artillery battalion, and 3 AN/TPQ-36 counter-artillery radars. This is the same counter-artillery radar system that we had talked about before that had been provided to Ukraine, and then some ancillary field equipment and spare parts and that brings to a close the pre-existing authorities that we had and draw down $100 million. That stuff will start to flow very, very soon. I cannot give you an exact date of when it's all going to show up in Ukraine, but you can imagine, having seen us do this in the past, that we're not going to sit on our hands. We'll start flowing that stuff immediately. And these are all items that we have provided in the past, so there's a process in place for that. So there's that. That means that we have now committed approximately $4.6 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of this administration, and that includes approximately $3.9 billion just since the beginning of Russia's invasion on the 24th of February. So basically $4 billion just since the beginning of the invasion. And since 2014, overall, the United States has committed more than $6.6 billion in security assistance. And then obviously we're going to continue to work with allies and partners to continue to provide additional capabilities. I think you know that. Okay, on to the news last night about support for the baby formula crisis here in the country. U.S. Transportation Command is expeditiously coordinating across federal agencies to include the Departments of Agriculture and Health and Human Services and the Food and Drug Administration to support the President's direction to conduct Operation Fly Formula. U.S. Transportation Command will leverage its partnership with commercial air carriers to contract and accelerate the importation of infant formula into the United States that meets our government's health and safety standards. Now, we're in these active coordination right now. I do not have a specific flight to speak to today or exact quantities to speak to today. We are in active coordination with the interagency. We've got our marching orders, and we'll work through this. The first step of that is, again, working with the interagency to identify locations where formula can be had overseas, and then getting the right aircraft in place to bring that to the United States, and then, of course, working out the destination. So I'm sure you all have a lot of questions about this. We are in the very early stages of working through this. We all share the same sense of urgency, and we will participate and cooperate to the best of our ability, but I just don't have like specific aircraft information to give you today. As I think you know, today the Secretary is hosting his Spanish counterpart, Spanish Minister of Defense Margarita Robles, to the Pentagon. We'll have a readout of that meeting later today. That meeting's ongoing. This morning, I think you also know, the Secretary shared a working breakfast with Israeli Defense Minister Benjamin Benny Gantz. The two leaders, who know each other quite well, discussed the administration's commitment to preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and addressing Iran's destabilizing actions throughout the region. The Secretary commended Minister Gantz on Israel's deepening relationships with countries across the region and the increasing opportunities for military-to-military cooperation that are enabled by Israel's transition into the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility. Quick update out of Southcom this week. From the 16th all the way through today, the U.S. Southern Command has been hosting U.S. Chiefs of Mission and senior policymakers from the Western Hemisphere for a conference to discuss support to U.S. foreign policy and diplomatic efforts in South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. And those discussions, we are told, have gone very, very well. And then lastly, just on schedule again, the Secretary will be taking some time later this afternoon to meet with the members of the Suicide Prevention Independent Review Committee and as they kick off their deliberations. So he's very much looking forward to that. That'll be very soon this afternoon, and this thing died on me. Okay, with that, Ben Fox, questions. Perfect timing for it to die, by the way. It's good. Ben.
Hi. Yeah, with respect to NATO, what types of things would the U.S. be willing to do in order to help provide security assurances to Finland and Sweden, particularly during the time before any formal approval of NATO membership? Would that, for example, include increased troop rotations into the countries?
Yeah, I'm not going to get ahead of where we are in staff-level discussions with Sweden and Finland. We've said before, these are two militaries we know very well. We've operated with them in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Kosovo. We exercise with them routinely. And we are actively now talking to them about what kind of security assurances they might need or welcome. And we'll work our way through that at that level. But I don't have anything specific to speak to in terms of actual deliverables on that. When we have more to say on it and when we can talk about it, we certainly will. In the room, yeah, in the back there.
Hi there, John. I'm wondering if you can tell us at all, with the newly passed bill that's expected to be signed, what types of equipment will you be sending first in those tranches?
So, as you know, there's a good chunk of this new supplemental that will go to Presidential Drawdown Authority, and the Congress added some additional money to that. So it's we asked for $5 billion. I'll get you in a second. Right, let me answer the question, and then we'll that way you're just not going to exhaust your arm holding it up there because my answers can be quite long. So those additional funding that'll go to Presidential Drawdown Authority. We are in constant communication with the Ukrainians about what they need on an almost daily basis. So we already have some thoughts about future systems and material that'll go. I don't want to get ahead of the decisions yet because, I mean, there's a process here that has to play out in terms of what we propose to the Ukrainians, the back and forth we have with them, and then what ultimately the president authorizes. But I can tell you this, that just like you saw with the $100 million we just signed out today, the kinds of things that will go forward will be relevant to Ukraine and to the fight that they're in, understanding that over time that fight's going to change. So the future drawdown packages will probably, at least in terms of frequency, look a lot like what we've done in the past. I mean, we now have some longer runway, and so we're going to meter these out appropriately so that Ukraine's getting what it needs in the fight that they're in, and that fight could change over time. So I don't want to get ahead of where we are. I don't want to speculate about future specific systems. But go ahead.
With the fight in the Donbass going on right now?
It is not out of the realm of the possible at all that there'll be future artillery systems in there. But again, I don't want to speculate or get ahead of where we are. Artillery clearly has proven to be a critical element for the Ukrainians in this fight. We said that when the war was going to now go into the Donbass, that it was a fight that was going to be heavily reliant on long-range fires, artillery, and we've seen that bear out. We know that the vast majority of the howitzers that we have sent, just the ones we have sent, are actually on the front lines in various places in Ukraine, and the Ukrainians are using them and using them quite effectively. So as you said, we just sent another 18, or we're going to send another 18 here soon. It's entirely possible that artillery could be in future drawdown packages, but we'll work that through. And just like we've done it in the past, we'll be as transparent with you when we can. When we have made these decisions, we'll certainly make that public.
John, you started saying...
No, he had his hand up first, and he waited a long time.
Okay, would you finish the thought? You started with Caitlin saying, we had asked for $5 billion, then you got off. Did they
The original request was $5 billion, and Congress added some additional funds to this. I don't have the exact figure, but they added some additional PDA authority.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Jamal Shahel from Al Jazeera English. I wanted to ask you about the working breakfast between the Secretary of Defense and Benny Gantz. The readout didn't mention anything about the killing of Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Obviously, there's a lot of condemnation that's come from U.S. lawmakers with regards to the killing of the journalist. It is highly likely that she was killed using an American weapon, considering the weaponry used by the Israeli military. Was this discussed between the two during the meeting? And if indeed there was some sort of an investigation that established that U.S. weapon was used to kill an American journalist, will there be any reprimand or sanctioning from the U.S. with regards to this?
What I can tell you is the subject did come up in the breakfast, and the Secretary welcomed Israel's clear statement of intent to investigate this. He welcomed that.
Sorry, the Israeli military said they will not be, actually, they came out today saying they will not investigate it. They refused to
the government of Israel, it's not for the Israeli military. I believe it's in their Ministry of Interior, and they have stated a clear intent to investigate, and the Secretary welcomed that investigation. And obviously, we look forward to seeing what the investigation finds out. But I'm not going to get ahead of it or speculate about what the outcomes might be one way or the other.
Sure, but do you not think that there is a bit of room for concern, considering it is Israel that is accused of killing the journalist? And if it was another country, let's say, that killed an American journalist, maybe the U.S. wouldn't be so welcoming to allowing for that country to investigate itself. Let's say it was Iran or another country.
I appreciate the chance, the opportunity here to get me to speculate about investigations that haven't been started for events that haven't happened yet. We welcome the fact that there will be an investigation. We've made clear we want to see this investigation be thorough and transparent and complete. But I also don't think it serves anybody's purpose to get ahead of it when it's ongoing and it hasn't concluded. So let's see what the investigation comes back and what it says. But it did come up in the conversation. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, John. Tima from Al Jazeera English. Just to follow up on Jamal's question, would you support an independent investigation?
I think we've already said we welcome the fact that the Israeli government has indicated a willingness to investigate this, and I'm not going to get ahead of the process of where we are. Travis.
Thanks, John. I had a few questions about the baby formula flights. I just wanted to clarify, you said that Transcom is going to be working with commercial partners. Does that mean there won't be any military aircraft involved? These are going to be contracted commercial carriers?
We believe at this point that probably the most expeditious and, quite frankly, the most cost-efficient way to support this immediate need would be through commercial contract carriers. Transcom does not believe they have to activate the CRAF. At this point, they believe they can probably handle this, again, most efficiently with contract carriers that are already in the satellite, the orbit of carriers that they work with every single day. And they do. I mean, so much of the security assistance that goes to Ukraine, for instance, is going on contract carriers, not gray tails. That said, Travis, if a requirement can best be met by a gray tail, Transcom will certainly have the authority to use a gray tail. But they believe right now probably the best and most efficient way to do this is with contract carriers. We'll see. We just don't have a lot of detail right now. We're working it out closely with HHS.
You talked earlier in the week, I think, about the stocks in U.S. and overseas commissaries. I think 50% you said in the U.S. and 70% overseas.
Right.
Do you have any update on those numbers, whether the stocks have dwindled? And are military families somewhere on this priority list? Are there discussions whether some of this formula from overseas might be going to commissaries?
I did check on the numbers. Those numbers are still relevant. 50% stockage levels here at home in our commissaries and 70% overseas. And the Defense Commissary Agency continues to evaluate this against the need every single day. I know of no changes to those policies or priorities. Obviously, we're not immune to the same shortages that the rest of the American people are experienced with respect to baby formula. We take the president's direction very, very seriously, and we'll work this as hard as we can. Yeah, Barbara.
For I think what is the first time you called this a baby formula crisis. You used the word crisis, not a word the Pentagon uses lightly. So can you tell us a little bit more about, how the Secretary is getting information on this? Has he appointed, is there any kind of working group? Is there any kind of watch group? Has he asked somebody to take charge in the building of making sure he's getting the information he needs on this? What has led you to the conclusion to use the word crisis?
I think it's evident, Barbara, that there's a significant shortage out there in the American population of baby formula, and the president has taken this very, very seriously. That's why he called for use of the Defense Production Act and asked for DoD to support HHS and agriculture in terms of finding inventories overseas that we can bring home. I think I was simply stating the obvious, which I think we've all recognized, that it's an issue out there in the American population, and the Department of Defense will do everything we can to help alleviate that. There has not been an establishment of a group here at the Pentagon to manage this. U.S. Transportation Command is going to be our lead agency for working with the interagency to find these inventories and to try to get them here to the United States.
Can I have a quick follow-up on a different subject? Earlier today, a senior defense official talking about the situation at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv said right now there's no U.S. military security component to their embassy security needs. So that is broader, no military security component broader than just U.S. Marine Embassy contingent. If you, and I fully understand it comes at the request of the State Department, but nonetheless, if there's no U.S. military security component to the embassy's security needs, are you not concerned? I don't know how to put it, other than you could have a repeat of the kind, not exactly, but the kind of tragedy that was seen so many years ago in Benghazi, where some of the State Department didn't feel security was required. Military security was brought in late because they weren't asked to be there. Do you just wait for the State Department, or do you at some point take a more assertive role and say, we have assessed and we think you need security? Or do you think no security is needed by anything other than State Department personnel?
I would say we work very closely with the State Department about their security requirements. And those security requirements are not the same in any two places around the planet. So we are in direct conversations and coordination with our State Department colleagues about their security footprint there at the embassy in Kyiv. And I don't have anything to announce today with any changes to how that's going to be done in the future. We're in constant communication with them, and I don't think that it would be helpful for me at all in any way from the podium to talk about what that security footprint looks like, what the postures looks like, and how the security requirements are going to get filled. And I would certainly refer you to the State Department to speak to their decision-making process in terms of how they better secure diplomacy and their diplomats. If there is a validated need for U.S. military assistance, then again, that's a discussion that we will absolutely have with the State Department. I mean, we obviously want our diplomats to be able to do their jobs, and we're glad to see that that they've resumed operations in Kyiv. We agree with them that that's an important move. And if there's something that the U.S. Department of Defense can do to assist them in their diplomatic work, then we'll have that conversation with them.
So you're being very, just to be clear, you're being very prospective, shall we say, in looking down the road. You are repeatedly saying you will have that conversation if there's a need. You're being
We are having that conversation with the State Department about what their security requirements might look like. But it's ultimately up to the Secretary of State to determine there or anywhere else around the world how he wants to better secure and protect his diplomats. And if there's a role that we can play, then we will absolutely have that discussion with them. But I'm not going to get ahead of where things are right now, and I am certainly not going to talk here from the podium about security footprint at that or any other embassy. I think you can understand we wouldn't want to go there. Yes, Ms. Yura.
Thank you. John, as you know, Afghanistan people's situation gets worse every day. Women's situation, you know, Taliban pushed them, forced them to wear burqa, chadari, and the other side, Aqani, a week ago said we are close friend with American, we are not enemy. American is not our enemy. If it's not enemy, although I asked this question from the State Department, if you have a good relationship with American, then why they don't open the school for women in Afghanistan? And the other side, as I read the report for the Pentagon yesterday, Pentagon concerned about Daesh also, and $7 billion value equipment of the United States left behind in Afghanistan. This is complicated. What do you think? And the second question,
what's your first question?
The first question is about
what do I think about what?
Daesh. Pentagon is concerned.
Yeah, we talked about this the other day. Last time I was at the podium. I mean, we've been nothing but clear and consistent that we don't want to see a return of ISIS, particularly ISIS-K inside Afghanistan. I mean, that's already there, but I mean, you know, growth in their capability such that it would threaten our interests. And we're watching this as closely as we can.
How about Al-Qaeda?
Same thing.
Okay. Do you accept Aqani's friendship? Taliban say we are friends with the United States. We are not enemy.
I'll tell you what we won't accept is another threat to the homeland that emanates from Afghanistan, and that's why we're going to stay focused on making sure we have an over-the-horizon counterterrorism capability to deal with that.
And also there is rumor that the United States want to establish military base in Pakistan. Is it true?
I'm not going to. I don't know any. I have no updates in terms of military basing in the region. We are talking to regional partners about possibilities to help us improve our over-the-horizon counterterrorism capabilities. But I don't have any updates for you or anything specific to talk about. Yeah, in the back there.
Hi, I'm Susana from the Spanish news agency. Thank you. Going back to the NATO summit, I would like to know, I wonder if you would be able to give more details about what's being cooked. Because
what's being cooked?
Yes, before the summit, because they are talking about a new strategic concept that it's going to be set during this summit. So what does this mean? And also my second question is, will the U.S. be willing to send troops to Sweden or Finland if they ask them for, or if they ask NATO for any help?
Sure. I think Secretary General Stoltenberg has talked quite a bit about NATO's new strategic concept. I'd point you back to the comments he has made. I know that they will clearly in June in Madrid want to talk about the future of the alliance and how the alliance needs to continue to evolve and transform for the security environment that has actually changed in Europe. Clearly it has. And NATO is now more relevant than ever. And I know that without speaking for the Secretary General, he's eager to have that discussion with allies in June. I won't get ahead of that discussion. We are very much looking forward to participating in that. On Sweden and Finland, I think I'd go back to what I said before. We are at conversations with both countries now that they have both applied, but they have not yet assessed. we're having staff level conversations with both militaries about any potential security assurances and or capabilities that they might appreciate having availability to in this time between application and accession. And we just haven't, those discussions are ongoing, and we just haven't come to any final conclusions about that. But I would just again make 2 points. One, we certainly strongly support their accession into the alliance. And as I said before, these are 2 militaries we know very well, and we're confident that should there be specific assurances or capabilities that they need that we can provide, we'll be able to do that. We just haven't completed those conversations right now, so I really don't have anything specific to talk to right at this point. Yeah, in the back there.
Thanks, John. I was going to ask 2 questions quick. One on Finland and Sweden. We heard from Moscow many times that it would be a scorched earth if they were to join NATO. Is the Pentagon worried that this may be the last straw that pushes Putin over the edge and head to World War?
I can't possibly get inside Mr. Putin's head to determine what he will or won't do. I mean, he did make comments earlier this week that he was not overly concerned. I don't have his exact words, but the impression he left was that their accession into NATO itself wasn't a matter for a great concern to Russia. But I'll let Mr. Putin speak for himself in terms of how he intends to react to this. I would just remind, and it's important to keep reminding this, NATO is a defensive alliance. It does not pose an offensive threat to any other nation, and never has. That's not the purpose of it. It's a defensive alliance. And again, we welcome Sweden and Finland's application. The United States looks forward to working with them through the accession process. And we're confident, and you heard the Secretary say this yesterday in his meeting with the Swedish Defense Minister, that they will be nothing but additive capability to NATO's defensive capabilities, because they are very modern and very capable military. So we welcome their eventual accession into NATO.
Just one more, if I might, on the burn pits legislation, the deal that was reached in the Senate, and they're poised to get this done finally. Can you tell us how the Pentagon will help the VA in identifying soldiers and those who may have been affected by burn pits, and then get them that help?
I don't want to get ahead of pending legislation here, and we try not to comment on that, but I do want to make clear how seriously the Secretary takes this issue. Being a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan, it's a personal thing for him too. He takes this very seriously, and he and Secretary McDonough have talked about this issue specifically many times. And he is absolutely committed to working directly and very closely with the VA on helping address, analyze, and deal with burn pit after effects and injuries and medical treatment that's required for exposure to burn pits. It's a serious issue. He's taken it seriously, and again, he and Secretary McDonough are lashed up very, very tight on this. Again, I won't talk about the pending legislation specifically, but I can assure you it's definitely on the Secretary's mind. Yeah, Goyle.
Thanks, sir. 2 questions. One on Afghanistan, one on Sri Lanka. As far as Afghanistan is concerned, you think Taliban are living up to their promises they made to the U.S. and to the global community? Because in recent days, there were bombings at girls' schools, and also women are now being forced to many things which they said they will not go through.
Yeah, I think our State Department colleagues have talked about this, and I'll leave it to them to speak to issues like that, Goyle. We're focused here at the Department of Defense on making sure that another 9/11 type attack cannot occur from or emanate from Afghanistan, and that's what we're focused on.
And Sri Lanka is in crisis politically and also militarily, and also collapse of the government there. As far as this building is concerned, anybody is in touch with the Sri Lankan government because of the heavy loans from China took this one family running the Sri Lanka, and now they are in trouble. The whole community, whole region is in trouble because of that.
I don't have an update here from the Defense Department on that. Again, I'd refer you to my colleagues at the State Department to speak to Sri Lanka. Let me go to the phones here. Sylvie?
Hello. I have 2 questions. First, about the Ukrainian fighters from Mariupol who just surrendered. I wanted to know if US is trying to facilitate any negotiation to help them to go back to Ukraine. And my second question is about grain and grain exports. Are there any talks about creating a security arrangement so that Ukraine grain can be exported, either from Odessa or elsewhere?
Yeah, Sylvie, I mean, obviously, we know that the Russians continue to be able to blockade in the Black Sea and prevent exports of grain from Ukraine, and we obviously understand the economic impact that not only to Ukraine but to so many other countries around the world. I mean, this is something that the administration is having discussions on from an interagency perspective. Excuse me. And I'm not going to get ahead of those discussions. And then your other question was on the soldiers taken from the Azovstal plant. I mean, look, our expectation is and we've said this before, is that all prisoners of war will be treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention and the law of war. That's our expectation, and we'll be clearly watching this closely with that expectation. But beyond that, I have nothing more to say. Tara Kopp.
Hi there. Thanks for taking this.
Okay, so we wanted to show you a majority of the Pentagon press briefing. Also, this comes on the news that we got in earlier tonight, that Pentagon spokesman John Kirby will be moving to the White House. He'll be leaving the Pentagon. Kirby's exact title and role remain unclear, according to the Washington Post, who first broke this story. Some in the White House, according to the article, said Kirby would make regular appearances at the daily press briefing, while others said he would not share duties with Karine Jean-Pierre and only appear alongside her. Some are saying he might serve in a role as an advisor to the president on foreign policy and military matters, much like Ben Rhodes, if that name sounds familiar, did in the Obama administration. Also, John Kirby was previewing President Biden's first overseas trip to the Indo-Pacific region. Remember, we've been previewing that trip. President Biden is in the air right now to both Japan and South Korea. He just tweeted from his account, "I'm on my way to the Republic of Korea and Japan for my first trip to Asia as president. I look forward to strengthening vital security alliances, deepening our economic partnerships, and working with fellow democracies to help shape the rules of the road for the 21st century." So we'll have live coverage here on Live Now of President Biden's trip to Asia in the next couple of days. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be getting an update. COVID boosters for children ages 5 to 11 now are available. Also, what's going on with the baby formula shortage and the crisis underway, and so much more. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. Well, we got the word today. The CDC gave their approval after the FDA did about the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine booster, now available for children aged 5 to 11. Let's go out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they spoke with the doctor about whether or not parents should get their kids within that age group a booster shot.
The FDA has approved an emergency use authorization for a Pfizer booster shot for kids 5 to 11 years old. Kids who got the second of the initial doses 5 months ago would be eligible for the booster. The CDC still has to issue its recommendation, and they are, in fact, meeting tomorrow. And joining us now is pediatrician and founder of Calabasas Pediatrics, Dr. Tanya Altman. And Dr. Altman, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Is there any reason to believe that the CDC is not going to issue its approval as well?
Good morning, Tony. I do think you're right on both accounts, the Julia Roberts Award and this. I do think the CDC will grant approval tomorrow to get that third dose. You know, the data shows that everybody of all ages has been having waning immunity after the second dose. And all along, many of us have thought that this is going to be a 3-shot series. And so I do think that there are many kids in that 5 to 11-year-old age range that will benefit from a third dose. Now, what I'm waiting to hear, though, is what happens to kids that have had Omicron in the last few months. Will they also need that third dose, or does a true infection count as that little boost of immunity? And I think that's what I want the CDC to really look at and discuss tomorrow.
Yeah, Dr. Altman, I still think there is a lot of concern out there for parents. I believe, if I'm correct on this, and you can correct me if I'm not, that only about 28% of children between 5 and 11 have received the shots. And if so, that would seem to, bring up the question, well, is this booster really necessary?
So, well, I actually think that brings up the question that we need to do a better job of educating the public. I mean, we all keep hearing that COVID-19 is much more mild in young kids. But that said, during the Omicron surge, we still had too many sick kids, too many hospitalizations. And as a general pediatrician who sees patients every day, I am seeing long COVID and other side effects of kids having COVID-19. They have COVID, they get better, and then the next month when they get sick, it's much worse, and they end up with more serious infections, recurrent fevers, on antibiotics. And so I do think this is something that we need to take seriously, and especially now with the schools seeing increasing numbers. We want to keep kids in school. We know they belong there, but we have to get this under control again.
All right, Dr. Altman, we're going to ask you to stick around because we know you're going to be discussing another really important subject, the baby formula shortage. And so we'll ask you to stand by, and we'll get back to you in the next segment. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, and right there, we were listening to Fox 11 in Los Angeles. That was before the CDC issued their authorization today. They gave the green light. Now kids aged 5 to 11 can go get a COVID-19 booster shot on the recommendation of their doctors, of course, and with approval of their parents. Well, let's stay with Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they were speaking with experts as well today about the baby formula shortage crisis and where it stands. Remember, we were taking the debate on the House floor just yesterday about that supplemental funding package that did pass $28 million worth to go to the FDA to help alleviate some of this crisis. We also heard from the Biden administration yesterday, 2 key proponents of a plan to help alleviate this as well. One now known as Operation Fly Formula, the other invoking the Defense Production Act to get more formula on the shelves. But back out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles with a wider look at how this crisis is affecting so many young parents.
Okay, Brooke, thank you. So for weeks now, the baby formula shortage has left many parents out there scrambling, trying to feed their infants, wondering what other safe alternatives exist. Yesterday, new guidelines were released by the American Academy of Pediatrics to help parents struggling to find baby formula. Back with us is Dr. Tanya Altman, a pediatrician and founder of Calabasas Pediatrics. Thank you for sticking around now to talk about this topic. And one of the big things that came out yesterday was this recommendation that if babies are 6 months or older, they can have whole cow's milk. Usually, pediatricians say wait until the baby's 1 year old before you introduce cow's milk, but because of the situation we're in, it's okay now to give this, and it's in fact better than diluting formula. Speak to that, please, doctor.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I think right now we are all searching for solutions on how to help feed babies in the United States. So the cow milk guidelines were actually just for parents who have those few days where they really don't have formula. We know that cow's milk is not usually appropriate for babies 6 to 12 months of age unless they are eating a wide variety of iron-rich solid foods. In fact, in my practice, in certain cases, I would actually prefer a clean label toddler formula in those cases because we know that it's fortified with iron and other nutrients that are so important during this critical time where babies are growing and developing rapidly. But of course, talk to your own pediatrician because it's going to depend on what your baby is already eating.
Yes, so important to highlight that, yes, this was recommended as a temporary fix. In fact, they said maybe a couple of days or so. This wasn't meant to be something long term. So that is an important point to make. Now, let's talk about some other things that parents are struggling with in the sense that many online forums are now trying to say, hey, if I have extra breast milk, for example, stored, maybe I can share some with you. That's nice and everything, but there's also some, this isn't regulated, and so you need to be very careful if this is an avenue you go down.
Yes, you're right. I mean, as a pediatrician, I am a huge advocate for breastfeeding. I do think that breast milk is the best nutrition for babies. And that's why I applaud the Human Milk Bank of North America. They've been working around the clock to help source extra breast milk for moms who have extra that their baby doesn't need. They are testing, they are pasteurizing, and they are turning it around to give to other families. So for moms looking for breast milk as an option that don't have it themselves, or parents, any caregivers, I should say, you know, please look for a valid breast milk bank where the breast milk has been tested as a solution.
So the House is going to vote today to try to tackle the baby formula shortage. One of the things they want to do is step up FDA inspections so they can get some of the products onto store shelves quicker. What are your thoughts on this approach? And shouldn't have this been done like weeks ago?
You know, it's been really interesting, but one of the things that the FDA announced earlier this week, which I definitely applaud them on, is that they are opening the doors now to clean, trusted global manufacturers to help solve this national crisis. So they are taking applications from countries like Australia, where they have clean label formula that has been feeding babies for over 15 years without any issues, where they already meet the Infant Formula Nutrition Act of the United States, where they already have FDA registered facilities. And I think that when the FDA moves on this, it will really help us get more formula to the shelves here in the United States for babies in need.
I was in Costco just the other day, and they were limiting the amount of products that someone could buy. I think it was like 2 formula boxes, if you could even get your hands on it. So yes, this is definitely something so many people are struggling with. What is your advice for a mom who's watching us right now, who's in the thick of it right now and doesn't even know what she's going to do in a couple days from now because she's going to run out of formula?
I know that is so hard, and I get emails and phone calls from parents all day long. So reach out to your pediatrician, because often we have samples in our office, and I know we are prioritizing and giving those to babies in need. In most cases, as long as your baby doesn't have a food allergy or sensitivity or serious issue with a previous formula, you are okay to switch brands. Most of them do have equivalent nutrition, so that's something you can also look at. And I know this is a really tough time, but I think the FDA is working really hard to solve this issue, and we will see a lot more formula available in the coming weeks.
Okay, Dr. Altman, thank you so much. Appreciate you sticking around to answer all of our questions this morning. Take care.
And a little hi from Michaela, by the way, Dr. Tanya.
You popped up, by the way.
I did. Hi, sweetie. Nice to see you. I know it's been a long time since we've caught up. Nice to see you, and thanks for taking care of our mamas, because I know it's a worrisome time for them all.
Okay, Fox 11 in Los Angeles there, speaking with that doctor. We've been speaking with doctors as well, experts and new parents as they continue to suffer through this baby formula shortage. But looks to be like an end in sight, hopefully, and we'll see more baby formula on the shelves due to some of these actions, both at the federal level and in Congress, about what they are doing. So right now we want to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, take a look at this. We have been following every angle of the Buffalo mass shooting, including updates from law enforcement. We're going to hear from them with the latest update. But that alleged shooter, 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, he appeared in court today. This was his arraignment. We're just going to watch this. It's a couple of minutes as Gendron comes into the court to be arraigned. Let's listen in.
Gentlemen, are any most? Well, first, I want to make a ruling about the media. Obviously, the media does have access to any court proceeding, and there's no testimony actually being taken at this time.
We'll be back in a moment with more. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to get into some of these huge stories we've been following as we go into these overnight hours, including the latest update from law enforcement officials into the Buffalo mass shooting that killed 10 people over the weekend. We've been hearing from prominent civil rights leaders like Benjamin Crump, Reverend Al Sharpton, as they were in Buffalo assisting with any of the needs of these victims' families as they grieve and just have to go through this unimaginable loss. So we're going to get to that very soon. We just showed you Peyton Gendron, the alleged shooter, in court today for his arraignment. But a couple more stories that we're monitoring still. Remember, the ballots are still being counted in that very too close to call Pennsylvania Senate GOP primary race between Dr. Oz and David McCormick. So hopefully we will get some type of result soon if it does not have to go to an automatic recount. Remember, they're really within about 2 or 1/10 of a percentage point between each other. We're also following all the latest about the immigration issues at the southern border. Monday is the deadline. Title 42 will be lifted unless there is court action. We know there are some pending cases, but that's the last day on Monday. We'll have live coverage of that. We just brought you this week earlier those record-breaking number of encounters for the month of April at the southern border with illegal migrants. So that issue is top of mind. But for all of us here, we hope you have a good night. We're going to go out to Buffalo with the latest on the mass shooting investigation there.
ATF right here. I'm in. You guys know each other? Of course. I know everybody. That was a joke.
She knows everybody.
I know everybody.
Why don't we just give yourselves just a little room so you're not all on top of each other. Everybody good?
Do we move? Do we step up?
You're going to come right to the...
Okay.
Is everybody set back there? Need everybody ready to go?